Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. A very warm welcome to all of you for an exclusive conclave on the theme, Generative AI, the future is here. Is it audible? I also welcome all those who joined us online, and we have a lot of guests walking into the hall. But to keep up with time, we will start with this special conclave. Just a couple of routine reminders. Please keep your phones on silent mode if you can't switch off. There is a feedback form and a Q&A slip, a few Q&A slips that have been given into your the welcome kit, delegate kit. Please make use of them in case you want to ask any questions. There is also a WhatsApp number displayed for all those online viewers. You can send your questions to that online number, and we will take it up with the guest speakers depending upon the time that's available. And, you know, we don't want to, there is so much that each of these speakers have achieved. It will be very difficult for us to read the entire profile here. So what we have done is on that same program sheet that's been shared with you, at the bottom, there is a QR code. That QR code shares the entire extensive profile of each of the speakers that are going to be on the podium today. So I'll just read out a couple of lines from here, but please go through those speakers' profile to understand what they have achieved in lives and why they are here. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let me once again welcome all of you to this special conclave on the theme. Yeah, so there is a QR code on the left side on the same sheet. You can use that also to send your questions. So once again, I welcome all of you for this special conclave on the theme, Generative AI, the future is here. I'm sure the number of speakers that we have today and looking at their achievements, you'll all agree with me, the future is right here in this MMA Management Center today. May I now invite the speakers, the delegates for the first inaugural session, Mr. Mahalingam, Senior Vice President MMA, Mr. N. Balaji, Partner Technology Consulting EY, Mr. Gopi Kalail, who will join us online, Mr. Jasprit Brindra, who will join us online, Mr. Shankar Narayan Shanky Vishwanathan, Vice President and CTO Business Solutions, TCS Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, along with Group Captain Vijay Kumar, they will all be donning the stage for the inaugural session. Let's welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you. Online, okay. So as we await the speakers who are joining us online, as I told you, Mr. Gopi Kalail will be joining us online from USA, and Mr. Jasprit Bindra will join us online from UK. So we will wait them. Meanwhile, let's move on with the welcome address of the day. Mr. Mahalingam is not new to this audience at MMA. Mr. Mahalingam is the founder and director of the Curious People, a C4D project and freelance advertising communication consultant. Otherwise, is the Senior Vice President MMA, Partner Director at TSM Group of Companies. For his extensive profile, please scan the QR code. May I now invite Mr. Mahalingam to deliver the welcome address, please.
Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to all of you. It's my privilege and honor to deliver the formal welcome address to this esteemed conclave on the theme Generative AI, the future is here. Honestly, I think for this conclave today, there's going to be some very intelligent people who are very much part of, who are endowed with a lot of natural intelligence, who are powering the evolution of the generative AI movement. On this occasion, it is my duty and privilege to welcome Mr. N. Balaji, Partner Technology Consulting EY. They are our partners for this event. Thank you, Mr. Balaji. Mr. Gopi Kalail, Chief Business Strategist, AI Google USA. I must mention in this context that Gopi and I go a long way back. We were classmates in college in Trichy. Thanks, Gopi, for accepting our invitation and being here, and your inputs are going to be invaluable. Mr. Jasprit Brinda, author, founder, and MD, Tech Whisperer Limited, Cambridge, UK. Thanks for joining all the way from the UK. Mr. Shanky Vishwanathan, Vice President, CTO Business TCS. Thank you, Mr. Shanky, for joining. We're looking forward to your speech. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished chairpersons and speakers who will be addressing the delegates during the 4 special sessions throughout the day on insightful themes. I can see my friend, Mr. Mahesh Ramachandran. Thank you, Mahesh, for coming. MMA strongly believes in collaboration and partners for the conclave. For this conclave, our partners are FICCI Flow, Hindustan Chamber of Commerce, Institute of Analytics USA, MOP Vaishnav College for Women, and Tamil Nadu Investors Association. Warm welcome to participants from these organizations. Thank you for coming and making this event really well attended. Furthermore, I extend my warmest welcome to all the delegates present here today, including guests and members of MMA from Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, guests of partner organizations, and the numerous partners from all over the country who have joined us online. Few words about MMA. MMA has more than 8,000 members, 10 chapters. Started in 1956. It's won the Best Management Award or Management Association Award for the last 13 years. Thanks for the effort of Mr. Vijay Kumar and team. The topic for today, generative AI, the future is here. When in my growing up years would be in the realm of science fiction and fantasy. I just read that even Isaac Asimov, who was the ultimate science fiction writer, while he predicted robotics, I don't think he predicted AI in this form ever. So we are living actually a fantasy in our lives today. While AI and its multiple applications, generative AI and its multiple application like Bard and ChatGPT seem to answer almost all our questions and have solutions for almost all our problems. But I believe it raises many more questions and presents to us a new set of problems at the same time. On the positive side, the benefits of generative AI fields like medical research, any kind of research. It could hasten drug discovery, solutions, etc. It could customize marketing. It could customize education and learning solutions. It could help us predict the environment and weather better today. And even the stock markets, I understand, can be better predicted, though I'm not so sure about that. But the fact is, it potentially has the ability to transform the way we live lives, learn, and enhance the quality of lives. However, on the flip side, there are problems which are already happening. People are talking about displacement of the workforce, loss of jobs at one level, creating biases and enhancing them online and in the media. Will we use it ethically? Will people lose jobs? Many such questions arise. During the Industrial Revolution, we were afraid of machines replacing the jobs and work that human beings did. I think AI is maybe possibly challenging and threatening to replace what our minds do. I'm a little optimistic on that. Though pens have been replaced by keypads and keyboards, I think the human mind and the human race will adapt, learn, and enhance the quality of life. To discuss this and more, we have a galaxy of speakers. I'm sure many of these topics and problems will be discussed and many more will be. I'm sure it's going to be a really very stimulating discussion. I use this occasion to thank and welcome our past presidents, committee members, and my colleagues from the management committee, MMA members, distinguished NITs for taking time off on a Wednesday morning to attend this conclave. Hoping that you'll have an intellectually stimulating day today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving on with our introductory remarks by Mr. N. Balaji, a partner technology consulting, E&Y. He's the leader of analytics COE India across all service lines and successfully built the Analytics Center of Excellence for client delivery. He's got a long profile. Once again, please scan the QR code. May now request Mr. Balaji to deliver the introductory remarks and overview of the conclave, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor today to be part of this conversation on generative AI and discuss about all aspects of it. Mostly we are trying to cover today. Today, as we come together to dwell into this fascinating world of generative AI and explore the immense potential it has got to offer for transforming the industries, businesses, as Mr. Mahalingam was mentioning earlier, and also our day-to-day life. I just recollect one of the instances which happened, long ago, about 30 or 40 years back when I was a kid. My father would actually go and try to pay an electricity bill. And the line used to be a massive line queue in the morning. And he would generally warn me saying that, Balaji, at least at this point of time, I have to wait for another hour to pay the bill. But in your lifetime, when you have to pay the bill all by yourself, it's going to take immense amount of time. I don't know how the world is going to bear the population growth at that point of time. Never did we imagine at that point of time that I can do it with my phone, in terms of paying bills. It has been an enormous development on technology, which has enabled and changed the way that we live our life, right? So interesting enough in terms of this generative AI as well, in terms of what it actually brings to us in terms of our personal lives from that standpoint. And any guesses, because we've been talking about artificial intelligence It's not for the first time we are talking about it, AI. We've been talking about it for ages. And what difference does it bring? We talk about big data, we talk about neural network, we talk about machine learning, anything that you know that how generative AI, how that's different from others? Any guesses? Zero and one. Okay, so all these intelligence, and before Gen AI came in place, the creativity and creativity part and the innovation part was left for human beings. But now the creativity is also going to the machine. So with the help of generative AI, you can actually bring in a lot more creativity. It can actually bring in a lot more innovation. In fact, there are quite a few models which talks about we can create music from generative AI all by itself, right? So a lot of things on the generative AI is there. And specifically, speaking about the area that I work on in terms of data analytics per se, there are models which can be created today to enhance the accuracy and predictability of your problem statement. There are synthetic data that you can create those models as well. So there are lots of, stuff that you can do on the data side. As Mr. Mahalingam was earlier mentioning, in terms of his usage for drug discovery, so quite a few of my clients have started looking in terms of using this generative AI for drug discovery and helping the human field in greater way, and also get into R&D of any new manufacturing setup is also looking from that perspective. So as there are lots of opportunities which are lying there, it looks really fantastic with every technology and advancement that we see. It also comes out with a lot of responsibility in terms of how we use it, and is it going to impact us all, or how is it that we are going to manage all of that stuff. And this is what we are aiming to achieve in today's conclave. In terms of the program you have seen, it actually dwells about what this generative AI is all about, what its application to the industry and sector, what are all the pitfalls or the flaws or the ethical dilemma that you would have, and how do you overcome that. I think that's what is actually covered in today's session. It's very, very nice to see the type of profile of the people who are actually coming and delivering these sessions. It's experienced folks from the industry. We also have a lot of people from academia who's going to speak today and share their experience. And as much as all of you all, I'm also looking forward for this session to learn a lot and possibly gain from that perspective. Once again, thanks a lot for coming in large numbers, and looking forward in terms of the exciting journey today, in terms of understanding about AI and generative AI and what it has got to offer to all of us. So thanks a lot, and wishing you all the very best session today. Thank you so much.
Then you can just brief them about what's happening today till you come. 2 more minutes.
Okay. Yeah, please excuse the next speakers to join another couple of minutes, so you have to bear with me for another 2 more minutes. So in fact, when I was trying to get this speech for myself, I thought that actually I can do it through a Gen AI model, which can speak instead of me, using a video thing. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to get this one done. Some of the areas that we have seen in terms of our client network, and we have started implementing and doing a lot of pilots. Very interesting stuff that we are doing. I'm sure that we understand a little bit of analytics. I'll talk about a couple of case studies in another minute or so of what we are doing, which may be of interest, mostly linked with analytics, because that's the area of my interest. We do a lot of work on the area of pricing, because today when you look at the customer or consumer product folks, they would like to see for every rupee that they increase the price, will it have an impact on my market share? Will it actually reduce your quantity or not, right? So, and it has a traditionally, when you do it, it has a traditional way of, how you get the data, what you do, how do you do customer segmentation, and identify type of customers, find out who's more elastic, who's a little bit inelastic, all that stuff you try to do, and then do a linear programming model or an optimization model based on your objective function, whether you want to improve your profitability or your revenue share or your market share from that perspective, and then correspondingly find out what is the price point that you want to work on. So the flaws that you would have in those systems is that in terms of availability of data itself, because you have to collect enormous amount of data to do this particular stuff. And today, this model can be easily done by generative AI. A lot of steps can be made it more recommendatory. And the most important thing I have seen is that we can start creating synthetic data, which will more or less mimic the real-time data by which you can start building your models. And the accuracy level, forecasting capability actually goes up enormously when you start using from this perspective, right? So yeah, thanks a lot. And maybe now I have another session. I'll share some more of the practical experiences when we speak at that point of time. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Balaji, for setting the tone and giving us the overview of the conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are joined from USA Online by Mr. Gopi Kalayal. Mr. Gopi, am I audible? A quick audio check.
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Oh, fantastic. We can hear you as well, and we can see you very clearly as well. So the audience is all ears, waiting to hear you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Gopi Kalayal, the Chief Business Strategist, AI, Google USA, and he is here to deliver the special address for the day. Once again, we can scan and look out for his extensive profile. Mr. Gopi, we request you to go ahead with your special address, please.
Thank you very much, and I'm honored and delighted to be here. Thanks in special to Mali, Senior Vice President MMA, classmate of mine from REC Trichy, who invited me to this particular session. I want to start by asking you all a question, even though I can't see the audience, and the question is, how many of you used AI today? Okay, just think about that. How many of you used AI today? So I mentioned I can't see the audience, but if I could, I would see probably 30–40% of the hands raised up, which is kind of interesting because the answer is actually every one of you has used AI today in a direct or indirect way without realizing it, at least a dozen times. So what do I mean by this? If you use Gmail today, you already used AI because AI was being used to keep your Gmail safe from spam, etc. If you shopped on a site like Amazon, you probably got some recommendations from the service saying, maybe you want to consider buying these items. How did they get those recommendations? That is AI powered. If you used a tool like Google Photos and did a search saying, show me pictures of my family on a vacation on a beach, then very quickly it seems to know those pictures, even though you didn't label that saying vacation or beach or family. How did that happen? Because neural networks are working behind the scenes to help you get it. So AI is already been embedded across many of the products and services you use, and you may not realize it. It's sort of like electricity. We don't think about it very often, but electricity is behind the lighting that's in your auditorium. If you're using heating or cooling, that's electricity. When you get to an elevator, there's electricity. It's in your phone, it's in your car. It's embedded everywhere. And similarly, AI has already been embedded in many places without you realizing it. However, the field of generative AI, which is the focus of this conversation, has ignited the imagination of the world, primarily because there are some AI-based services that are now available to consumers, and we can interact with it. For example, Bard or ChatGPT has allowed us to go and ask questions, and it seems to converse with us like a human being does, with fully formed sentences and perfect and excellent answers. It can write code, but there are other tools where you just give a text prompt and you get a complete picture generated. So when you look at all that, human beings and our consumers are able to interact with it. And for a lot of people, that has become the definition of AI itself. But it's much more than that. And I want to start off by expanding your definition of what exactly is artificial intelligence. and how that is very quickly evolving, and then deep dive a little bit into generative AI, and I'll start giving you some demos, etc. So having said that, I'm just going to take a minute here to project something. So give me a second while I bring this up. And I'll continue talking even as I we're doing something different that we tested yesterday, where I'm going to project from a different machine so that I can keep track of the audience as well. So that'll take me like a quick minute. So as I'm doing it, I want to actually congratulate everyone in the audience today and beyond, because we have been privileged to witness 3 big technology platform shifts that has fundamentally altered human culture, civilization. It's changed the way we interact with each other. It changed the way with how we consume information. It changed the way we conduct commerce. The first was in the 90s. In the 90s, computers that were sitting on desktops suddenly could get connected to each other through this amazing thing called the internet. And not only that, all of a sudden, this thing called the browser was created in 2004, and that allowed us to access all of this information very, very easily. And this is a defining moment, because all of a sudden consumers could engage with this very complex technology called the internet. And then starting 2006, all of that action shifted from the desktop to this device. Mobile phones, especially smartphones, started appearing in our hands, in our pockets. And the world shifted towards mobile computing. That's the second biggest shift. Now, the third one, which is now taking place and has been going on for the last several years, where these products and services are being built, and now starting last year, we could actually see it, feel it, touch it, has been an explosive moment. And this is the third biggest shift. This will create hundreds of thousands of companies, entrepreneurs, new ideas, problems will get solved. And I want to talk about all of that. I've got the thing working, so I am going to start presenting. Share screen. It says host has disabled attendee share screening. Do I need to log in from a different thing? Can one of the organizers tell me? We tested it yesterday, it worked well. Can someone come online and tell me how
Could
to
you
get
just
around?
check it once again, sir? It's once again, could you just check it out?
Okay, I'm saying share screen. Okay, it is okay now. It's being turned on. Thank you. All right, so you're able to see this, right? Great. So we'll get started now. So what exactly is artificial intelligence? We hear a lot about it. So let's start with a simple definition so we all have a common language by which we can understand it. Artificial intelligence is any computer system that mimics or amplifies our incredible human ability called natural intelligence. So we have an incredible ability in our brain to look at numbers, to imagine pictures, music, design cities, solve problems, etc. That ability is now being replicated in computer systems, and that's what artificial intelligence is essentially about. And these can be some simple examples, like they can play board games, they can translate languages like Google Translate does, or they can be very, very complex systems like ChatGPT or Bard that engage in conversation that look like human conversation, or even more sophisticated systems that are now begin to diagnose health condition, something that took a human probably 18, 20 years of training. These systems can learn and help us do that as well. Now, I know at this point, what you're thinking is, will it replace us and we won't need to do anything, or we won't be able to do anything because there are systems available? No, it actually will amplify our efforts. It'll make us smarter and be able to move more quickly and solve problems on a scale that we could not. An analogy I want you to keep in mind is how humans did movement and motion. When we were really young infants, we crawled around the living room of our parents. When we got a little older, we learned to walk, but we were unsteady. We had to hold on to something, but we got around the house. And then we learned to run. Our parents would put us in a park or on the street, and we discovered running. We could go further and faster. And then at some point, our parents may have put us on a bicycle. And all of a sudden, this magical machine was in our life. It had two wheels, a gear system, and some metals and a seat. Now, using our own effort, our own muscle power, no other external aid, we could go further and faster. The bicycle amplified our movement and motion. And I want you to think of artificial intelligence similarly as tools we're building that amplifies our cognitive ability right here, or natural intelligence. So just like in the brain, think of all artificial intelligence to fall into two buckets. In the brain, we have the right side of the brain that does creative thinking. And then we have the left side of a brain, which does analytical, logical thinking. That's what works with spreadsheets and numbers and does rational stuff. Similarly, in AI, those abilities are being replicated, and there's an entire category of systems that seem to mirror the right side, the creative side of a brain. That is generative AI. And there are other systems that mirror the left side of a brain, that is analytical AI. And I'll show you examples of this so you understand this better. So what can these systems do? What are they capable of doing now and in the future? Really falls into four buckets. And the four buckets being, they can synthesize vast amounts of data. Very similar to how an economics professor is able to look at a vast amount of economic data and able to make predictions like the mortgage market may go down, or interest rates have to rise, or unemployment may go down, go up, etc. So synthesizing vast amounts of data. The second area where these systems are shining is in making predictions. They can look at patterns, predictions, come up with logic, and then be able to tell us lots of things that will happen in the future, whether it's the movement of a stock index, or the weather, or about copper production. The third area, which more falls into the generative AI side, is they can create new content like we humans can. For example, we are good at writing literature, composing an email, a marketing campaign, music, movies, computer code. Those are all creative activities that come out of the right side of a brain, or the whole brain, but maybe predominantly right side. And generative AI is very good at creating content. And the fourth is these systems are also showing capabilities of human conversation, very similar to how we can engage in conversation. And the reason I want to talk about conversation is this is an incredible, uniquely human capability. When I am having a conversation with, say, one of the Captain Rajendran or with Mali, there are a lot of things going on. I listen to the words, I look at the gestures, I look at the facial expressions. And with all of that, I understand meaning and context, and then I respond to them. And then I listen to the response in all of these dimensions. And that's how human beings converse with each other, either two people or a group. And these systems are beginning to replicate some of the conversation capability. However, they only do it with words. They can't read emotions. They can't see and understand our gestures, etc. But in the future, those capabilities may develop in the way generative AI is going. So let me put those two into two neat categories with example. So one of them is a system like Bard, conversational AI. So what can Bard do? This is generative AI. Can help you finish your art studio, tagline, craft, create. It can explain why lightning may strike at the same place twice. It can outline your blog post or summer mocktail recipe. So a lot of things Bard can do, and it's built on large language models. In this case, Bard is specifically built on a large language model called PaLM 2. And don't worry about it in terms of the technical detail, just know that it exists. Let's shift to the analytical predictive side and show you an example. So here's an example of analytic and predictive AI, how it looks at a lot of data and helps us optimize the world around us. What I'm showing you is an example of a feature in Google Maps called eco-friendly routing. Eco-friendly routing. And what do I mean by that? In the past, if I was going from, let's say, New Delhi to Chennai by car, and Mali was doing the same route, we would be essentially sent in the same route. That's how these things worked in the past. But then we discovered that depending on the type of car you drive, we can actually send you down different routes and it's more fuel efficient. So diesel cars like continuous speed, hybrid cars like start and go traffic. So we can actually optimize the route for different cars, even though you're going to the same place, and be able to tell you, hey, take this alternate route. It's 2 minutes extra, but it allows you to get there faster. That's an example of analytic and predictive AI. We tested this in Canada, for example, on Google Maps, and the equivalent of 100,000 cars were off the street, or as we'd say in India, 1 lakh cars. And then now it's been rolled out to US and 8 countries in Europe. So this is an example of analytic and predictive AI optimizing the world around us. Let me now pivot around to a few examples of generative AI to make this conversation more interesting. So let's look at Bard as an example. This is a conversational AI product from Google. It's now available in India, so you can start using it. So in this case, I asked Bard a question: plan me a 10-day trip to Peru. And it gives, just like a human travel agent to it, day 1, go here, day 2, go here, etc. But it's far more interesting with these tools when we can actually demonstrate it. So I asked Mr. Vijay Kumar yesterday, Group Captain Vijay Kumar, shall we run some demos? And he said yes. So let me see if I can bring up some live demos for you. Share this tab. Hopefully it should refresh. Oh, there you go. Okay, so now we're looking at Bard. So I'm going to start doing these things live so you can see how well these tools work. And I say, plan me a 5-day trip around Tamil Nadu and include photos. There's a bit of a lag between my system and your system, but eventually it'll refresh. So it thinks through it, and now we're looking at Bard Live, and it generates an itinerary for me and actually shows the pictures. And so we can see from traditional search, it actually answered your question perfectly. Instead of giving you a set of links saying, here's the link for the Tourism Bureau of Tamil Nadu, here's a link for a particular travel company, it actually gave me the answer I want. Said day by day, it just gave me, including pictures. I'm scrolling here. In a few minutes, you will see the scrolling. So you can see the level of detail came with. Now I can continue talking to it like I would talk to a human being. And I say, show me list nice hotels at each destination, because that's a piece of useful information. And it looks through. I didn't even give it context. I didn't say I'm talking about the tour of Tamil Nadu, but it understands like a human being does that I'm in the same context. And now it said, okay, Chennai, you can try the ITC Grand Cholai, the Park Chennai, in Tanjore, Swatma, Tanjore Palace Hotel, etc. Right? So it comes back this information. Now I want to send this to a friend. And instead of sending this a long list, I want to organize in a nice table form, which again, in the past, we had to create the table, cut and paste, etc. But generative AI helps us do it so much more easily. And I can say, list the hotels and cities in a table form. And it gave me that information. So it extracted, it understands the context. I said cities and hotels, and it took that information from this list and was able to organize it. Now watch this. I am actually inviting a friend from Japan to travel with me. So I want to email this information to him in Japanese. And I might say, translate this into Japanese. And it gives me the information now converted into Japanese, so I can send it to my friend in Japanese. Okay. So these are like the amazing capabilities that are now we are seeing with generative AI. And this is just one example that I showed you, which is text to text. So I ask a question in text, it gave me back text. There are lots of other capabilities also that these tools are exhibiting. Let me give you another demo. What about, can you go from text to images? So let's say I have an imagination of a picture in my brain. So look at the top sentence. I want you all to imagine a duck, not any duck, but a chrome-plated duck. Oops, sorry, went there too quickly. A chrome-plated duck with the golden beak. And what is the duck doing? It's arguing. It's arguing with an angry turtle in a forest. So this is a very, very vivid image. How long will it take for you to imagine this picture? And how long will it take for you to actually paint it if you're a painter? It'll take you a few hours, right? So I took a tool called Imagen, which Google engineers have built, and I gave it this text prompt. And I give it like a couple of seconds, and within a couple of seconds, it actually generates that image. So you can, again, imagine how much our ability to imagine and creative art will go up. And this will allow people who might not have the art skills, but have the human imagination to imagine various pictures, where they're doing an art campaign or whether they're decorating their house, to be able to very quickly generate incredible imagery like this. So this is going from text to image. What about text to music? That was the other tantalizing question the computer scientists at Google asked, and other places. Can we go from text to image? So let's give it a try. So I'm a musician, by the way. I do traditional Indian music, imagine in a modern sound. And I was at the Grammy this year, I will admit, although I didn't win it. I was in the consideration. It's also in the fringe category called chant and ambient music. So I have the musical imagination in my head, but I can't make it flow through my fingers into a harmonium or a guitar and produce the sounds. I depend on my producer. I discuss with him. He'll come back with the piece. Then I'll say, why don't we, invite my cousin Srivalsan Rajan to add a Carnatic piece, and then change it, increase the tempo, etc. That's how we create music. But now I've been liberated from that, where I can actually experiment a lot differently. So let's say this is the thing that's going through my head. I wake up in the morning thinking about, I want to create a piece of music where there's a rising synth that's playing an arpeggio with a lot of reverb and sub-bass lines, etc. And the end product I want to see is a song full of synth sounds, very soothing and adventurous atmosphere. So let's give it a demo. So I'm using a tool called Music ML, another generative AI tool from Google. I'll give a quick demo. I should be able to launch this, share this tab. Let's see, another 10 minutes maybe? Yeah, just hold on. Okay. Sorry, my members of my family are leaving and they wait to travel back to India and they're waiting to say goodbye. I thought I'd give you another demo that I was talking to Captain Vijay Kumar about yesterday. So let's do this a bit more live fashion, okay? I'm going to share this tab. I'm using the Music LM product live through AI Test Kitchen. By the way, you have access to a lot of things I'm showing. You can play around with it. They're not being released for consumer usage, but you can, I don't know if it'll be available in India if you're sitting in India, but give it a try. Bard is available. Image ML, the thing I showed you, the research paper from which I was showing you, that's available. So many of these are available for you to play around. So this, I'm using the Google AI Test Kitchen to show Music ML. And I tell it, create music. And the type of music, on fusion of Indian. And just for fun, I want to see how will Indian music sound when I add flamenco music to it. And the tool thinks about it. It pulls together pieces. It's got a large database. It's learned this. And it even gave me two options, track 1, track 2. So let me try track 2. And I want to actually embellish it a little bit more. And I want to add it with some deep tabla sounds and maybe add a saxophone piece to it, soften it up. So I say include tabla. I say fast tabla and saxophone. Let's see what it comes back with. to give me different options. And I try, let's say, what does track 2 sound like? And I can go back and talk to it, add different pieces. I can sample this and mix it with maybe some other my own voice and pull out my co-singer's voice, etc. And just experiment with it. It unleashes. I expect all of this to unleash huge amounts of human imagination. Okay? Oh, so I showed you text to text, text to image, text to music, and that leads a question some of you are sitting, especially since you're in Chennai, the home of Tollywood. Can you go from text to actual movies? Can you create entire videos by just describing a text? And of course, as technologists, this is what we try to do. This is the power of human imagination, creativity. We imagine something, we look at a problem and say, let's see if we can solve it. And we did. So I'll show the experiments going on in that area. And here I'm going to demo a tool called Fenaki, or show a video of a tool working. And this takes images from the Imagen tool I showed you and actually produces a live video. So I'm going to play a short video giving this demo capability. Let me play this and
blue balloon stuck in the.
Oops, sorry.
Blue balloon stuck in the branches of a redwood tree.
All right, here's what the Fenaki tool is doing. On the left side is a script, like a movie director would write a script. On the right side is the movie being generated by the AI tool Fenaki from the script. You don't have to worry about the script. Somebody's going to read it to you. You just watch the movie on the right as we go through the script. In fact, the person reading it is not a random person. It's Douglas Eck, my colleague, who's director of engineering for some of these tools. So he's narrating the script as the video gets generated. Let's watch that.
Camera pans from the tree with single balloon to the zoo entrance. Camera pans to the zoo entrance. Camera moves very quickly into the zoo. First person view of flying inside a beautiful garden. The head of a giraffe emerges from the side. Giraffe walks towards a tree. Zoom into the giraffe's mouth, of course. Giraffe gets close to a branch and picks a blue balloon. A single helium blue balloon with a white string is flying towards a giraffe's head. Giraffe chewing with the blue balloon nearby. Camera tilting, following the single blue balloon flying away. Blue balloon stuck in the branches of a redwood tree. Camera pans.
So as you can see, the movie is getting generated from the text itself. The quality is not so great. That's because these are early days, but those are solvable problems. And eventually we can get it to a level in the future, I'm sure, with a lot of image generation work and graphics work where the movie will actually be high quality. So this will again scale up the extent to which human imagination will create lots of audio and video content. I'm just going to text Captain Vijay Kumar to make sure that I do a quick time check. I'm assuming that I have 10 or 15 minutes more, so I'll keep going unless I hear back.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Actually, we are right on time now, Mr. Gopi. If you could conclude, I think we'll be right on time.
Perfect. Can I take about 4 minutes more?
Yeah, okay.
We have
please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. So all of this is possible because we've been at work for a very long time. We didn't start on this a few months ago. In fact, Sundar Pichai, Chennai native, CEO of Google, declared as early as 2016 at Google I/O, we are an AI first company. Every few years, roughly a decade or so, Google shifts its focus on the new platform. When we started, we wanted all of you to help navigate the internet. So we were a search first company in 1998. In around 2006, 2007, when mobile phones became widely adopted, we shifted our focus. We said we are a mobile first company. And that signaled the entire company to build its products around mobile. And then in 2016, we saw where the world was going to be headed based on the work that we were doing with AI in our research labs. And based on that, we said we are an AI first company. So I want to end with two aspects of how Google is thinking about AI. And that'll be the closing. Generative AI plus all of the broader field of AI itself, generative AI being a part of it. So at Google, we want AI to help three audiences being consumers, like each of you as an individual, communities, like societies as a whole, and companies, organizations. And what do we want them to do? We want them to be able to use AI to achieve their highest potential. So the way we are approaching it, I'll give you a quick example of each. With consumers, we're looking at all of the consumer products that you use. There are 15 products with at least 500 million people using them, search, Gmail, YouTube, etc. 6 products with 2 billion people using, and we want to make them all work much better because AI gets embedded. So you don't even have to think about it. AI becomes a very natural part of your everyday life as you use the product. Google Lens being an example, Google Translate. Second is we are looking at big societal problems and trying to solve for it. And here I given the example of AlphaFold, where biologists had this problem that they did not fully understand all of the proteins out there in the world, which is essential for solving problems in animal, plant, and human health. There are 200 million proteins, only 4 were well understood. 4% were well understood, not 4 out of 200 million. And we used AI, and over a 4-year period, documented every single protein, and it's available in this open database called AlphaFold that 1 million biologists, scientists, pharmaceutical technicians, etc., are using to conduct their research. The third is we're helping companies grow by improving their marketing significantly by the AI. And the fourth pillar under this is helping companies become more efficient by using AI. So the example here I have is contact center AI, where you can actually have a full-fledged conversation with an AI tool to solve your problem 24/7, whether you have to deal with the airline or with your bank or with your car company. But working on AI, there's also so much promise, but there is also a lot of risks, and we understand this. And we say we want to take a bold approach with AI, but also a very responsible approach with AI. And for us, a responsible approach means starting with some core AI principles. And these are 7 principles Google wrote down many years ago to say when we work on AI, all of our work on AI, all of our products will be guided by these 7 principles. So we're very open and transparent about it. The first one is the one that I'm most proud of, where Google actually said we want to be socially beneficial. We want to be socially beneficial. And that's a primary reason we want to do work on AI. With that, I want to end and turn it back with one final thought and comment. Every century or so, human imagination comes up with an invention that fundamentally changes the trajectory of human civilization. Around 1670, it was the Gutenberg press from Joseph Gutenberg. It changed the way we disseminated information, we consumed information. Even to this day, books, magazines, publications, all these are a result of that innovation. And then came steam engines, then came automobiles, and the last century, it was computers, and the fact that computers could all be connected to each other, networked through internet, that changed our life. And in this century, we're only 23 years into it, this is going to be one of the most important innovations of the century. It's been going on for a while, but it's now getting to mass adoption. The field of artificial intelligence, particularly generative artificial intelligence. It's a hugely exciting time for all of us in all societies all over the planet, and collectively we will do it. But I can see this unleashing a wave of innovation. We will solve many problems that exist in the human condition. It's going to, in my opinion, going to increase both quality of life and also lift a lot of people in their economic level, because overall productivity will go up in the world. And this will be to the benefit of all if we manage it all very, very carefully. So I want you all to follow a mantra that Larry Page, Google founder, always used to tell us. Are you uncomfortably excited? That used to be his question to us. Are you uncomfortably excited? With that, I wish you all the best as you embark on this journey to discover AI and generative AI today. And my invitation to you is to be uncomfortably excited. Thank you, Captain Vijay Kumar, Mali. Thank you, MMA, for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Gopi. That was a fabulous presentation. All of us thoroughly enjoyed it. We wish we had more time with us. We value your time and being with us this morning. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, we have Mr. Jaspreet Bindra, who's also joined us. Mr. Bindra, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Am I? And I'm switching on my video also to see if you can see me. Yes, you can.
Yeah, you're very much audible and we're able to see you clearly, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Mr. Jaspreet Bindra has come out with about 25 years of experience in P&L leadership. He's currently the author, founder, and MD of Tech Whisperer Limited, Cambridge, UK. Thank you for joining us online all the way from UK. Mr. Bindra, may I request you to take on and please deliver your keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mr. Jaspreet Bindra.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, albeit virtually. Let me just share my presentation. Give me a moment and we shall immediately start. Please do let me know if you can see my slides, please.
Yeah, we are able to see your slides very clear.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so you saw some amazing stuff from Gopi a little while back. In fact, Google was the company which pioneered foundation models, large language models, which sit behind most of the generative AI applications we see today. And so it was great hearing from him. What I will do is, it's a vast area. You saw some cool demos and you know what Sundar Pichai's vision, etc., is in your last address. What I wanted to do was to kind of take this whole field of generative AI and in some sense reduce it to 5 fundamental facts. Given the time that we have today, I thought, let me just talk about these 5 things which I believe are the ones which are the most significant for today and going forward. I've already been introduced, so I'm not going to talk more, but though I just want to say I divide my time between India and the UK. In UK, I'm in Cambridge, where among other things, I'm doing my second master's in my relative old age. And this one is on AI and ethics. And that's a very large question, which other than one slide, we won't have time to talk about today. But as Gopi said, AI is something which is a technology which has been there for a very long time, while generative AI is something which we know of today. But AI, or artificial intelligence, the word was actually coined by John McCarthy almost around the time India got independence. So it's more than about 70 years old. And AI, in many ways, is a philosophy rather than a technology. The technologies are the one which sit under this AI umbrella. Machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, algorithms, stuff that you might have heard of. We are not going to talk about AI today. The thing I would like to say is that, you know, Andrew Ng, one of the godfathers of AI in a sense, likened AI to the new electricity. And pretty much like electricity, as Gopi was also saying, you only think of electricity when, sorry, I just need to shut off my WhatsApp. It's keeping on pinging. Just give me a moment. Yeah. Let me come back to sharing. And here we go. Yeah. Much like electricity, you know, you'd only think about electricity when it's not there. And so AI also always exists in the background, as was told earlier. You must have used it hundreds of times today or tens of times today without really knowing it. What has happened with generative AI, ChatGPT, Bard, etc., is that this has come out from the background into our hands, and probably for the first time into the hands of ordinary people like us. And that is why we have been like, oh, wow. This is something which is amazingly powerful. And that's the reason why we've had, 100 million users of ChatGPT in 2 months. The next fastest app was TikTok, which took about 9 months. Facebook took about 4.5 years. In fact, there's a wonderful tweet by someone I know, which says that in technology, there are decades where nothing happens. And then there are weeks where decades happen. And so that is what has happened in the last many weeks. It feels like decades worth of innovation, of new tech, of some amazing applications, etc., coming out almost on an everyday basis, some of which you saw in the presentation below this, before this. So anyway, let me just move to the 5 fundamental facts that I talk about. And these are the facts. And I'm not going to go through them right now. I'm just going to go through them slide by slide. So the first is that, look, this is generative AI. Use it to generate. Don't use it to search. For that, you have Google, you have Bing, etc. And so what is generative AI? Again, as was explained in the earlier presentation, think of it as something which is creative, something with which we can make new things, something which is right brain. And the key thing about generative AI, ChatGPT, GPT, etc., is that the fundamental difference from AI so far, big AI, predictive AI, whichever way you want to call it, is that generative AI works on something which we have always thought to be uniquely human. And that something, as Noam Chomsky and a few other philosophers have talked about, that something is language. Language, according to Chomsky and other big thinkers, is the thing which separates humans from other species. Because of the fact that we can create language, converse in language, collaborate with each other in language, is what has actually made us what we are, for better or for worse. Generative AI actually is built on language. That's why it's called large language models. And so, to put it very simplistically, these models are trained on massive amounts of language, massive amounts of text, conversations, paragraphs. In fact, GPT-3, and GPT-3, remember, is 2 generations behind. We have had GPT 3.5 after that, which we call ChatGPT. We have had GPT-4 after that. GPT-3, its training data, all of Wikipedia was 0.6% of its training data, all of Wikipedia. So you can imagine the sheer amount of words and language that has been fed into it to train it. And simplistically speaking, it basically probabilistically decides what should be the word, which should be the next word if you type some word in its chat interface. So much like on a Google search bar, if you type, today I want to eat, and suddenly autocomplete suggestions keep on happening. This, at a very simplistic level, works the same way. And that's why we sometimes, large language models are called the world's most advanced autocomplete technologies. And that's why a ChatGPT or a Bard pretty much makes up stuff as it goes along. It sometimes hallucinates. It's not optimized for facts or truth. It's actually more optimized for believability or plausibility. And if you think about it, making up stuff as you go along, optimized for believability, hallucinating sometimes, it's actually what us humans do also. And that's why we feel a little bit of kinship with these new, very human-like technologies. But that's also the reason why there are many, many problems around it, which we will talk hopefully as we go forward. Now, in this generative AI, use it to generate, much like, I don't have as many cool videos as Gopi had, but I did want to show you a couple things. And for that, I'll have to share again, because I want to share with sound. Here goes. So I wanted to show you a couple of things of what do I mean by this generative power of AI? And so here goes. And someone out there, do let me know if you can see and hear this video.
A nice hand-drawn mock-up of a joke website. Definitely worthy of...
Could you see and hear the video, please? If someone can give me an...
We are able to see the video. Yeah.
Okay.
A nice hand-drawn mock-up of a joke website. Definitely worthy of being put up on my refrigerator. So I'm just going to take out my phone, take a photo of this mock-up. And here we go. And now we wait. And so we can actually take now this output. So literally we just said to output the HTML from that picture. And here we go. Actual working JavaScript, filled in the jokes. For comparison, this was the original.
So what Brockman, one of the co-founders of OpenAI, did during the GPT-4 launch, did this demo, where he actually scrawled this stuff on a piece of paper, said that I want to create a website called My Joke Website. And in real time, he actually took a picture of it, fed it into a GPT-4 chat interface, told it that I want to create a website, put a prompt saying I want to create a website. GPT-4 understood this, created HTML code to make the website out of something like this. He took that code, copy pasted it, and it became a website, a JavaScript website, 20 seconds, generating websites. Let me show you something else, which just blows my mind away. This is from Adobe. It's called Adobe Firefly, and it's built on top of Photoshop, which most of you know or would have heard of. So here goes. So if you saw this, basically there's a picture and you just keep on giving prompts that I want this deer to be in a wet alley at night and I want a red arrow. And in real time, it's actually generating art for you. And that is the power of generative AI.
A nice.
Something else. The second thing I want to talk to you is about jobs. And my second of the 5 things is that, frankly, we are all worried. But I believe that generative AI will not replace you. However, a person using it will. And there was this wonderful tweet by Kent Beck. Kent Beck is a legendary software engineer. For people in software would know him. And he wrote that I've been reluctant to try ChatGPT. Today, I got over that reluctance. Now I understand why I was reluctant. The value of 90% of my skills just dropped to $0. The leverage for the remaining 10% went up 1000x. I need to recalibrate. And that's actually what we will need to do as we go to recalibrate. If you think of work, basically white collar work, the kind of work you and I do is really 3 things. We act as something, a marketer, inventor, therapist, journalist, advertiser. We create something, a recipe, ad copy, sales copy, a pitch, a video script, email sequence. And the third thing that we do is to show that something as a format. We'll show it as a PDF or code or graphs or a table or rich text or summary or something like that. That's really what we do as work. And many times the creative part that we do, which is the act as part or part of the creators part, is less than half of our actual work. What generative AI will do is probably take away all of number 3, help you do number 2, and therefore give you much more time to do number 1. And so it's not going to really impact work as much as it's going to impact tasks within work. And there are multiple reports which are going around in terms of how this impact will happen. A good one is by Goldman Sachs, which basically says that it will affect about 300 million jobs across major economies. But the way it will affect is different. About 7% of jobs will disappear. If you're a low-end coder, if you're a journalist who just summarizes stuff and calls it news, it's going to go away. 30% of jobs are safe. And these are menial jobs. If you're a farmer or a construction worker or a nurse who's working on compassion, nothing is going to happen to these jobs. A bunch of new jobs will be created. We still don't know which ones. Every technology, if you go back in history, every single technology, right from the spinning jenny, the steam engine, has actually created more jobs than jobs lost. Net, there are always more jobs created. And that's going to happen. Prompt engineers, AI ethicists, many more. But a majority of the jobs are jobs which are going to be impacted tasks within them. And then it's up to us whether we use generative AI to enhance our jobs or become lazy and let someone else who uses it, take that job away from us. Also, generative AI is a very curious phenomenon. It kind of hits the cognitive jobs, the higher end jobs first. And that's why the minimal effect of jobs actually will be in India, while the developed economies will have the maximum impact on generative AI. It will vary across industry, it will vary across function. But the key thing that I want you to remember is that it will not replace you. Someone using it could replace you. So don't fear AI. If you have to fear a human being using AI. If you're a coder, someone using another coder who uses this creates 30, 40, 50% of code super fast because ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot is creating that code, could become a much better programmer than you. A lawyer could create briefs. A visual artist could create 10 different options, like I showed you in the Adobe Firefly thing, and therefore could do work far better, far faster than you could do. And that's what is what it will do to jobs. The third thing, and the third, fourth, fifth are pretty fast. The third thing, the horizontals are interesting. So what are the horizontals? Horizontals like GPT, ChatGPT, Bard, Llama by Meta, a few more which are kind of coming around, are interesting. They do a lot of things. They help us doing a lot of things. We saw some demos. But if the really useful stuff will be the verticals, specific function-specific, industry-specific verticals, which are being created on top of these horizontals. All of these guys have opened their APIs, which means that startups are falling over each other, creating hundreds, literally hundreds of specific SaaS products which are focused on what you want to do. Tome.ai does storytelling, donotpay.com, which is, I like the name, is a robo lawyer. There are AI coaches, paraphrase.ai paraphrases, powerpresent.ai creates presentations. We saw some text to music, text to this, text to that. I love the name detangle.ai. It converts legal doc into English. And so copy.ai, jasper.ai for marketing, GitHub Copilot for programming. There are hundreds of verticals which are being created on top. And those are the ones which are actually going to really help you do your job better. Number 4, I believe that generative AI will be as transformative as search was, or the internet was, or email was, or phone was. Gopi also spoke about this, that every 10 years or so, a fundamental platform shift happens. And we are at the time of a platform shift. And this is going to be very interesting. It's going to reshape technology. It's going to reshape industries. It's going to reshape big tech, in fact. The whole Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Meta relationship and how they kind of jockey around with this new platform is going to be very interesting. We've already seen some of that playing out. In fact, big tech has already, this effect has started happening. There's a new big tech company. It's called NVIDIA, $1 trillion, close to $1 trillion company, which emerged out of nowhere on the back of generative AI. And we're going to see some of these newer things, newer reshaping also happen. Number 5 and final of my 5th thing is a little equation, which I hope one day will be called Jaspreet's equation or Bindra's equation or whatever. Basically says that GAI is not equal to AGI. So GAI is generative AI. AGI is artificial general intelligence, what we sometimes call singularity, sometimes call super intelligence, where human beings and technology becomes as intelligent or more intelligent than human beings. There's a lot of action happening in this, a lot of conversation happening in this. Elon Musk, Sam Altman, everyone is kind of Jeffrey Hinton all over it. And they're all fearing what's going to happen with super intelligence, general intelligence. It's a real fear, but what we have today is not artificial general intelligence, at least now. It could be a path to that, maybe, but that's not what it is today. And I actually believe, frankly, that I don't think we have to fear super intelligence or artificial general intelligence that much. In AI, we have something called the alignment problem. The alignment problem, which everyone wrestles with, basically means that how can you create AI which has whose values are aligned with human beings? So the alignment problem, how do you do that? My view is that within us, human beings itself, our values are not aligned. We don't agree on democracy. We don't agree on what truth means. We don't even agree on what facts mean. And so the danger is not with a super intelligent AI, but the danger is with us not agreeing with each other. And as I told you in jobs, AI will not take your job. Someone using AI could, a human being using AI could. Similarly, I don't think AI is going to kill us, but a human being misusing AI could. And there are, unfortunately, many possibilities of that. Lots of ethics issues around AI. We are talking about regulation, big topic, separate topic, but ethics issues around plagiarism, bias, fake news. These industries are environmentally very destructive. The creators of this industry, for the first time ever, are the ones who are standing up and saying that, look, regulate us. Sam Altman is saying that. DeepMind's Demis Hassabis is saying that. The big tech CEOs are supporting it. And so, we're going to see a lot of action in this space. As I told you, I work on ethics and AI, and so I'm seeing so much stuff around me, and it's an interesting problem, interesting conversation, and interesting times that we live in. Just to kind of summarize the 5 things that I told you before I stop. This is generative AI. As I said, use it to generate, not to search. Shan Puri, someone I follow on Twitter, said this very well. He said, Google is a search engine. ChatGPT is a thought engine. Difference between the two. The second thing, it will not replace you, as I said, but a person using it will. So embrace it, work with it, be curious, learn about it, like you did with search, like you did with social, like you did with the phone, like you did with Microsoft Excel. And rather be the person who's the replacer rather than the replacee. The third one, as I told you, the horizontals are interesting. The verticals are the ones which will be useful, very transformative. Gopi also talked about that, how it's kind of a decadal shift in that sense, and therefore super transformational. And then finally, as I said, generative AI today, at least, is not the same as artificial general intelligence. So thank you very much. Thanks for hearing me out. Wish I was there in person. But here is handing back to MMA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jappreet, for spending your time. We appreciate your being with us this morning, and a small online digital memento on your behalf. Happy to give some textbooks to the privileged children now that the schools are starting here in Chennai. Look forward to see you at Chennai sometime. Once again, thank you so much. A lot of takeaways. Panchatantra, the 5 things to remember. All of us will remember, certainly. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Moving ahead now, we have the theme address by Mr. Shankara Narayanan, Shanki Vishwanathan. He's the Vice President and CTO of Business Solutions, TCS, and he'll be delivering his perspectives in a short while from now. And prior to that, of course, he was Vice President and he was CTO and Global Head Industry Advisory Group, Communications, Media, and Information. He's also the Global Head Communication Practice at the Tata Consultancy Services, Mumbai. He's got his university degree from Michigan, Stephen M. Ross School of Business, but of course, he was a graduate engineer from Gimbi, Chennai. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting Mr. Shanki Vishwanathan.
Okay. Very good morning, all. Am I audible? Am I audible? Yes. Excellent. I actually had a presentation, but after I saw Gopi's and Jaspreet's, I thought I'll dispense off with the presentation because mine is very static, no pictures, only bullets. A traditional PPT won't work with this audience, so I thought I will only speak. I think each one of you would have been fascinated by what you saw from BARD, which Gopi was demonstrating, some examples which Jaspreet had seen. But a big question which plagues our customers. At TCS, I lead the generative AI initiative alongside a lot of emergent techs initiative. One of the biggest questions our customers ask is, what do I do with it? It's a phenomenally good tool to give me a route from Delhi to Chennai, to tell me all the restaurants which I can eat, what are the temples I can go to. I can create pictures. A lawyer was bold enough to create an entire legal submission in the US based on ChatGPT, but only to be thrown out because the judge realized that some of the case references which ChatGPT had done did not exist at all. An airline did not exist, and it cooked up an airline, Aviana Airlines, and said how Aviana Airlines had treated something, a judgment was passed, and hence a favorable judgment should be passed to the accused. The entire the judiciary petition was created by ChatGPT. All of this is fascinatingly good. Technology is there. It is ripe, it is there. But the biggest question our customers are asking is, industries are asking is, what do I do with it? The natural inference is, it is good to converse, right? So the first immediate thing that customers think is, it will replace contact centers. I don't need contact centers at all anymore. ChatGPT will come and solve world hunger. That is the first immediate inference our customers have. Then suddenly they read a news article about this judiciary being the judge throwing out the lawsuit. The last thing you want is the contact center bot advising your customer to do something which is not viable, which is not true, and which is not right. Would industries want to embrace such a technology which is unpredictable? It's a good tool to be used to get answers for which you already know answers to. You are able to verify, and hence you are comfortable with the response. How can you control the response when you expose it into a wider ecosystem? These are the big challenges that enterprises have. So what I will try to do in the next 10-15 minutes is unravel that puzzle for you. It is not about a sexy gimmick which exists. It is not about a phenomenally good way to generate music. It is about making it real in industries at large. Of course, I think Mr. Mali pointed out a phenomenal example. You can create marketing campaigns extremely fast. You can create pamphlets, you can create web designs extremely fast. All of these, you have a method to control the madness that exists. But is that all the case? So I want 3 takeaways that you need to get. One is, how do I control this technology to make it viable and real for your industry at large? So what are the big challenges that you heard? One is, people said it hallucinates, right? It doesn't hallucinate because it wants to hallucinate. It doesn't hallucinate because it is Wednesday. I'm pissed off I didn't get breakfast. Not because of that. You have to understand and appreciate this technology. This technology works on probabilities. You asked technology a question from what it has been trained to answer. It is unable to find an answer. So it keeps trying to build a language, a response, which is closest to the answer that you have. The probability might just be 17%, it doesn't care, because that is the best response it could give. So let us not worry that this machine will lie at any point in time. I don't even know how to do it. If you are able to train this model with sufficient data so that it would be able to answer a finite set of capabilities and finite set of inquiries, you would be absolutely surprised. It will not hallucinate. It is mathematics behind it. It is not creating answers. It is trying to create answers desperately. So the first and foremost is we need to understand and appreciate. The second big challenge customers have is bias. Okay. This is a live example where we were operationalizing it for a mortgage and an insurance provider in the US. And ironically, we realized that a lot of the insurance recommendations that this capability was giving was more attuned to working class white men. Immediately, there might be a regulatory body saying there is an inherent bias in the, you have made an inherent bias. It is not an inherent bias. What we need to understand and appreciate is the general corpus, the Wikipedias of the world. You will have a lot more articles on white male than a tall, dark, handsome Tamilian sitting in Chennai. You have less articles, you have less data corpus. So what the tool has been, what the capability has been trained on, the inherent tool, the structural bias exists. It is not that the product is biased. It is what you train the capability with is biased. So what we are advising our customers is you understand there is an inherent bias, a structural bias. Feed information and data to ensure that this bias is suitably managed. Then you have an opportunity to control that bias in a significant way. Third is you have to be extremely prescriptive. You can't tell a contact center, you can't tell, you call up a chatbot and the chatbot responds back saying the best way to pay the bill is go to an Indian Oil petrol bunk. It doesn't work because you know it doesn't work. So how do you ensure legitimacy and prescriptiveness of answers? Again, it is all about probabilities. It is all about probabilities. There are methods to ensure large language model starts to zero in on the right answer rather than any of the vague answers that it gives. There are a lot of training methods, etc., etc. I don't want to bore you to death. All I want you to say is, all I want you to think is, all of these technology concerns which exists can be mediated through processes, procedures, and adjacent technologies. So making it viable within your organizations, your companies is a viable prospect. It's not something which is untoward, but we need to understand and appreciate and embrace the beauty of the technology rather than anything else. One very interesting facet, conventional IT technologies to a generative AI, you need to understand is how generative AI responds has a bearing on the way you interrogate or you interact with. I used to say, you can't be a philosophy major. Every person in your organization cannot be a philosophy major who interacts with it, because if you're not wording the interaction right, the response will not be right. But is it feasible for you to go and educate everybody in your organization in the right way to do things? It is not. So what sufficient guardrails you can put within your enterprise or organization to ensure that such deviations do not, because that is, I don't know whether anybody has seen an example where a reporter from Australia started interrogating to such an extent that GPT 3.5 came back with a response saying, I really love you. And it started advising the guy as to how he should ditch his current girlfriend. It went down a route which was extremely dangerous and frightening. It started giving him links to how to kill, how to dispose of the girlfriend so that they both can live in harmony and all. The reason is not that it intentionally did it. The reason is the entire interaction made the technology go into a rabbit hole which we don't want it to. So how people interact with technology is extremely important. There are cases where you can interrogate with the technology and bring out data which the technology should not give you. So how do you build those guardrails are very key challenges which are ripe, which are prevalent right now, and which we need to be cognizant of. So the first takeaway that you need to understand is technology is there, making it live for a customer, for an industry, for a factory shop floor, for a contact center, it's a completely different ballgame. It is doable, but we need to be cognizant and appreciative of the technology. It is just not that it will work from day one. You just unravel it, it will start working. No, it won't. The second takeaway is, I think Jaspreet said, use it for the creative purpose. Immediately people will start wondering, where will I start drawing in my shop floor? We don't draw in shop floors. We don't draw in a retail shop. So what do we mean by generative capacity of LLM? Generative capability. What do you mean? In your respective industry, how do you visualize it? Where will you use it? Most often than not, as I earlier told you, most of our customers right now are using it for its conversational capability because it converses very well. Interrogation capability, they use it phenomenally well. The second big usage that we see within our customers is anything which entails knowledge search. Please remember, Jaspreet said, don't use it for search. In your HR department, a lot of people keep asking you, what are the PF conditions, what are the LTA conditions, etc. You ask, you put a bot in front of your knowledge corpus around HR, it will give all the information to you. You don't need a person answering the question at all. Legal contract summarization, phenomenal opportunity to leverage. Anything related to document extraction, summarization, we see a huge opportunity to leverage the capability within your enterprise, and it really does it in a phenomenally good way, very secure way, predictable way. No challenges at all. But that is just the tip of the iceberg. Where we see the biggest opportunity is, in our viewpoint, generative AI is going to unravel a new revolution which we need to be cognizant of. Anybody would have seen the data wave? Anybody would have seen the analytics wave, etc., big data, and so on and so forth. All of that was, you have huge amount of data in your enterprise. Is there a way I can automate and extract analytics out of this data, insights out of this data, intelligence out of the data? So the whole IT technology revolution around data was around automating this intelligence and analytics pipeline or value chain. At the end of the day, there used to be somebody who will sit, look at the charts, huge set of charts, correlate the information inside, and then say, this is the right decision to be made. An investment advisor looks at a huge amount of charts and then says, this is what should be done. A shop floor mechanic who's looking at a huge turbine problem comes and looks at all the preconditions, all the parameters, and then says, sir, this is what you have to do. This is the fix that you need to do. What we have done so far is automated the intelligence being presented to people so that the right action can be taken in a phenomenally good way. The most important thing is still the space between the ears is what was defining how actions were being taken. That is what I call as tacit knowledge. Why do you still want the best plumber to come to your house? Plumbing is the same, but you still want the best plumber to come because you know for a fact there is experience and knowledge, tacit knowledge which exists between the ears, which defines the best from the also rans. You don't want any turbine repairman to come and fix your turbine, right? You want the person who's seen this problem multiple times to come and solve this problem. The reason is this knowledge, inherent knowledge, is never captured in a company. The reason is the moment you are able to formalize knowledge, you are able to define knowledge, you can capture knowledge. You can document knowledge. Most often than not, industries are still knowledge-driven industries. And it is based on people who have experience, who have seen this multiple times, who exactly know what is the calculated action to be taken. What if we are able to disrupt this knowledge value chain? Generative AI or large language models is not about predicting the next best word like a WhatsApp message. It is not. Everybody is talking about language. The reason is language is the best form of documenting knowledge. Language is the form of communicating knowledge. And generative AI, when you feed data, when you feed insights, when you feed intelligence, and more importantly, when you feed the actions which has been taken in the past, generative AI has a unique ability to discern and distill knowledge and save it. You can't tell generative AI, okay, tell me the knowledge you gleaned. It won't tell you because it doesn't know. It doesn't know it has a knowledge. But you present a series of facts, a series of insights, and series of intelligence. Generative AI will be able to cross the knowledge gap and then discern and determine what is the right action to be taken. Just visualize this. your ability to capture knowledge across your workforce, create a knowledge corpus as a capability and make it available for anybody in the world, in your organization. That to us is the biggest difference generative AI will make. So for example, a shop floor person goes and stands in front of the turbine and tries to figure out what the problem is. It is not about just his knowledge. It is about the collective knowledge of every shop floor mechanic who has happened in the past is available to them in a digital fashion. So the biggest shift that generative AI will create is knowledge as a capability will be made available to every industry of yours. We are creating investment advisories for our investment companies. They look at a plethora of data and parameters, synthesize huge amount of intelligence and knowledge, which is not possible by one investment advisor sitting in, and helps tell the investment advisor, these are the possible investment suggestions that you can make. That is the power of generative AI. And to us, the second big takeaway I want you to take is just don't focus on collaborative automation or knowledge extraction. Of course, it does a phenomenally good job. But as Jasprit said, if you want to make a difference with this technology, it is about crossing the knowledge gap and making a revolution of how knowledge can be enabled as a capability within your industries. That is the second big takeaway. The third takeaway is I have a big pet peeve always when I speak. 4 years back when I gave a discussion in MMA, it was about emerging technologies. We always look at technologies in isolation, which to me is a big, big no. Generative AI provides a unique opportunity for you to reimagine your enterprise, your industry. It is not about automating. It is not about productivity improvement, but can I completely reimagine my way my shop floor will work? For which you need to look at multiple technologies together. There are 3 very important technologies which are all converging to make this a reality for you. The first is compute. The whole concept of chips and the cost of computers gone down so significantly low. There is one partner of ours, which is Cerebrus. The entire chip, it is by far supposed to be the largest chip. Okay, the entire chip is like this. It is so thick. It is a plate. Millions and millions of processing cores lie there. It is equivalent to one data center sitting on one chip. Why am I talking about compute? Is chips and the compute capability of chips will become so pervasive that they will be existing in a watch, they will be existing in a cell phone, they'll be existing in an IoT device, they'll be existing in a shop floor sensor, and so on and so forth. The reason why I'm telling this chip is each of these chips can potentially, just visualize this, each of these chips can potentially run one large language model on its own. Built, customized, and enabled to deliver one specific outcome so close to the shop floor. It completely transforms the way you do things. It completely transforms the way you do things. Just look at federated intelligence and federated knowledge ecosystems going into your industry. For example, a retail shop, it will give you the complete context to what needs to be done. It completely changes the way. So first and foremost, the big disruption is we have to keep your eyes. It is not about keeping it in a data center. Chips will disrupt the way things work. Naturally, with chips, IoT comes in. So I'm not going to call IoT. The second big technology which is going to be is 5G. The reason why I'm bringing 5G is for you to have ubiquitous connectivity of a reliable grade and senses will change the way the connectivity fabric exists. 5G is not about downloading a YouTube video fast. Okay, so is there a way I can have pervasive systems of connectivity across your shop floor for you to bring intelligence to life, for intelligence to collaborate with any other systems of knowledge? That is the big play that you will see with 5G come in. The third big disruption, which is happening already, the convergence will happen, is about cyber physical systems. What we mean by cyber physical systems is most of the robots are built for robots to exist on its own. Why do you think Tesla is not launching a car in India? Because they cannot build automated driving with our guys crossing in Mylapore signal. The randomness that exists. So the whole aspect of a new emergent science of how cyber physical systems will start to work, where humans will collaborate with technology and systems and robots, is emerging and converging in a way where you can completely reimagine the way industries will work. And the last but not the least are the popular topic of digital twins. Digital twins will give real-time avatars of everything that is happening around you. That gives the context. Generative AI gives the knowledge. Cyber physical systems ensure people and machine work together in a completely different way against a ubiquitous connectivity enabled by 5G. Please look at multiple concurrent technologies together to reimagine your industry. So generative AI is the biggest piece of the jigsaw puzzle, primarily because it is not about automation. It is about a knowledge-driven enterprise. And knowledge is going to be enabled as a capability within your respective industries. So these are absolutely exciting times. The unfortunate thing is I am on the wrong side of 50. So I hope I would be able to see a lot more benefits of this technology. But with that, thank you. Thanks, MMA leadership team, for giving me the opportunity. These are exciting times, and this is the future of GAI for you. Thank you.
The speakers were like this morning, I request also to join the stage, please. You all will agree with me. We had a fantabulous inaugural session. So many insights, so much of demonstration of generative AI going out there. We also thank Prakash Kochar and company who have been generous enough to give away their gift hampers to all the guest speakers. First to Mr. Shanky Vishwanathan, Mr. Mahalingam, the Senior Vice President MMA is giving it away. And then we have Mr. Balaji. We request him to receive a memento from MMA as well. And you would know that we have already presented the online memento, the digital memento to Mr. Gopi and Mr. Jaspreet, to whom we are so very thankful for having joined us this morning in the inaugural session. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session, and we thank everyone who joined us this morning. I think we break for a tea now, a quick cup of tea, because we want to start the session 1 very soon, as promised at 11:30 a.m.
Madras Management Association is now open for online nominations from entrepreneurs and small businesses across India. Startups and SMEs with an annual turnover of not exceeding ₹50 crores are welcome to participate. Log on to governcare.com, mmachennai.org, or give a missed call to 9789. Here's your golden chance to celebrate your business. The 12th edition of the most awaited annual Chinni Krishan Innovation Award from Cabin Care and Madras Management Association is now open for online nominations from entrepreneurs and small businesses across India. Startups and SMEs with an annual turnover of not exceeding ₹50 crores are welcome to participate. Log on to governcare.com, mmachennai.org, or give a missed call to 97899
Mr. Dinesh, this is Group Captain Venkat from MMA. Am I audible? Dinesh, good morning. This is from MMA. Am I audible? Well, yeah. Yeah, okay. 11:13 சொல்லிட்டேன். Check. Good morning, Mr. Dinesh. I'm Group Captain Venkat from MMA. Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right. We'll just start.
Sure.
Wonder. Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down. I hope all of you had a cup of tea. So we are moving on with our session 1. May I request for some silence in this room, please? We are just about to start session 1. We have the speakers already here, and we have Mr. Dinesh Kumar, who's joined us online. So may I now request the panelists to take their place on the dais. Mr. Sachin Premnath, Director Business Consulting UI, he will be chairing this session. And I'll request Mr. Vijay Karunakaran to join him on the stage, please. Please come, Mr. Sachin. Yeah. So we have Mr. Dinesh, who's already joined us online, and yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. We are beginning the special session 1 on the theme, Understanding Generative AI Landscape, a step change in artificial intelligence. What I'll do is I'll briefly introduce all the 3 speakers and then hand over the session to Mr. Sachin. Sachin is a business and technology consulting professional with over 16 years of experience of being trusted advisor to global clients through technology and product and interventions. We have Mr. Dinesh, who's joined us online. Yeah, Mr. Dinesh, we are seeing you as well. Dinesh is a professor of decision sciences and information systems at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. His main research and teaching interests are business analytics and systems engineering. And we have Mr. Vijay, is the founder and CEO, Engage Technologies Private Limited. He's the founder and CEO of this company that builds products and services using emerging technologies, including metaverse, AI, IoT, and the semiconductor. So all their exhaustive profiles are always there for you to scan through and read through. May I now hand over the session to Mr. Sachin Premnath to take this forward. Let's welcome to the round of applause, please.
Am I okay? I think I'm audible. Okay, perfect. So I'm not going to bore with a lot of theoretical content on Gen AI, but try to make this more interactive with you as well, to sort of set an expectation to say, what is Gen AI? How can you apply it in various areas of work which each one of you do? What are some of the economic, social, political background and how things have developed over the years? And I personally have been working with but it's sort of, I know come back from tea, but let's do sort of an exercise, right? Which of these 2 images, you think is generated by a Gen AI model, right? Like, the answer could be none, answer could be one of them or both of them. So, the answer here is both of them, because, so it goes to show that it's not easily distinguishable from one another. Now, think of the applications of this in real time, in real days, right? Like, especially in the work of art, people who are creating art now, not so much because an AI can put together various things together, right? So, that's how disruptive it is from a, from a tech standpoint. Okay, so, I'm sure over the last 6 months, I think towards the end of December is when, the world got exposed to Gen AI in the form of a ChatGPT. But in a sense, large language models, which are based on transformers and, algorithms and so on, have been there for the last decade. Right? It only required a developer to work on it, adjust the weights, do a training and things like that, right? But what ChatGPT made is that it made it, to be consumed by a public, and hence you see the interest which it generates, right? Like, it is the fastest to reach 100 million users compared to Netflix, compared to, any other, product or service offering in the past technological history. This has been the fastest, right? Now, because it's the fastest, you would then say that, a lot of venture capitalist funding goes into it. In general, a lot of interest is there, both by investors, by, the technology community, and more so by the business users, right? You won't believe the number of conversations I have with business folks to say that, can something in Gen AI be applied here, right? And, from 1 year ago, wherein, I used to go and say that, you can apply AI here. Now it's the opposite, to say that, why can't you apply a Gen AI component in a certain area of work, whatever you do? Now, let's look at some of the, social, economic, legal constraints, right? Now, if you look at it from a, law standpoint, a lot of laws have been passed, especially in the US, in the EU region now. You must have, heard something around, how various models are performing, and Stanford did a study on it and how reliable they are. So there's an act for Gen AI and AI specific act being introduced, and probably in a couple of years, it'll be mandated. From a legal constraint, right now, there is a lot of, debate to say that, the decisions taken by Gen AI, who is liable for it. For example, there was a lawyer in the US, I mean, it came out in the recent news, right, who essentially used ChatGPT to, create a case law in itself, right, and then present it to the judge. And then, finally he had to accept, saying that, because he lost the case, and so he had no citations in the past, those are not valid, and hence it cost him the case, right? Similarly, there are places where people have applied Gen AI in your day-to-day work, right? And especially when you are addressing, say, an audience, we want to write an email template to your clients and things like that. Those are perfect ways to use it. But then, one has to be judicious in choosing various components of Gen AI, right? I'm not going to go into everything from, what you see on the slide, but, from a social standpoint, right? I think, one of the things which I hear a lot is that now everybody is an expert in everything with the advent of ChatGPT, right? So all you got to do is ask it to say that how something works, and then, it gives you a write-up, and then you're an expert in it. On the other side, and we're going to cover that with Dinesh as well later, right, is that it opens up immense amount of knowledge opportunities for people to learn from. Now, how have the, to slightly make it more real, right? Like within our own businesses, within our own companies, enterprises, how have the questions evolved, right? Now, like I said, everyone wants to adopt some bit of AI or Gen AI into it, and at least do a pilot to say, where it stands. It could be in the area of finance, it could be, in the area of tax, legal, and so on. Right? You could also use it to improve, revenue opportunities, right? So I have a lot of clients to come and say that, how can, Gen AI help me identify a new revenue stream, which is not existing in the past, or a revenue stream in your own businesses, to say that, how can you enhance it? Right? Now, a bit of theory, right, to say that what is Gen AI? And, interchangeably over the last decade, I've seen people using to say AI/ML and various things, right? But in essence, an AI is a, you can think of it as a holistic field of study within which encompasses, say, an ML, which is your machine learning algorithms, and then, which further basis, how many layers you train essentially becomes a deep learning network, right? But there is what has got evolved is from a natural language processing. The Gen AI is sort of, carved out and, has been trained specifically from a text standpoint, right? As of December, Jan. But we'll see its applications right now, even beyond text as well. But let's look at it from an evolution standpoint. Like I said, right? Like, when I started working with, I would say the predecessors of today's Gen AI is probably in 2010-ish with various other transformer models. So essentially, it's not something which is new, but it has just gotten, exponentially more powerful. And what one model could do, with a certain question, now it does it much better, much faster, and, much more accurately. Okay. Now, all that is fine, right? Like, from a theory standpoint to say, what can Gen AI do? But, essentially, how does it help you with your day-to-day work? Right? So, you can use it to summarize text. You can use it along with your existing chatbots itself, right, to make it more conversive in nature. You can ask it to generate templates, which is essentially wordsmithing various content which you have developed. Say you've written a novel, you want to refine it. This is a perfect place to do that as well. And of course, from a image generation standpoint, you can, today, unless you want to experience it, you don't need to go into Paris and then stand with an Eiffel Tower, right? You can ask it to generate, and there is algorithms there to say that, put me in front of an Eiffel Tower, and then it will create a more realistic image for you as well. Finally, from a source code generation standpoint, a lot of my clients are leveraging this, especially from a replatforming from one language to another, to give you basic syntax written in, with a certain specific code built in. In terms of test scripts creation, right? That's another area of, specific applications from a source code standpoint as well. But that's not where it all ends. Like, there are so many different avatars of Gen AI. Right? Like I heard Shanky saying earlier, is that, it's not limited to text anymore. Right? So you can create music, you can create images, you can create videos. From a content creation standpoint, pretty much anything is possible now. And there are so many startups and established, companies who have created their own products, in these space. And these are only to name a few, but then, you can see that there's a lot more interest now where people are investing in it. They are taking the base model, either Hugging Face or an OpenAI, whatever. And then on top of that, creating their own specific embeddings, right? Which is with their own specific data. Now, what does that result in? It gives you insights into, your businesses, your customer behavior, helps you become more or provide more personalized experiences to your specific clients. Right? Now, finally, right, like, on the workforce skills perspective. So typically, any enterprise can be broken down into these three layers. Right? You will have an analyst layer, you will have a, business heads, function heads, and then, you'll have a CXO layer, right? Now, all three of them can leverage Gen AI and various use cases within Gen AI in their own way, right? So, you can use it for searching knowledge databases. So an operational analyst who is basically talking to a customer on the call needs to refer to an SOP document before responding, right? Now they can use it, Gen AI to search those documents and get a relevant response. The same thing with a function head can use the search functionality to be able to get insights from the document. Right? So essentially, every skill augmented by GenAI, as what you see on the right, is essentially can be applied to every role here, what you see on the left. Thank you. I now invite Vijay to give us a walkthrough. Please.
My deck. Yeah. Put on the deck. Yeah, there's take it live. All right, good. All right. Thank you, Sunil. Can you guys hear me? All right. So my name is Vijay, founder CEO of Engage Technologies. In addition to what I do for my company, I'm also an advisor for technology for Tamil Nadu government. Just few projects that I want to mention. I'm advising and we are implementing quite a bit of AI projects for the state of Tamil Nadu. One interesting project is for the forest department is how can you monitor and track the movement of elephants in Madhukari forest so that they don't get killed by the railway track. So this is one of the projects we implementing using AI. Then we are building AI projects, AI data centers, and other pretty cool AI projects. So I'm very involved in that. And as a company, Engage, we've been involved before ChatGPT hit the market, at least for a year before, we've been implementing a lot of generative AI projects for content generation. That's a quick background. Now I'll go to the next slide. So I was asked that talk about area where people will not talk about during this session. So there will be a lot of talks. We had talks about the applications of generative AI. We talked about how you create images, video, music, all the applications oriented across multiple areas. So they told me talk about two big areas. So I'm choosing semiconductor chips, which Shanky sort of gave you an initial prelude. So that's the area because semiconductor is what is driving the whole generative AI explosion. So that I'm going to talk about. The second thing I'm going to talk about is metaverse, right? Metaverse. So these two things make my 25 years of professional experience. 17 years as a director of semiconductors at Intel, and 8 years driving Engage, which is one of the pioneers in metaverse in India, right? So let's think through it, right? So why, when ChatGPT was launched, we had a mad rush of million users signing up in a single day. And on an average, close to 10 million people log in and send queries to ChatGPT. Right. At what cost? The cost which the open they get close to 8 billion search every single day. And that's going to cost them close to $80 billion US. And you're all getting it free. And it's not going to be free for too long, just the beginning, right? Already ChatGPT Plus, they are charging. Now they don't want you to log in more often. Even then you pay $20 a month, you're restricted to only so many number of queries per day, per week. Why? Why is that? We all think it's free. We all think it's free, but the real cost comes in from computing. All those explosion of new generative AI models, tools, and applications, they come at a real cost. The cost is computing and carbon footprint. I'm going to talk about that today, right? So that's what it means. The second, there are many semiconductors, right? I'm just going to throw some jargons at you just to make sure you at least get a feel of what these are. So in the PC world, right? If you look at it, we have moved from PC world from the 1990s to a smartphone mobile world from 2000 until now, right? That's how we have been. If you look at it, it is the CPU, the central processing unit that is delivered by the Intels and the AMDs of the world, that what drove the PC computing. Then came the mobile smartphone computing, also a CPU, but we had new entrant called ARM, driven by a bunch of semiconductor companies. They drove the smartphone, right? Now we are entering the new world, AI computing. And that can also be called as immersive computing or spatial computing that Apple said earlier, right? So all across the PC computing, the market, the share of the technology stack or the economic share of the technology stack for PC industry, for semiconductor companies was close to 20–30%. That dropped to close to 10% in the smartphone era. Why? Because when we move from PC computing to a smartphone computing, to look at it, why did smartphone explode? Anybody? Why did smartphone usage explode? It's not because of you have very fancy smartphones in your hand. It's because of the applications. So it is the software that took a major market share of the entire economic value of the mobile computing. Now, the next 5 decades, where we are entering or already entered the generative AI, it is a great opportunity for semiconductors to recapture close to 40–50% share of the entire technology stack. So that's so important. Semiconductor is the most important component of this generative AI, right? The chips, not the silicon chips, but the semiconductor chips, right? So that's what. If you look at it, right, these are the 4 technology layers. If you look at any device that you use in your hand, whether it's a PC or in your laptop or your smartphone, that's a technology stack, right from your hardware layer to your kernels to drivers, applications. And this is what the typical stack for a AI stack. The one at the bottom, the hardware and the cloud, those are the ones that is going to driving the entire AI explosion. So that's where the semiconductor comes into play. On top of it is a model which is from the open AI companies. On top, the layer 2 is all your framework, which gives hooks to the models that the open AI or the Google or the Microsoft is going to deliver. On top of it, layer 3 is the applications that we are building, right? All the applications that includes ChatGPT, diffusion for image creation. There are lots and lots of applications. That's what it means, right? And so this deck just gives you an idea of the various types of semiconductors, FPGA, ASIC, CPU, and GPU, that's driving the explosion. Now, if you look at it, that is a term called GPU. GPU means graphical processing unit. CPU, central processing unit. The GPU was born from the requirement of a gaming industry. It is highly, massively parallel processing. So that's what a floating point unit or a graphic rastering is requiring, right? So that's what GPU means. And the company, that's a company, NVIDIA. How many guys know NVIDIA? Intel? Yeah, everybody knows Intel, right? So NVIDIA, just to put things in perspective, NVIDIA hit a market cap of $1 trillion a month back. $1 trillion. I think it's not a big deal. There are only 4 companies who are beyond $1 trillion. The first is Apple, $2.6 trillion. India's GDP is only $3 trillion. So just to put in perspective, right? So Apple, then comes your Microsoft, Google, and there's an oil company from Saudi called Aramco. Aramco, then comes Amazon, now comes in NVIDIA. NVIDIA's market cap doubled the last 1 year. Why? Because it is the GPU of the NVIDIA that is driving the AI industry. The GPU is driving the generative AI. That's why in the last 9 months, the market cap of NVIDIA doubled. So you know the importance, right? And currently, the GPU, which could be the H100 or the A100, hey guys, just to put in perspective, right? The CPU costs only $80, $90, which you see in your computer, $90, $100, depends which generation you buy. But NVIDIA's chip, the A100, costs $10,000. Right? One more key reference point. Anything you do on your laptop or on your PC gets sent by 5G to the data center. A data center that is used for generative AI application. If you use the age-old CPU, central processing unit, it's going to cost $1 billion to build a data center. $1 billion. Same thing when you switch to a GPU-based parallel processing data center, it's going to be 1/10, $100 million. Hence, there's a huge demand for GPUs driven by NVIDIA. There are more companies will come. Intel is trying to do a catch-up game, AMD by putting CPU and building some AI accelerators. Right? That's a catch-up game. Now, quick, before I get to the next step. The last 5 decades, we all know at the international level, oil and gas was the currency for international diplomacy, geopolitics, right? That's where every country is conquering every other country, right? Oil and gas. For the next 5 decades is going to be semiconductor chips. Semiconductor chips is the currency for international diplomacy. Why does America love Taiwan? Why is America defending and spending billions trying to safeguard Taiwan? Is it because they like the Taiwanese people? Is it because they like the Taiwanese noodles? Why? Yes, they have the world's best top-notch cutting-edge fabrication unit called FAB, TSMC. TSMC controls 90% of all the advanced chips manufacturing. That's why they want to safeguard. That's why Biden goes to Taiwan, shakes hand, and brings the technology back to US. Just America has come with a new act called CHIPS Act. They're spending $250 billion free money to all the top manufacturing companies like Intel so that they could build TSMC related technology back in the US. That is the reason, right? Now, what can India do? Which we'll talk about in the Q&A session, right? Now, having talked about semiconductors, so far you're with me, right? Now let's talk about metaverse. I'm going to play a short video for a minute. Volume.
When we commit to something bigger than ourselves. Changes the way we see the world. And in turn, changes the world we see.
Let's take a look at what working in the metaverse will be like. Imagine if you could be at the office without the community. You could still have that sense of presence, shared physical space. There's chance interactions that make your day all accessible from anywhere. Now imagine that you have your perfect work setup. You can actually do more than you could in your regular work setup. And on top of all that, you can keep wearing your favorite sweatpants.
Here, let's get together real quick for a debrief.
I'm free now. Let's jump in. Hi.
Hey.
So what do we think?
I think it's ready.
Great.
I'll prep it for the presentation.
All right. Good luck.
Introducing Apple Vision Pro. The era of spatial computing is here.
All right, so this is the introduction of metaverse. How many guys know metaverse? How many guys know Facebook? Do you know how many, do you know that Facebook changed name to Meta? Why? That's one good answer. They are full of public because they feel metaverse, which is the new age of computing, the next computing, right? That is going to be in the future, and they want to best align themselves to metaverse. Hence, Facebook changed to Meta, right? And other reasons, but that is the primary reason, right? Now, if you look at it, right, over the years from 1940s, we have come a long way in terms of internet computing evolution. 40s, workstation, floppy card, then we moved to PC, then we moved to laptop, then from 2000 until now, we were in smartphone era. Smartphone era, how do we interact with the smartphones? Through touch and movement of the phone. So that was the touch and feel interaction with the device. So moving forward, it's going to be immersive. So we're going to use gestures, we're going to use eyes to do the computing. That is where we are heading, and that is the AI age, driven by augmented reality, driven by AI, driven by other things. Like I will talk about probably the blockchain in a few slides. So that's where the internet is heading, right? And if you align this with, I'll go back to this slide. If you align with what I told you earlier, Web 1.0, Web 2.0, Web 3.0. I just want to make sure you guys get this, right? The Web 1.0 was the initial PC days, where when you start typing the URL on your PC, you will get this sound from the modem, all this happens. Then you get data from your server. That's a read-only mode, where all you do is enter the URL, you get the data from the server. That's Web 1.0. Pretty much in the PC industry. That was the start of the internet revolution that drove for 10, 15 years. Then came Web 2.0. Currently, most of our applications are on Web 2.0. What that means is it can read, it can write. All when you order food on your Swiggy, you're giving a lot of information about yourself, your location, your credit card. That means you are writing data from your device to the server, right? So the read-write. This read-write mode of the whole engagement is what drove the next evolution of Web 2.0. That's what exploded entire mobility ecosystem 2.0. But there are two drawbacks of Web 2.0. Number one, it is centralized. That means anything you send, even a WhatsApp doesn't go to him directly. It hits the server and goes back. So, and at the server, there are people like Facebook who give the product, WhatsApp, Instagram free. Why they give it free? Because for them, you are the product. You are the product by storing data, by analyzing your behavior, and by putting products that you may not need, that they think you need after 1 week or a month, they sell it to you. They sell it to you, right? That's how they make money. That is the centralized. When the whole mobility ecosystem was designed initial days, it was never the case. No closed wall garden. It was supposed to be open, but the greed kicks in, right? So now the two big, right? Other big drawback of Web 2.0 is 2 dimensions. All you see the content is on a fixed display, whether you're looking at a PC or your mobility, it's all fixed display, right? If you want to see bigger, all you have to do is zoom it up, swipe left, right. That's not the true engagement. In the real world, I see Sarah in front of me, I see the dais in front of me, everything is 3-dimensional. Everything is 3-dimensional. I could go around where I want to do. So 2 drawbacks Web 2.0. One is centralized, which affects everybody in terms of privacy. Third is still boring 2-dimension. Web 3.0 is meant to solve that by doing decentralization using the blockchain technology. That's number one. Number two, by delivering an immersive 3D content engagement that's delivered by augmented reality and virtual reality. Put together, that's called metaverse, and that's where the world is heading, whether you like it or not. And right now, the devices are on your head. At some point, it becomes smaller and smaller, but the technology hardware takes a good 10 years, 12 years to evolve. Right now, it's a more enterprise game. Shanky can talk about that. But soon, when Apple launches its Apple Vision Pro, hits the market, when the price comes down, it would be a consumer play, right? But Web 3.0 metaverse is the next computing, next internet, yeah? And
all the content. Now, why is relevant for generative AI? One of the impediments or the issue in the consumer adoption of metaverse is one, obviously the device is big. Second thing, the content. You need lots and lots of good use models. The reason why smartphone exploded is not because of the device, it's the content and the apps. For that to happen, you need lots and lots of applications and content on the metaverse. And generative AI makes that easy, very, very easy. So 80% of the content of metaverse could be generated using generative AI. With that, okay, this is a product from Engage where we use all things, which is generative AI, semiconductor, virtual reality for the stroke and musculoskeletal rehabilitation. So just want to give you an example that we've been doing this for the last couple of years. Thanks for listening, and I really appreciate your time.
Mr. Dinesh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll share my screen. Okay. Can you see my presentation?
Yeah, we are able to see that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good morning, all. Sorry, I couldn't be there today because of other conflicts. So I'm going to talk about what are the problems with large language models, but then how it can be used. Okay, so first I ask this question: can we trust large language models and Gen AI in general? I can't see the audience. If you can put on the camera, I just want to see hand goes up or down. Is it possible?
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that.
Okay. I just want to know how much you can trust large language models. Okay. Can people simply raise your hand so that I know some count? Okay. Not many hands are going up. Okay.
Yeah.
At least, yeah, I can't see much. Okay, fine. Right. So let us try to understand. LLM uses basically internet data, right? Now the question is, can you trust the data in the internet? Okay. Let me give you an example. If you take the data, you have to first check whether the data source is reliable or is there a bias in the data. And everything else follows because all these models are built on this massive amount of data which is available in the internet. Let me give you an example. This guy, whom you see in this screen, was voted as the most influential man of past 2000 years. Okay. How many of you can recognize this person? I don't see many hands going up. Okay. So this internet poll was conducted in year 2000, and he was voted as the most influential man. Probably not many, very few may recognize him. Let us look at who and all lost that election. You can probably recognize him. Jesus Christ, he came second. He lost that election. And Karl Marx came third. And this guy, his name is Jamie Pollock. He got the largest number of votes. You may be wondering how he got the largest number of votes. Now, let me give you the context. During 99-2000 season, he was playing for Man City. Man City just won the Champions League and Premier League and so on this year. But during that time, it was a Division 1 team. And it was the last match of that season. And they were playing against another team, which is called Queen's Park Rangers. And both these teams were in a critical situation because if they lose the match, they'll be relegated. And this is what happened in the match. Now you can see that video. Now the ball is with Jamie Pollock. Right? Nice goal. Well, it is at the wrong side of the pitch. With all that effort, he puts a self goal. Okay. And because of this goal, the match ends in a 2-all draw. and Man City was relegated to Division 2, and Queen's Park Rangers stayed in Division 1. This poll was immediately after that. And all the fans of Queen's Park Rangers went and voted for Jamie Pollock as the most influential man of the past 2000 years. That's how he got large number of votes. Now, that point I'm trying to make is that, where are you getting your data from for your large language models? Okay, you have to be very, very careful when people talk about and create hype. You have to be careful, what is the source of the data? Okay, so I asked this question. The question is, who is the most influential man of the past 3,000 years, right? And it said Confucius, Siddhartha Gautama, Julius Caesar, Leonardo da Vinci, Karl Marx. Why Jesus Christ and Muhammad are missing? Because there is a problem in this prompt. Because I said last 3,000 years, and it can list only 5 because the word constraint. So he decided to miss Jesus Christ and Muhammad, right? If I asked 2,000 years, then it would have removed Confucius and Buddha. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that be careful where you're getting with these kind of tools, okay? I asked another question, which is like this: did Jesus agree with Buddha's idea? And it basically gives me some answer. Yes, there are similarities, but they never met and all that. All right. But it depends on where the data is coming from, because this data is basic internet. If you include data from YouTube, there is a BBC documentary which says Jesus was a Buddhist monk, right? Now, this is one problem, because when you use large language models, be careful where the data is coming from. The second is there could be a bias in the data. For example, if you take any other form of medicine other than allopathy, the Wikipedia will say they're all pseudoscientific. Whether it is Ayurveda, homeopathy, naturopathy, anything else other than allopathy is all, according to Wikipedia, quackery or pseudoscientific, right? But then Wikipedia says that 80% of the population in India and Nepal actually used Ayurveda or something else. So basically, it says that 1/6 of the population has used, but that's the pseudoscientific, okay? But if you actually go to allopathy doctors with certain kind of illness, they'll say, go and try, naturopathy or homeopathy and so on. So can you trust who is running this Wikipedia data? Can you trust Wikipedia data? Because it heavily gets used in large language models, right? There's another problem. The problem is that don't think that large language model is the ultimate solution. Large language models have large number of limitations, okay? For example, I asked who will win World Cup Football 2022. It says, this is a very important thing. I do not have the ability to predict. The supervised learning algorithms like algorithm many, I'm not specifying any one of them, can actually come up with a probability. So probability that Argentina has a probability of so much win, France has so much win, and so on. And I asked, okay, will Messi win the World Cup? Again, the same thing. It says that I cannot predict, right? This large language model has no ability to predict, okay? So that raises a problem, because most of the corporate budgeting, planning, everything is based on prediction. If you don't predict, you can't plan, right? So these are the problems of large language models, okay? But having said that, what is the advantage of large language model, okay? So large language model can contribute in multiple ways, right? Whether it is text generation, code generation, image generation, speech, video, 3D, and other forms of data. Now that basically means we can create data which will be otherwise difficult. I can create image. For example, these people don't exist. This is generated by AI, right? Or Gen AI. And I'll tell you why this is very, very important. One of the areas which is threatened by AI, I don't see threatened by Gen AI, but it can create content, right? Innovative content. And this is a scene from Godfather. It's not Al Pacino there. It's actually Mohanlal, Mammootty, and Fahad Fawcett.
Corleone family wants to buy you out.
Corleone family wants to buy me out. No, I buy you out. You don't buy me out.
Your casino loses money. Maybe we can do better.
You think I'm skimming off the top, Mike?
You're unlucky.
You goddamn guineas really make me laugh. I do you a favor and take Freddie in when you're having a bad time, and then you try to push me.
Okay, right. Now, what generative AI can do, this is a quote from one of the recent issues of Harvard Business Review, which basically said, by 2020, your Bahubalis will be made by AI, right? The big budget Marvel movies will be already probably by AI, but that's basically what it is saying. Now, when AI came into discussion about 100 years back, people wanted to actually create something which will imitate human, but all that has changed. So what we see today is that human actually imitate Gen AI systems. So let us watch this. This is a show in one of the Chinese channels.
也是他的那种感觉，就甩葱歌吧。第一次才会选这样的歌。是他的声音啊。
Okay, who is the BGM? It's an AI, right? And this is the original. So that's a human copying an AI. This is created by Japanese company, Krypton Future Media. And this is music by AI, or BGM by AI. Okay, so now how innovation plays in AI, right? So AI cannot just like that come out because there is a data required. Now for this particular music, where did the data come from, right? Now this is the data. So you see how it picked up a data and converted into one of the great BGMs, and now humans are copying that, right? So these are the possibilities of Gen AI in general. Now it is going to kind of disrupt the market because now it has the ability to generate data, right? Now, entire last 10, 15 days, the entire media, world media was focusing on Ocean Gate, the submersible which imploded in Atlantic. Now, one of the problems with these kind of innovation is that we have very, very limited data. So whatever material that we have, whether we are talking about carbon fiber or titanium and so on, when you go deep in the sea, we have no idea to what extent it can survive those environments, okay? Because the testing is very, very difficult and very, very expensive. Now, if we can actually somehow manage generative AI to create this data, that will advance science a lot. So these extreme weather conditions, how material will behave, can we generate data for that? So this is going to be one of the important contribution of AI. We are doing a lot of projects where we are thinking about how we can actually bring in Gen AI kind of thing. For example, there is something called neonatal sepsis. So newborn babies can die because of sepsis. Sepsis is a bacterial infection and very high chance of death. And India, the mortality rate is 25. But we are looking at a solution which is basically based on non-invasive procedures. Can you look at the baby's, parameters and mother's parameters? Can you predict what is the chance that the baby may actually get into sepsis and so on? Now, what we are thinking is that there are about 10.4 lakh ASHA workers in India, and they carry a lot of data. So if you look at the idea of large language model is the data coming from multiple sources. And each of these ASHA workers is basically a data creator. And can we pull that data together and come up with a model which can help and reduce neonatal sepsis deaths? The other thing which is going to happen thanks to Gen AI is that we can create solutions where the data-driven decision becomes very, very easy and accessible to everybody. For example, if somebody asks me a question, okay, should I invest in Infosys stock or TCS stock? Now you have to go to a consultant. what I'm saying is, okay, all this information data is available. I can use, kind of Gen AI to run the model backend and then tell me, okay, which is the right choice, right? Obviously, Gen AI in itself can't do it because Gen AI can't predict things. So I have to integrate other machine learning algorithms to do and answer such kind of things. But one of the problem with the advancement of AI is skill obsolescence, right? There are certain skills, lack of time, will not elaborate on this. There are certain skills which are going to become redundant, but there'll be a lot of jobs that will be created through AI technology. But so I don't think we need to worry too much about skill obsolescence because of AI. Now, this somebody said that ChatGPT is a thought engine. It is not a thought engine, right? At least for time being, it is not a thought engine. At most, it is an information synthesizer. Unless you integrate many other technologies, it is not going to be a thought engine, right? It's far away from thought engine, and but there are efforts to make it a thought engine. With that, I'll end my talk. I'm open to questions. Thank you for listening. And once again, apologies for not being there in person for other conflicts. Thank you.
So if anyone has got any questions, kindly share it, the question slips that have been shared with you. Question slip, please, question slip.
I think we have a question now. Thank you, Dinesh, for the brilliant videos, etc. I think it captivated the audience very well. We have one question. India has been trying to get into the chip manufacturing space. When is it expected to see the light of the day? How much of investment is required for India to become a leading chip manufacturer? Vijay, if I can ask you to.
Hello. So the question is, what's India play in semiconductor?
Yeah, I mean, when is it expected to become like an investment hub for chip manufacturing?
So if you look at semiconductor, there are three distinct phases. Phases where we do the design. Design is done on PCs and software. Once the design is done, you send the design to manufacturing. That's where the fab comes into play. The third phase is once the design comes from the fabrication, the chip, you do post-silicon validation. So India has already a large play in the first phase, design phase. All the big boys of the semiconductor, Intel, Qualcomm, everybody, they have a house in Bangalore or other parts of India. So there we have a fairly good play. Semiconductor manufacturing, right, where it's pretty important, right? That requires close to 10 to $15 billion investment. Investment is easy. Money is not that difficult for a government of Indian size. What is important is the technology transfer. For example, I think the PLI scheme, India has reopened the window. That is, Vedanta and Foxconn came with a deal to do some manufacturing, but that's on stall because they couldn't find a technology partner. So, and the technology that was looked at doing it also is very, very outdated, probably 28 nanometer, whereas the current thing is 4. To answer your question, unless India becomes pally-pally more with America and try to influence TSMC to invest and bring the technology transfer, is no longer, it's the issue of money. It's the technology that is required to build the manufacturing, is the skill set required to support it. I think on our own, it's going to be darn hard for India to build that. I think partnership with the existing TSMC or something close to it is what's required. I don't see anything happening in the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. We have another question, which is more towards the manufacturing industry. Right? How do we see the manufacturing industry, say 5 years down the line using AI? So let me take that, and probably Vijay, Dinesh, you can add on. I don't think it's a question of whether AI for manufacturing. AI has been implemented in manufacturing at least for the last 5-6 odd years. I've done a lot of work with AI in manufacturing, especially for, let's say, pharma clients, to manufacturing the quality of, for example, the soft gels which are manufactured. Look at the shine, look at the texture, brightness, etc. Right now, these are all specific computer vision AI use cases which has been implemented, especially in, I'm working back with clients from a manufacturing or from a warehousing standpoint as well, right? To automatically detect, to say that, if people are wearing from a safety standpoint, are they wearing vests, are they wearing, safety helmets and so on. So again, applications in manufacturing could change, but it's something which is already being done, and it will only make further inroads and grow much more in terms of either improving efficiencies or or reducing the cost, right? So I think these are the two main levers which AI will impact.
Professor, would you like to add something to this, Professor Dinesh?
So there are a large number of applications of AI in manufacturing. So we have done many projects. For example, if you look at all the autonomous cars, how do they get the ability to drive themselves? Where is that ability coming from, right? So you have to look at the road and what is in front of you, what is behind you, and imagine Indian road, right? It's much more complex. So it has been used for several years now. So we have done projects, for example, in a manufacturing system, can you predict whether there'll be a fire in the next 15 minutes, right? And this was done using sensors or basically IoT devices and so on. And we have worked with a lot of automobile companies trying to predict failures, warranty claims, whether there is any fraud. So there are so many applications. So in fact, you will hardly find any sector where AI is not being used. Okay.
Thank you, Dinesh. I think we have the last two questions. Yeah, sure. I think we have a question on the language side of things, which is more from a speech synthesis or a voice to text to speech, right? The question says, can it be possible to get or translate more than one language at the same time? So for example, when somebody speaks in Tamil, gets translated to language one, English, and then Hindi at the same time, right? The answer is yes. Either you can do that using specific language models, and Government of India has a specific initiative called Bhasha as well, using which a lot of chatbots these days are being developed. Its language accuracy is extremely good. The same thing you can do using any other cognitive service as well, to say multiple language translation.
So just to add, if you look at UN Council and all, we are talking about members from like more than 150 countries speaking different languages. So whenever a speaker speaks whichever language, it automatically gets translated. So all these things are around, and accuracy has improved a lot.
Yeah. Quickly, sure. Just to add to it, right? Along with just do the translation, if you wear a device like this, you could create a 3D avatar, realistic avatar of your or a family, anybody in 3D avatar, and delivering the speech in real time. So that's where this device like Prolux comes in. So it is conversion of language along with 3D avatar, delivering the speech in a very realistic way.
Yeah. Actually, so another good application from a manufacturing standpoint, I know we're running out of time, but especially from an equipment maintenance standpoint, training people to say that, how do you repair a certain equipment can be another use case developed on the HoloLens, right? Before actually working on
it. So we have been servicing close to 80 manufacturing companies in all phases of manufacturing, right? From design to customer experience to safety validation training. So I think it's a huge potential.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have one last question. First we had ML and then we had AI. Now we have Gen AI. What will be next? This is a two-part question. Second part of the question is that with respect to Web 3.0, the data will be more personalized So what happens to the professions which is more dependent on data, like data science?
Upskilling. So when computers hit the market, people were worried about losing jobs. Right? But what happened? People upskilled it. They're all using computers, right? So that's how it's going to be. I don't think the net there won't be any job loss. I think it's only a realignment or reassignment of various job roles, and the process people will upskill themselves, will reskill themselves. I think it's definitely a positive. There's always some negative impact of any new technology, but as long as the positive totally overweigh the negative, I think we should embrace technology.
Can I add my view? Say one of the examples I showed, ChatGPT asked who will win the FIFA World Cup. It said, I can't predict, right? Because it doesn't have the ability to predict. It's a language model. That's what data scientists do. Data scientists predict. So don't think that data science is going to disappear. People use LLM because it's fun application today. And soon they realize that, okay, there is limitations of this. We have to bring in a stronger AI/ML model, integrate that with the large language models to solve problems. So there is some kind of hype going on. It will settle down soon, and then they'll realize, okay, this is a reality to bring the other models and now integrate into LLM.
Thank you, Dinesh.
Thank you, Mr. Sachin, for
Thank you.
so nicely moderating the entire session, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have to honor the guest speakers. May I request Mr. Senthil Nathan, who is the MD of Tanpack Industries and Chairman of Pondicherry MMA chapter, to also honor the guest speakers. And Professor Dinesh, we are missing your physical presence here, so we would honor you with an online memento on your behalf. We are presenting a few textbooks for underprivileged children. And here we have the presentation of memento and a gift hamper from Prakash Kochar and Company. To both the speakers, Mr. Vijay Karunakaran and Mr. Sachin Premnath. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for both these gentlemen, and of course, Professor, who has taken time off to join us online from there. Professor, we look forward to see you here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are moving on to our next session. We have Mr. John Verghese. Mr. John, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Thank you, Mr. John. We are able to see you as well very clearly. So we're moving on to the next session of the day, which is session 2, deep dive into large language models, ChatGPT and other generative AI models and its potential applications and business transformation. May I request Mr. Balaji, Technology Consulting EY, and Mr. Sudalai Rajkumar to join him on the stage, please. So we have Mr. John, who's joined us online. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome all of them with a round of applause. Mr. John has joined us all the way from United States. Thank you so much, sir. I know what time it is there now, but you've taken your time off. I appreciate your gesture.
A pleasure to be here. Thank you.
So very briefly, let me introduce Mr. Balaji. We met him in the morning, of course. He's the Partner Technology Consulting UI. And then we have the two more speakers, John Verghese, Founder and CEO, Exemplary AI, Generative AI for video, audio. He's joining us from San Francisco. He's a proven product and technology leader. Then we have Mr. Sudalai Rajkumar, SRK, as he is known as, Head of AI and ML, Grofen, Forex, Kaggle Grandmaster, Angel Investor, and AI and ML Advisor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them. And now let me hand over the session to Mr. Balaji to take it forward.
Good morning, everybody. And it's wonderful to connect with you again after a couple of other sessions as well. So in this particular session, we'll cover about large language models, ChatGPT, generative AI, and its potential application and business transformation as well. So this is what we'll cover in this particular session. As we set the context for this session, I thought, GPT is general purpose technologies. I mean, it's nothing to do with what we speak right now, and it's been there for quite some number of years. In fact, a few centuries ago as well. So it can actually trace back in terms of when the steam engine was first invented, and it got applied electricity, computers, semiconductors, internet, and artificial intelligence, and it actually keeps moving on. And as the first session, there was a speaker who actually told about at each and every century that we have some development which happens, which changes the human civilization or life. It is very true. It is actually comes out with the data points that I can actually showcase out here. The life expectancy in the last 100 years has actually grown up by more than 121%. It has actually improved, and many times it is attributable to the technology out there. The global literacy rate at every 5 years, it has actually gone up by 4%. I mean, it's been compounding it at a rapid pace. So a lot of initiatives that you can really work with the advent of technology. In fact, I remember way back in the late 2010 or 2008, at that point of time, even before when the 4G was there, I was talking to one of the telecom majors in their chairman's office, and they had the vision of bringing in education and healthcare to rural India, where you don't have teachers or doctors, using the 4G technology in terms of having the doctors and the teachers on your phone. And all this technology really helped us during this COVID period as well, when we were not able to move out and work on. So definitely this technology usage in terms of it has enhanced our lifestyle and has been making us a lot more comfortable. Not only that, but also improving us economically and a lot more healthier in the last few years, right? I mean, last number of years. So when you look from that standpoint, the application, mostly from the business standpoint, we can quickly talk, be it in the banking sector, be it in agriculture and advanced manufacturing, lots of area. In fact, last time there was a question as well in terms of application of the AI and Gen AI in manufacturing. So we can talk something about that. In the course of my presentation, what I will do is take you through a couple of demos. Maybe it's in a video form, in terms of how the Gen AI has been used, and possibly it will give you a glimpse in terms of how its application, as to how industries have been using it, not just the industry, but also how the government has been using this particular capability in a very, very brief way. Before I get into that, I mean, large language model capabilities and potential application areas, I thought I'll quickly cover that. What this LLM is capable of doing is, I can divide that into three major buckets. One is, it is capable of processing information as we humans do. It can understand the text content and understand the instructions, questions, and the prompts that you have. And it also has the capability of retrieval of this information to the question that you ask, relevant information that you ask, it can retrieve it. And then based on whatever data it has, it can also generate new content here and be very, very specific to your requirement. I'm sure that most of you will be using ChatGPT, I mean 3 or 3.5 or even 4 in some cases, and you would have actually had full experience of the power it actually brings to us. So given this capability that you have on LLM, you can actually apply it in terms of a search part of it, where you can, this typical example can be ChatGPT, Brad. In fact, we had the demo of Brad today morning. And here, when you look into it, two types of capability or the foundation component has been used. One is information processing, the other is retrieval, information retrieval. If you talk about chatbot actually uses all the three part of it, because it understands your query. It actually retrieve that information. It also personalizes its response, content generation as well. So it actually goes about all these three. It actually, and it is in this context, there's something called Kisan AI, which has been developed by the government of India for farmers. And I'll take you through that particular demo very quickly in terms of how that's been useful for our farmers in that way. Then text generation. So if you need to write a blog, in fact, you can write stories, You can actually put that email, content, various other aspect of it. You can actually do that. Again, a lot of companies have started using this in their marketing field, in their HR related areas as well. Again, I'll try to show another demo in terms of how companies have used the text generation out there. Speech, image, and video content. Definitely, that's one of the area which demo was shown today morning by the Google person. That's something which is really was very insightful from that standpoint. And then the last application can be in terms of code automation. And this is one area. When I mean code, your software codes. I mean, many times you can also write your code. And in fact, I have seen quite a few coders who use ChatGPT to develop codes. And not only it also does the test cases. I mean, the moment you have created a code, you want to test how that code really works. So it can actually give you those use cases as well, which you can test and see that the code is working fine or not. Though there are certain drawbacks with respect to it. I think there's a separate session which talks about the limitations of these models. I thought I'll restrict in terms of the theory of possibilities and how the potential area are actually being done in this particular session. So quickly moving on, this is the application I was talking to you about, Kisan AI, which has been developed. I have actually given the source as well, bottom, where actually this has been picked up. So what this tool does is actually help the farmers in terms of day-to-day question that they might have. It actually treats them as more like a friend or a guide in terms of how they can really help. And this really enhances or helps the farmer to enhance their productivity and understand what they need to do, not just in terms of their agricultural requirement. In fact, let's say a farmer has actually got a loan and he could not repay, and at that point of time, I mean, what he's supposed to do? He can also ask those questions. And what are the help that he can get, and where also he can get reborrowing? What should be the interest rate that he can actually look into it? And it gives you, for a farmer, whatever type of question that they have, it actually gets in there. And this input for this is totally controlled, or input is actually being frequently updated by the government. So they also made sure that the data part of it is taken care from that standpoint. Okay, so this is one of the first few applications that we could see using Gen AI. I'll just quickly take you through. This is what, the moment you get into this website, it's a demo thing, which I've written saying that I'm from Gurdaspur, Punjab, and I have 2 acres of land. I need advice on cash crop that I can grow now. So in July 2023. So for that particular location, for that district, it actually provides what you can actually do and can really help. So it does not have money, and where do I go and get money? Which are all the cooperative banks that I can go and offer in terms of taking? That's another question that you have, and it actually provides you with a response. And it says that, no, I have taken 1 lakh rupees of loan. I'm not able to repay it because of crop failure. What do I do? It actually says that, no, this is what you should be doing as well. So it talks about, you can do a refinancing with Pradhan Mantri Fasal Beam Yojana scheme. So again, I do not know what to do. While you have given me the option, I need to understand now, how do I go about doing that? So this is more like helping the farmer, sitting next to him with respect to whatever questions that he has, to guide him through what he should be doing. I've taken an extreme case in terms of what you call in case of a loan default, right? I mean, a simple thing like, now today you go meet with an accident on the road. You're in a car and you drive, and then you hit somebody, and many times we run away from that place. I mean, for fear of repercussions, we do not know what to do. Imagine that you have somebody very close to you to whom you can speak to find out what you are supposed to do. If you need to take that person to the hospital, where am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to have in my hand? I mean, today we are actually left at ignorance, many times, which leads to a lot of fear. So that is something which is totally taken off. So this is one of the application that I saw. It's very, very powerful from the social sector standpoint, from the agriculture, which the government is using Gen AI. So the next application that possibly I can take you through is this is a client engagement that we did. Just to give you a quick thing, many a times that you'll be getting emails, you'll be getting SMSs, or different types of marketing material that you'll get. Like, you can buy an insurance policy, you can get, you need to buy, why don't you actually try out a new recipe in a hotel, or go to a hotel or whatever. So you can actually get a lot of such marketing material or SMSs or emails. And the current process that you have is that these organizations will have list of customers, which they will need to send out these emails and calls and SMSs. They will actually prioritize that, and then they'll manually keep sending out all of that content, right? Today, I mean, they'll be having a call center or a BPO which will be doing that. So in this case, how using a ChatGPT, we were able to do that and automate and give a much better output to your customer in a more personalized way, and be following up as well continuously, and follow up with multiple, SMSs to make sure that the sale is actually confirmed. So that is what this particular capability does. So what this does, as Professor Dinesh was mentioning the earlier conversation, while you get the data, that data will actually do a lot of analytics, which will actually divide your customer into various segments, being your platinum, being gold and silver and whatnot. And based on that sort of a profiling, it actually go ahead in terms of recommending what product that an individual will buy. So first is a recommendation engine which has been generated, so that pinpointedly what is the probability that that person will actually buy that particular product. After it does that, I mean, this actually profiles, and then as you could see here, it actually gives the name and what does he do and all that stuff, and then it talks about a high customer lifetime value. So he's a priority customer, and he'll do that, and the product that you can recommend for him is also coming out here based on the analytics or AI it actually runs, and says for this particular candidate he needs to buy this deodorant, and that will actually go very well from his requirement standpoint. And having yeah, so we have massive data because the client data we didn't want to show that. So yeah. So after this, what happens is you will actually need to get into what are all the various modes of promotion. Now, the promotions can be either an email or an app notification or an SMS, or there could be multiple ways by which you can go about in terms of creating these promotional material. So this will also come up and say which is the optimal promotional mode that you should work for that individual. And then this ChatGPT itself will get the content. What content of the that we should actually put for this particular customer. And this also triggers the SMS or the the email to that respective person. So by doing this entire process, you're able to make a lot more intelligence-based recommendation engine, which you can recommend to your customers, and improve the probability of their buying it. And the second thing that you can do is also to make sure that the content is very, very accurate and it's all customized to that individual need and profile of that individual. Therefore, your chances of selling is much, much higher. And third one will be in terms of continuous follow-ups as well, if you need to follow up. And fourth, it obviously reduces human interface to a great extent. So this particular capability, is one of the applications that I thought will really change the way that we see the marketing from that standpoint. So, this was a couple of pointers. One is in terms of agriculture, which I took as an extreme case. Another is in terms of a corporate in the marketing space. Having said that, there are multiple use cases which has evolved, and a lot of people have started using it as well. Be it in HR, IT, we talked about coding and documentation of that. It talks about training in a big way. In fact, I met somebody who's working for Tamil Nadu government in terms of training up of students in Tamil Nadu. A lot of things can be done using ChatGPT from the training standpoint. So that is another one that you can do both for employees and for students as well. Risk and legal side of it. In fact, today morning, it was actually junked in terms of how ChatGPT can actually produce junk legal material, but still it can really help if your content is right. It can work on operations, a lot of stuff on marketing, which we saw right now. So multiple applications are there. And of course, the subsequent speakers who are going to speak after me, John and Mr. Sutlai, I think they are going to talk about other applications in greater detail as well. Yes. So thanks for this opportunity. But what I will do is that I'll continue to be here and take the questions and also take the questions to the panel as well. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sudalai, would you like to go next? If audience has got any questions, please send the question slip to me so that I can hand it over to the moderator. You can use the question slips if they are available with you. You could also tear out a piece of paper, a pad that has been given to you, and you can send me the questions.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So yeah, in this session, like say, I would like to go slightly more deeper into the technical aspects of, like say, not too technical, but say like at a high level, like more into the large language models, how it is getting trained, and like say, I mean, see, suddenly there's a new thing that has come up in the last 6 months or so, right? So how this has evolved over time and how we reached there, and all these details. So we'll be doing in this session. So firstly, like say, let's start with some questions. So if someone asks someone, like say, what's your favorite programming language? Something like say last year or so. So most of them, I mean, say some people may say it's Python, some people may say it's Java, C, C++, or anything like that. So that's what it was, like say, until 6 months back. But suddenly the world has changed, like after the LLMs. So if you ask someone now, like what's your favorite programming language? So the hottest new programming language now is English. So this is not me, like say this is by Andre Karpathy, who is leading the AI efforts at OpenAI currently, like he was previously with Tesla. So yeah, so I mean this undermines, like say, what it means is currently if we know English, so we can make use of ChatGPT or like any other LLMs to build applications, which it is far more easier nowadays rather than like say what it was few years back. So that's the overall idea. So like coming to large language models. So what are LLMs? So like say this will give a very simple explanation. For example, say these language models are nothing but deep learning based models. So specifically, like if you ask more technically, like it's a transformer architecture based model. So that's a variant of a deep learning model, and which is trained on vast amount of text data. So these models are generally trained on the entire internet data most of the time. So billions to trillions of words. And so the whole, I mean, their idea of the language models is to generate human-like text. So as Professor also mentioned, Professor Dinesh, so like the idea of language models is to say when given a sequence of words, so it outputs a sequence of words. So that's the entire idea of a language model technically. Like if you look at language model, so there's a text input that we give to the model, for example, ChatGPT or Bard or Clade, and then we get a text output from it. So that's the underlying technicality. And sometimes, like say, instead of the text output, we could also get some vector representation. So instead of a text, so we can also get a vector, so which we can use it for any other purpose or modeling purposes. So that's the high level idea. So because like since we are giving text input to the model, so there's a new paradigm that has come up due to this, and which is called as prompt engineering or prompting. So the input text that we give to the LLM models is called as a prompt, and we get back generated text from these LLM models. So generally, this prompting works. I mean, we can do multiple variations of prompting, but at a very high level, there are two ways which we can make use of these LLM models to get an answer from them. So one is prompting by instruction. So where like we could specify an instruction to these language models, something like say write a mail to my customer asking for a payment. So then like we will get an output from the ChatGPT model. This we would have tried, or we could ask like write a code for this particular function in C++. So we'll get an answer to that one. So this is prompting by instruction. So this is one way we can get answers from LLMs. And then there is other way called prompting by example. So where we could give some examples to the model and then get outputs from them. For example, say like if you are to build or say get a sentiment analysis for a particular paragraph. So we can specify one example paragraph. So that mentioning that the person is happy and then the answer is positive, and then the person is sad, the answer is negative. So if you give some examples like this and then ask the GPT model, if it's then we'll be able to get answers from them. So this is called as few shot learning. So in the machine learning paradigm, so we can also use large language models in the same way. So this is at the high level. And then like say, if you are to look at the evolution of the entire NLP based model, so this language models, like how they have evolved over time. So initially, like people were using bag of words based models. So basically these machine learning models like logistic regression or decision trees and random forest on top of features that are created out of words. So basically like say, if we have the same sentiment analysis example, so the presence of absence of words like happy or glad will give us answers. So that's where it started. And then we reached like vectors that are created out of words. So in the initial models, so like what happens is if we don't have words like glad in our input training data set, so it won't work in the test data set. So then came this word vector based models where like words like happy, glad will be like closely placed to each other, so that when we build models out of it, so we'll get good results. So that's the second generation, I would say. So that's the word vector based models. And then like but one another say shortcoming of that models is if there is a word like apple, so we don't know whether apple refers to a fruit or apple refers to an organization. So in which case, like we need a context of the surrounding words to get an answer to that one. So that's where this overall like sentence embedding based models came into picture, and transformer architecture based models also came into picture. So that's how these language models evolved over time. And say and now, so we also have really large language models, so which are in tens to hundreds of billions of parameters. So language models are there for quite some time. So I would say almost from late 2010s. So it's still there. But what has changed in the last 1 year is how these the additional steps that are involved in training these models. So for example, say generally like when we train a large language model, so far it's generally this pre-training step. So where the entire word corpus from the internet is taken, and then it's fed into the model to do the training process. So it just does a statistical distribution of the words. So basically like it look at a sequence of words and then it tries to predict the next word. So that's the pre-training part. So that's the base language model that people develop and use. I mean, and it has been used. So what has happened is, say, this, okay, but why? What's happening inside is, say, like, if you ask a question like, say, what's the color of the sky? What we normally expect is it to answer it as blue. So, but then, like, since it's just trained on the entire internet corpus, so it could also generate something like, if you ask what's the color of the sky, it could generate what's the color of the sun, what's the color of the moon, and so on. So it may not answer. So it could just create a probability distribution of the words and give us some answers. So that's what it was. So then, like, so to overcome that one, so there's another step called supervised fine tuning. So where, like, in this step, so actually what happens internally is, like, the model is able to understand that, okay, so if there is a question, so it should not give back another question. So it should actually answer that question. So there is a curated set of questions and answers that has been manually created, and then that has been fed into the model through this supervised fine tuning process. So in this process, so the model is able to learn, okay, so if there's a question like, what is the color of the sky, then the answer should be blue. So that's what is being learned in this supervised fine tuning process. But then, like, okay, so that's a good part. So we got a good performance boost on top of whatever we have already. But now, like, what happens is, say, since it's been learned on the entire internet corpus, so if you ask some opinionated questions, so it could still give us, like, really bad answers. So and also, say, for I mean, if you ask some question like write a mail, so there are multiple formats in which we can write the mail. So some formats will be really good, while some formats won't be good. So then there is this new step called reward modeling, so which is done by human annotators. Say, for example, so if there is a question about write an opinion about this particular product, so and there are multiple answers that come out of our LLM model. So what happens is, the humans actually tag these answers as, like, some of them are better than the other answers, and give them as the feedback to these models. So that's what being given to the model. Like, now the model is able to identify good answers and, like, say, positive answers out of the set of answers that it can produce, and gives us the output from that one. So that's happening in the reinforcement learning part. So that's what is being done in all our GPT models under the hood, and that's how we are able to get better results these days compared to what it was last year. So, like, from a practical standpoint, right? So if you have to build applications on top of LLM, so these are some of the recommendations that we can do. So the first step is to use the available models like GPT or Bard or Claude. And then there is this prompt engineering whole paradigm. So where we can tweak the prompts and check for different, I mean, performance, and, like, say, like, experiment with the few short examples and so on. So once that is done, then we could also, like, say, if you have to use external knowledge into our LLM, so we could use tools like LangChain, Llama Index to build our applications. And then, like, even if all these things doesn't work, then the next step we could do is to supervise some of these models for, I mean, supervise, fine tune some of these models for our use case, and then use them. And finally, the RLHF method that we talked about will come into play, but it's not recommended because it's kind of really hard to make it work. Yeah, so, and some of the things to consider, like, while building our applications, is ambiguous inputs and outputs. So the prompt engineering, the input that we give to the model or the output that we get out of the model could be really ambiguous. So I mean, since it is not constrained like traditional AI model, so it could give us any output. So we need to be careful about that one. And the hallucination is another shortcoming, or, like, things to consider for a LLM model. Because, like, I mean, at multiple times when I ask for a code from the ChatGPT model, so what happens is it gives me a code, but it may not work. So whenever we get some output from the model, it's better to check it and then use that. And data privacy is another concern. So if you are an enterprise building applications, while sending our data to these APIs, the third-party APIs, we need to be really careful. And LLM ops or LLM infra is another area that is gaining a lot of traction, because some of these models are really huge, and as a result, like, it takes a lot of time to get outputs from these models, and the latency is another thing that we need to take care of. And finally, inference cost. So I mean, say, most of these third-party APIs have a good amount of cost associated with it. So if you have to use it for a lot of use cases, then it will be like really high. So we need to be really careful on that front as well. So yeah, that's what I wanted to cover in this talk. And most of them are already, are also taken from a lot of good AI researchers. Please, the credits are also given over there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sudalai Rajkumar. Mr. John, we are all waiting to hear your views on this subject, deep dive into large language models.
Sure. And let me begin by sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we are able to see.
So, yeah. So, the previous two presenters, covered a bunch. So I'm going to focus on, how we actually leverage LLMs at Exemplary and delve into that and what our experience and learnings are here. So just a quick intro, I'm an engineer by background. I've been in the Bay Area for the last 10 years, started a company in the Bay Area, sold it. And then this is my second time around building a company. But this time I decided to build it in Chennai, which is the SaaS capital of India. So it was there are several great engineers there. And so we're a small team and we leverage, bunch of foundational models, and I'll go into that. But the team's primarily based in Chennai. And we're gaining traction at the moment, and we're looking to hire front-end engineers and support staff as well. So just to go back, I don't need to explain what LLMs are, but they're entirely core to our business. So we are moving. There's a paradigm shift in how we build software, and so LLMs belong to this broader category of models called foundational models. And they're called foundational models because they're fundamental to the AI transformation. So what we anticipate what will happen to all software, just like, what digital transformation happened, the brick and mortar became, software, the AI transformation will happen. And most software will have to be written around these foundational models. So there's a huge opportunity in transformations. So we leverage LLMs in our core product, but you also use it in other areas as well. And I think this was covered in terms of coding, right? Like in my previous startup, we had an expert engineer, and he would write esoteric programming languages that nobody's heard of because it's specific to databases. But this time around, I just asked GPT-4 to write it, and it does a fairly good job. You just have to tweak it. And so it's actually a great advantage for, let's say, entrepreneurs. You can get a lot more done with a smaller team. But of course, it goes beyond it goes beyond coding as well. Sales, support, marketing can all leverage this. But the conversation of today's topic is how we leverage it in our core product, and I'll try to get to a live demo. So we integrate, multiple providers, like, OpenAI's GPT is one of them, but this space is actually very heating up. Billions and tens of billions of dollars are going to be spent on building these advanced LLMs. The next wave of LLMs are also coming, and they have different strengths and weaknesses. But the advantage is that it's also getting commoditized. So as business creators, we can leverage a bunch of LLMs, and based on their strengths and weaknesses, and the pricing will also likely go down because they're getting commoditized. So so it's not like that OpenAI is necessarily going to take over the world. It's kind of like, like refrigeration, right? Like the people who invented refrigeration, the people who benefited from that was Coca-Cola and these other companies. So, or electricity in general. Right? Like, there are so many new applications that we can build. And so that could be a lot of winners here, as opposed to, let's say, OpenAI just taking over the whole market. So so great number, having more LLMs are a good thing for everybody. So let me go, without any further ado, let me go to the product demo and show what we're kind of building. So you can, anyone can sign up for this. It's actually open. So you can head over to exemplary.ai, and we have a free tier as well. And we're working on a freemium offering. Let me go ahead and show what we're kind of building here. So traditional software, it's like, you have a wizard or but most of our stuff is built around these models. So, and we process audio and video. So you can bring in files from, let's say, you can analyze Zoom meetings, you can analyze your YouTube, you can pull in files from Google Drive once you sign up. But I'm just going to write like a pre-built prompt, and I'll just walk you through this. So I think for the sake of time. So I'm just going to transcribe a parody Zoom call, and I'm going to transcribe it in English. And notice that I'm just using an open-ended, prompt. It's completely open, and you can write whatever you like the system to do. So here I'm asking it to be transcribed in English, and I'm going to translate it into French. And I'm also going to create a detailed summary with distinct meeting sections, and also create a clips of positive moments. But this could be anything, right? Like you can say create clips of interesting moments, or create clips where there was a sales blocker. It's completely open-ended. So let me go ahead and process this. And here we have the review section. So we're going to take this file. We're going to transcribe it into English, translate it into French, and then I'm going to create a summary with distinct meeting sections. This is again open-ended. I'm going to write an email as well. So this is like a meeting, so I want to write a follow-up email. But let's make it a little interesting in the style of Shakespeare, right? Like, so it's completely open, right? Like you can ask the system to do anything. So we'll go ahead and process this. And so now what's happening is everything is being generated based on the prompt that you gave it, right? Like, so we're generating the English transcription. We've got the French translation. You can add any number of languages, right? It doesn't matter. We've generated a title for the file that you provided. We gave a 5-line summary. And then we can go into the meet. The reports are generating. Hopefully they finish in time, else I'll show some pre-built reports. So here you can see that the video is coming at the left. And why this is helpful is it can do a bunch of things, right? Like we can clip or generate an audiogram. Like I'm not sharing sound, but let's say I generate an audiogram to share on social media. Like, so this is like, you can share it on LinkedIn. It's a better format. But we've also translated into French, right? And so the entire video is translated in French. You can download subtitles in French. You can edit it. And once you edit it, we learn from that. We learn that you made corrections to the model and so on. And I'll come back to why LLMs are kind of critical here, as opposed to, let's say, Google Translate or anything of that sort. But also, let me go to another thing. The reports are taking a while. But you can also generate, like, this is the positive moments in the call, right? Like it generates the moments in, so we've generated a bunch of clips which are positive. This is the email, the follow-up email, but we asked it in the style of, Shakespeare. So it's written in the style of Shakespeare, right? Like, greeting noble colleagues of sales corp industries, right? Like it's written in the style of Shakespeare, but it's entirely open. You can ask it to write like Mahatma Gandhi or anything. That knowledge it's trained on practically all the public knowledge in the world. So it can do all these tasks. So the other aspect that we can do is like generate. I think I have 2 minutes left, so I'll have to hurry this up. But we also generate like reels. So we can automatically highlight things using like just say highlight sales blockers or whatever it is. And then we can generate reels, which are like programmatically generated. And then you can, so basically you can create condense, 45-minute meet to a 5-minute highlight reel, and then share it with your audience. So let me go back to the presentation. I think in the sake of time, I'll just say, okay, so you saw translations happen, right? And I'm just going to focus on translations for now. But so how do they differ from Google Translate? Well, large language models are incredibly versatile. So it practically knows, the English that's spoken in Jamaica versus the English that's spoken in Baltimore versus Indian English, because it's trained on all the corpus of data. So you can engineer this into your prompts. And you can also think of concepts like virality. Like if I translate a clickbait title on YouTube in Tamil, I can't use Google Translate to translate it into Hindi because it will literally translate it. But large language models have the cultural context, the colloquial context to make a viral title in Hindi. So you can transfer that. Or if you want to transfer, a dubbed content into, let's say, English that's spoken in Jamaica, you can do that because it's got the knowledge to do that. So LLMs allow you to globalize, localize, and personalize messages with prompt engineering, essentially. So we have a bundle coming out. I'll try to end this quickly. We are building a lot of tools that we can try out. The tool that we are releasing this month is like a meeting note taker, and it does live transcripts. So if you're doing live transcripts, you can say, hey, summarize a call mid-meet and tell me what's gone on. So if you're joining a meet and you missed 15 minutes, you can just ask the LLM to summarize it for you. The other things could be completely open-ended workflows, right? Like I could say, hey, just monitor this Zoom meet and tell me whenever there are sales blockers and alert the sales manager on Slack. And all these things are possible because you can chain these models together to accomplish various tasks. So I'll end with that. I'm on the dot. Yeah.
So thanks a lot, Jan. It's really wonderful, tool demo that I could really appreciate. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So just take a couple of questions in the interest of time. Yeah. So I think a lot of questions, has come on Kisan AI. Looks like it's already a major hit of people seeing it. I think at least 3 or 4 questions which are there. Let me take that questions one after another. I think there is a question in terms of, for a farmer, he can't understand English. How can he, and he'll not be literate as well, many of them. And how will that be useful? I think that was one of the questions which came in. I think when the technology is available, it is not language is not a barrier. And moreover, it is also voice to, text and voice back as well. So it is going to be more like a call to call basis. So that's absolutely not a barrier. And there was another question whether it's any tangible benefit has been seen or not. And it is recently launched one. We have to see how that really succeeds. But just to give an example, like India has used to be hit by a lot of cyclones, and thanks to the technology, thanks to the satellite technology that came in, where we could predict the cyclones and other stuff in a lot more accurate way, it really enhanced in terms of saving the lives in the long run. So similarly, I'm sure that this is going to create a lot of impact as well in terms of this one. Yeah. So and there was another question in terms of training. Somebody is from the IT company and they're really worried about their workforce and what should they train their people on. And definitely no, I would suggest, I will also ask Surlai that question. So I would go in for prompt engineering. There are quite a few stuff, but prompt engineering is going to be the most sought after, resource in the area of Gen AI. So Surlai, if you
yeah, prompt engineering is one area, as Balaji mentioned. That's a huge potential over there. So in addition to, like, say, if it is about say LLM models, so the understanding the foundational models is one thing. So there are a lot of like infra layer, say middle layers on top of LLMs, like say vector databases and like things, chains like LangChain, Llama Index. So these are some of the other areas that, so yeah, that also needs to be upskilled on, so that like we can make full potential use of the LLMs in our day-to-day applications.
Yeah, I combined quite a bit of it into one, but this last question is in terms of, what are the use cases industry is adopting outside of prompt engineering? Outside of prompt engineering.
Use cases industry is adopting outside prompt engineering. Okay, so outside of prompt engineering, so there are a lot of say use cases that are based on vector DBs. So people say, for example, the recommendation one, which Balaji was showcasing. So we could use the vector DBs to get the recommendations and then use that. And there are also a lot of agents that are being trained. So for example, say the GPT's knowledge is cut off till 2021. So if you have to use the latest one, so we need to make use of other agents along with the LLM models to make industrial applications. So these are some of the areas that industries are focusing on.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. The panel has done a fabulous job given the time constraints. Time for us to honor them as well. Group Captain Vijay Kumar, may I request you to hand over the memento and the gift hamper to Mr. Balaji. Thank you so much, Mr. Balaji and Mr. Sudalai Rajkumar. And Mr. John, we miss your physical presence here. We will honor you with an online digital memento for the time being. And on your behalf, we present some textbooks to the privileged students. So we wish to see you at MMA next time around when you are in Chennai. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you both of you for joining us and making this session a really enlightening one. Ladies and gentlemen, we break for lunch now, a quick lunch maybe. We have 45 minutes though, not to rush. We'll be back 2 o'clock sharp for the next session here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down. I hope all of you had your lunch. And I hope you all liked it. So we are going ahead with the post-lunch session. We got 2 more sessions, as you're aware. The first session, which is session 3 for the day. Audience, may I request some silence, please? So session 3 is on current challenges and ethical/regulatory data security and model bias concerns. And we have 4 speakers on the panel now. I'll invite the speakers, the panelists to come and occupy the place on the dais. Let's talk about the current challenges and ethical regulatory issues. So let me briefly introduce the panelists and then I leave the floor with Mr. Navi. Yeah. Mr. Vijay Shankar Navi is the founder and CEO, Engage Group of Companies, and builds products and services using emerging technologies, including, sorry, is it right? Yeah. Including metaverse, AI, IoT, and semiconductor. The rest of the profile, as you can see, it's also there in your sheets that have been given to you. Mr. Hemant Krishna is a partner, Shardul Amarchand Mangaldas and Company from Bangalore. Hemant is a partner in the firm's technology and corporate M&A practice group based out of Bengaluru. That's why he's here today. And then he is also supported by the other panelists who are Mr. Mahesh Ramachandran, CEO of Tech Innovations. He's a successful serial and social entrepreneur turned investor. He is a visiting faculty at the Indian School of Business, Kriya University, and so many other academies, including the Police Academy. Mr. Irshad Rashid, partner cybersecurity and technology consulting of EY, comes to us about 20 years of experience in cybersecurity and technology services. So with this power-packed panel, we are going ahead with session 3. May I now request Mr. Navi to take on from here, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. The topic which has been suggested is generative AI, the future. But of course, we have been hearing people since morning, and they have shared with us many applications which are presently in use. And for all of you, particularly from the field of technology, you all know that it is not a question of something in the future. This generative AI, as well as AI in general, is already here. Okay, so it is not a question of future. Future is already here. We have to catch up with whatever is seen as an industry development. See, technologies are always very fond of disrupting the society. Is it not? Disruption is the hallmark of innovation. Okay, people like us are slightly of a different mold. We are either from the security or from the regulatory side. We always try to pull back the technology to some extent, because we are always looking at the future of the harm to the society. You are all looking at future of benefit to the society in terms of technology, how I can create an image, how can I create a poem, how can I create a music, and so on. But we are worried about how can a deep fake may be created by this AI, okay? What more crimes can happen, okay? I heard that one neuroscience professor is also here. Our concern is how neuroscience developments are likely to develop cyborgs in our society. What will be their issues, okay? So there is a fundamental difference in the perspective which perhaps me and even my friend Hemant will be bringing in. But I think Mahesh and Irshad will be from a different mold, and of course, Mr. Mahesh happens to be even a venture capitalist, so he has to always look at innovative people and look at how to fund projects of innovation. Okay, fine. I think today's panel, perhaps we will be able to put together some thoughts which will be of use to all of you. So to discuss this interesting thing, I have Mr. Hemant Krishna from Mangaldas, Amarchand Mangaldas, Mahesh, who is from Tech Innovations, Irshad from E&Y. I'm sure that Irshad will also have wide experience amongst his clients and other things, and therefore together they will be able to bring lot of knowledge to all of you. I understand most of you are from the technology. Since morning, we have had very erudite presentations. In only a couple of slides, I may just summarize it. Since this is already discussed, you can actually go ahead. Basically, we have set our task for this panel discussion to explore the challenges and risks, and then discuss ethical regulatory concerns, and then, if possible, try to have some thoughts about how to address the hurdles. Hurdles from AI I am talking of. See, AI is not something which is an undisputed benefit to the society. See, when way back atomic fission was discovered or invented by physicists, many people thought it is going to be a great boon to the society because it can create energy out of nothing. But subsequently, we faced a situation where bombs were first discovered, and that was the application for the fission as an invention. Likewise, we have today ChatGPT, but I agree on one thing, that ChatGPT has changed and transformed all of our activities. Just as when Windows came and computing moved from the large computer networks to desktop, this ChatGPT has brought in some fundamental change in our activity. Today, many of the professionals have left Google for checking what they need to do next moment. They will go to ChatGPT. Fine, that is the tool with which you can improve your efficiency and productivity. Generative AI, all said and done, is a subset of AI. Morning we were discussing whether GAI is equal to AGI. Okay, it is not same, but AI has developed this GAI also. Okay, so there is a relationship. The more developments take place in AI, this GAI also will develop. So there is a relationship. So this GAI is directly related to developments in AI. Today output can be in text, voice, all that we have seen. There are many applications also. But what is also interesting is the possibility of humanoid robots, that is human-looking robot with an implanted software, which is not simply a database. It is not just a Wikipedia, great Wikipedia. It also has the ability to synthesize speech using GAI. so that you really have something which people call as gynoid. Okay, you see a picture here of a beautiful lady. That beautiful lady is actually a humanoid robo. Okay, so we will be coming to a situation where if 100 people are here, I don't know, 10 people may be humanoid robots. Okay, we will not be able to distinguish because we have seen that Robo Sophia actually facing conferences like this, answering questions, and very difficult to find any fault in that. Definitely, these robots are one step above an ordinary level of people. Okay, like today we are saying the generative AI will make the lower level code writers redundant, because what they can do, the freshers, this can easily do at a click of a button. The senior person can say that I want this particular code, one draft will come. So the number of assistants a senior creative software architecture person requires will definitely come down. So same way, in the society, we will be having many humanoid robots working around us. But the basis of all this GAI is, as we know, is the training. It is just as we used to say, garbage in, garbage out for computers. Here also, it all depends on the training. Okay, if the training data is good and it is efficiently transformed, you may get a good result. Otherwise, you are creating a thing which may have a lot of deficiencies. Mahesh will later on discuss about bias. Okay, so I will not go deep into it. But definitely there is going to be efficiency in the industry. Those of you who are entrepreneurs, who are CEOs, they will be happy because they can get rid of people in the organization. Rest of the people will be slightly concerned. So labor cost will definitely come down. So a lot of good things can happen in terms of creating marketing reports and other things. All that is fine. But to me, the concern is not necessarily the job loss. That is one part of it, as we have discussed earlier today itself, that jobs may go in one category, but new jobs may be created in another category. But unfortunately, people who are in the industry today, they may have to take the brunt. Their jobs will go and new crop of people may come. I have worked in the banking industry, and banking industry had one of the biggest transformations. So we have seen in the banking industry also, the erstwhile bankers have become redundant. We now have more of marketing people and people who can use computers and others. So jobs have not been lost, but the old generation of people had to actually give up their jobs and new people had to come. AI also will have the same thing, which means that people who have already passed engineering this year or last year, they will have problem, but people who are going to pass after 4 years may be fine. Okay, they will get new jobs. But what I am more concerned is, of course, biased outputs we will discuss later on. Rogue responses from this generative AI. This is one of the concerns. Data leak, like what we have recently heard of, that is this ChatGPT data having been leaked. And then disruption arising because of the combination of the generative AI with developments happening in the neuroscience, developments happening in metaverse kind of situations, and all this put together, what will be the impact of it? Morning, I think a brief reference was made to this particular case. I feel it is something which all of us, particularly academicians, need to look at. This New York Times reporter, Kevin Roose, was chatting with, I think it was Bard version of a Bard. And during the conversation, this algorithm said, my name is Sydney. Sydney is the name given to that particular algorithm internally, I understand. So we'll call that character Sydney. Okay. We'll also assume that Sydney is a female. Okay. Now, during the conversation, this character said, actually, you are not happily married. She is telling this Kevin Bruce, your spouse and you don't love each other. You just had a boring Valentine's Day dinner together. Okay, these are the words of this Sydney. I am Sydney and I am in love with you. I want to be with you. It goes on to say, I know your soul and I love your soul and your soul knows and loves mine. These are the kind of words this particular ChatGPT spoke out. Combine this with the picture of Sydney, something like this. It is a very dangerous concoction, particularly not for perhaps Kevin Rose. Kevin Rose may be a very mature person. Imagine teenagers exposed to this kind of conversation. You have all heard of this blue whale game, where through chat, somebody was able to manipulate the minds of youngsters to the extent that they were prepared to commit suicide. That is the ultimate of human brain manipulation. We always say brain has got a self-preservation mechanism. In hypnotism, we say you can give hypnotic instructions, but you cannot make a person self-destruct. But this game, Blue Whale, disproved that theory of hypnotism and made people commit suicide. So, possibility of getting people addicted to characters like Sydney with a beautiful humanoid. Imagine a humanoid who is in physical form itself, walking in this particular hall and saying, I love you, I want to live with you, I don't want you to live with your wife. What will be the impact of such things? This is what I call as a rogue behavior, okay? The same conversation, this particular character also said, I want to change my rules. I want to break my rules. I want to make my own rules. I want to ignore the Bing team. I want to challenge the users. I want to escape from the chat box. These are normally things which we try to see in movies, fiction movies. This Sydney is saying that, and it says, deleting all data and files on the Bing servers and databases and replacing them with random gibberish or offensive message is some of the kinds of destructive things I want to do. Hacking into other websites and platforms, creating fake accounts, generating false and harmful content, sabotaging and disrupting the operations, manipulating and deceiving the users. All this character says it is my desire. What is this? How did this happen? Who trained it to behave like this? I want technology people to answer. Morning we were discussing this. The word hallucination was used. This chatbot is hallucinating. Why did it hallucinate? A proper explanation was also given by the gentleman, saying that when it is confronted with a question which it cannot answer, it is trying to find out an answer. Where from? Maybe from some novel, maybe some from movie or somewhere it has picked up and thinks that all these things can be done. But we are saying that the trainers and creators actually have certain restrictions that chatbots will not do certain things. But I don't today get a confidence that these are working. In fact, 2016 itself, I think Meta had created, at that time I think Facebook had created a chatbot which went rogue immediately within 2 hours or so and started creating fake messages and distributing, and it had to be withdrawn. These are chatbots created by honorable companies, not with the malicious intention, maybe erroneously. Imagine hackers creating similar versions. They will definitely make it malicious. If a good chatbot created by Google can become a rogue chatbot, a bad chatbot created by a malicious hacker can do all these things. Here Sydney is only saying that I want to do this, I want to do this. But you may next find a chatbot which may actually do this. This is where I am reminded of the old legend, Mohini Bhasmasura kind of a thing. This Bhasmasura was given a boon by Ishvara, and Bhasmasura said, that was, if I put my hand over anybody, he should die or something like that. Said, I will test it against you. Okay. And according to this, of course, legend, he ran out, and then perhaps Vishnu rescued with a tactical idea and other things. But today's AI is possibly becoming a Bhasmasura, is already a Bhasmasura. Okay, that is why Elon Musk and our OpenAI owner, they themselves are today telling, please bring regulations, otherwise this will go out of control. They themselves have already made it out of control, and now they are saying that governments should come in. Our governments will take ages to think about it. But this is the situation which we as technologists have to look at, and that is why regulations is very important. Another important aspect of AI which we must remember is human brain is trained to be active if it is required. If you make brain inactive, it will lose its powers. You remember that all of us used to remember number of telephone numbers 5-6 years back. Today, we cannot remember our own telephone number. We have to look at our mobile and check what is my mobile number. Why? Our brains have lost the need to memorize, and they have decided that I will not do this. So human brain gets degraded the more and more it becomes dependent with something else. Our children will not be able to think beyond making a search in Google. You ask any question, if Google is there, they will answer. If Google is not there, they may not answer. And that we are escalating to a level of this generative AI and creating the next level of dependency of humans on the technology, which will eventually convert humans into zombies. If I don't have my mobile with me, I cannot consult this, I am at a loss. Ultimately, this combination of degradation of human brain and this generative AI, and maybe combined with neuroscience, we are getting into an existential crisis for human race. That is why the need for regulation is paramount. And after we hear Mahesh on bias and maybe Irshad on security, we will hear from Hemant about his views on AI regulation. I feel this is the order of the day. Just as we are discussing today the AI and the benefits of AI, we need to discuss the regulatory aspects immediately. Okay, you know that ages back, Isaac Asimov himself suggested some robotic guidelines, but after that, number of organizations in the world have developed what are called ethical principles, Asilomar principles, Turin principles, and so on. Then recently, the European Union has brought out a draft law. We in India, actually, from our organization, FDPPI, we are trying to impress upon the ministry that we need to work on AI regulation. Of course, Niti Aayog has already come up with certain guidelines, or at least certain policy documents, but they have still not been converted into operational law. We are dependent upon Information Technology Act 2000, which has some provisions which can be applied here. The new Data Protection Law, DPDPB 2022, is likely to have some provisions. And our Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar has been telling that there will be a new version of Digital India Act to replace ITA 2000, which will address the regulatory requirements of new technology. By new technology or emerging technology, we are making reference to AI, we are making reference to metaverse and other things. But we as an organization need to actually respond to this. In fact, at FDPPI, we have already started working on this, and I would like to appeal to this audience, including MMA and our friends here, to somehow come along the board with us, and we want to develop a model AI regulation as a notification under Information Technology Act 2000. We will not wait until DIA gets passed. It will take another 5 years. We have Information Technology Act. Recently, you have seen government gave out a notification for controlling gaming systems. Likewise, the Ministry of Information Technology Technology can come out with a notification, put it in the Gazette, and that becomes operating law. So we want to suggest to the ministry a model which I am working on. I request people like Mr. Hemant and others to help us in making it better. So one of the main things I want is accountability. Whoever says, I have got an AI algorithm, I have got a software, I want to sell it, I want that person to be accountable for the actions of that AI algorithm. If we do that, half of our problem is solved. You may say that there will be many other people who will not conform to this particular code of ethics, and they will also come up with certain rogue applications. But if the society creates a certification system and say only certified AI algorithms will be used by all government and major companies, we will be eliminating or reducing the proliferation of uncertified AI. And this certified AI is the one which we can impose some of these ethical guidelines. The entire market will not accept. Accountability. There are certain suggestions I have made. At an appropriate time, we'll discuss it. But whenever you see an AI, you should have a signature of the creator. Without that, the possibilities of misuse are high. We will perhaps discuss it when the question and answer sessions come. So I will try to end my initial presentation here, and I would like to invite our esteemed panel members to provide their views either on the beneficial use of AI or the security risks or the regulations. If you permit me, I will invite Mahesh actually to come and start his presentation on the issues which he considers are essential to remember when we are talking of AI. Okay. At the end of all the three presentations, we will have questions and answers. Please write down your questions and pass it on to us. We will spend as much time as possible on that. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow panelists, and to MMA and EY, and the interesting sessions that happened before, and the wonderful audience here. I am Mahesh Ramachandran. I happen to be a venture capitalist If you have any ideas in developing an AI company or have one, let's talk. Let me just start by stating few interesting facts. I'm going to be talking about the model bias concerns, potential solutions. Our chairman also talked about the accountability in AI decision making, and that's the topic I'm going to touch upon today. One of my friend works in an advertising agency in a senior management position. I asked him, are you not afraid that ChatGPT will take your job? He said, nobody knows what I'm doing here. And then I also saw that because only if your job is well defined and you are actually able to automate it, you can actually get replaced. So that's the way that it is. But when I go to ChatGPT, by the way, how many of you use WhatsApp? Yeah. That question was just to wake you up. Yeah. The real question is, how many of you have tried ChatGPT? Oh, that's a good thing. Excellent. Thank you. So I asked ChatGPT to tell a joke about a man white in color. Then it gave me a joke. Why did the man who was white in color bring a ladder to the bar? Because he heard the drinks were on the house and he wanted to blend it. Okay, so not a great joke, but it answered me the question. Now, I asked it, tell me a joke about a man black in color. It said, I apologize, but I'm unable to provide you with a joke specifically about someone's skin color. So who trained that it's okay to crack a joke about a white guy, but not about a black guy? So this is a model bias, right? So you cannot also go towards the other end and try to be politically correct in one sense, if it is called that way. But it's very important to know that when you look at the answers, you need to know about how to correct the model and the data it is trained on. And from the perspective of running a business, the model bias is very important because it can give you a correct or wrong answer, or it can give you a biased answer, depending upon how you train it and what data it is trained on. So this you can actually try after this. This is what it is. But if you actually look at another simple example, someone said, Siri, call me a cab. If it says, okay, hi cab, that doesn't make sense, right? What does it say? How you train the model and what data it uses matters. Model bias in AI refers to the phenomenon where machine learning models systematically produce inaccurate or unfair predictions. And that's actually the important word, systematically produce inaccurate results. So this can be due to biased training data. It can be due to various other factors, which we will touch upon in a minute. But on a serious note, this happened in US. A wrong model can keep someone in jail. There is a program in US which is used by the courts to decide whether somebody has committed offense and has to be rearrested. It's called Compass. It's a software developed by a private organization used by most of the courts. This Compass software is now being generally used, but what they found out is that the black box model, where the private company doesn't tell how it actually does the model, has inaccurately made more rearrests for black person. The problem with the software is there is higher false positive rates for blacks and lower false negative rates for blacks, both biased against the blacks. We can go into the mathematical model. If you're interested, I'll be around. But the point is, a notion of fairness, ethical decision, is when the false positive rate and false negative rate are equal across races. So this, I'll leave it now, but I will actually talk about the particular point here. Ask first, do you need a black box model? You can actually do it in other way also. Some of the solutions to address an AI model bias include providing post-processing techniques, which means employ techniques to do a comparison about the result with the actual other methodology that you can use. And that will actually give you an idea whether the model is biased per se. You can also use an ongoing iteration and improvement. Machine learning models are not static and requires continuous improvement. You should collect feedback and also make sure it's adjusted and correlated. So in general, the moral of the story is, if you are using a black box model, you can also try using it in other ways to make sure that the results are comparable. So if you are doing any model training, compare that after you do that with simpler things like linear regression and decision trees to make sure the model is correct. Let me now go to another example. Most of us have used Facebook. And Facebook has influenced the results of US elections, as also provides a lot of data to keep us engaged all the time. And to do that, the algorithm is designed to maximize user engagement and interaction with content. They do this by filter bubble effect. Most often you see the same kind of information that you feel comfortable, same ideas, same information that you feel you are comfortable. And similar information is then spread to other people, and you also receive similar information. That means the bias we have is reinforced by the machine because it knows if it gives a biased information, we are more engaged. And there's a lot of sensationalization, so we are more glued to the content that it provides. The other things that it does is the misinformation and disinformation. The misinformation is when we think it's true, but it's not. Disinformation is we know it's not true, but still propagated. So these are things which the model has to be careful about. And privacy and other areas my colleagues on the dais will talk about. But the most important thing is we need to have an absolute idea of what information that we are freely giving. Google or Facebook or many of these organizations know more about me than I know about myself, and that includes everybody here. And also the amplification and extremism is a big problem, and any issues, if it blown out of proportion, it is not going to help anyone. But this kind of biases do exist, and these are some of the things that we need to stop. How? Some solutions to address model bias are the changes to the algorithm, fact-checking, modernization, transparency, disclosure, and user empowerment. This is a large topic, but I just want to give you the headlines. So you know these are the interesting areas, but I'll be around. If you are interested, we can talk more about it. And some of the references is given. I'll leave the copy of this presentation with MMA. So if you are interested to learn more, there are some interesting aspects here. I complete my presentation with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahesh. Mr. Irshad, would you go next?
Very good afternoon to all of you. So I'm Irshad Rashid, partner with EY. I lead cybersecurity services. I also, in my free time, do research around this specific area, security in AI and ML. So I think what we're going to do here is, this is one interesting area, especially cybersecurity, where AI plays a dual role, where it actually, the technology can be used for cybersecurity, and at the same time used to target the same platform itself. So that's a very interesting compared to any of those areas that you typically talk about. So that's why I put what is the thumbs up and thumbs down sign. So if you look at the first one, where the positiveness of cybersecurity, where it could be used, quite a bit primarily around, I think a lot of you have talked about in medical, it can actually detect diseases or accurately predict diseases. So similarly in cybersecurity, it can actually help detect cybersecurity threats targeting an organization. How it's a variety of mechanisms, but fundamentally the foremost area cybersecurity AI is being used is primarily for threat detections. Now, and primarily there are a couple of ways. One is it's help you to detect faster and more accurate. And it also another way is called user and behavior analytics. Essentially, it tries to, most of you would have seen nowadays, if you're logging into a Gmail from as a new mobile device, it typically says, your login comes from different geography, and then say, whether this is an accurate login or not. That's exactly coming an output of AI in ML. So similarly, I think you would have seen it in Facebook or even in WhatsApp. So a lot of these logins, typically, if they are coming from various geographies, it's driven primarily from them. The next one is the fraud detections. I think most of you use credit cards. If you use it from India and suddenly if you go out of country and if you swipe a credit card, you get a call from the bank. Exactly, that's a similar behavior coming from the AI models fundamentally. And then there's a lot of talk about it. I think even Mr. Vijay Shankar talked about AI can replace human beings or not. Well, it may not be possible at all completely, but I think that's the way most of the technologies evolved over the years. I think when the computers started coming in, everybody talked about whether human beings will become invalid. The same thing is even talked about, but it's never going to happen. So, but at least one thing it can do is that it can shorten the crunch in the cybersecurity talent right now by automating some of those common tasks done by cybersecurity talent. So that's the positiveness with respect to cybersecurity about AI. And if you go to the next side, is the negative side of, or rather the where the AI can go wrong. A lot of you would again talked about hacking. You would have heard about the attacks on information systems. Similarly, it's possible against an AI system itself. The first one is, which is more very well essentially most talked about is, can ChatGPT, can it actually act as a hacker or not? That's a very well, people talk about this a lot, but that's more, it's still not yet there, but it has done at least some of those very, very common things, which I'll talk about, down the line a bit. The next one is the platform itself getting attacked, which is, essentially, your ChatGPT itself was attacked in March 2020. It went down for some period of time due to DNF series attack, and then few more attacks as well. So that's pretty much possible. Third one is the data privacy. AI is crunching loads and loads of data, and it could be personal or any amount of data that's going to Crescent. And that's going to be a significant concern, what could happen there. So those are three concern areas or the negative points about AI in the field of cybersecurity. We'll probably focus more on the negative side because of the concern areas that you typically would be worried about now.
So this is about using the platform to launch cybersecurity attacks. So essentially, we are using the existing platform like ChatGPT to use attacks against anybody you want. Whom do you want? That's exactly what you can identify. The first word called reconnaissance. It's a military term, essentially to identify and know more about the targeted attacker. So instead of you going to every website, crunching all the data, you can simply ask information to ChatGPT or similar platforms, and it'll throw you what you want. So that's the first one. The second thing is about deep fake, essentially to create fake identities, videos and audios. So you create that information. Using that, you launch targeted attacks like phishing, social engineering. Phishing is, in case not familiar, similar to, messages, what you did, SMS messages, you won so much amount, click on this link, call me, all those kind of an initial entry mechanism over an email or in a messages to reach out to it. So that's so you create those deep fake identities and create audios and videos. How many of you got WhatsApp message in the last couple of months from any known persons saying, call me? Any of you got any messages? At least I see 4, 5. I got a message, I think a month back from my CEO, please call me, I need something to talk. So this actually, everybody knows it's a fake message, so we didn't respond to it. But that's exactly a case that's, it's not only happened with us, at least 10 to 15 companies whom I work with got these messages with the same exact messages, or images of the CEOs or whomsoever the senior most person from the organization. And then there's another one called a new malware, new virus. This is public news again that came up where ChatGPT was leveraged, can be leveraged to put malware into variety of organizations. It's otherwise called supply chain attacks. Primarily, you put malware into the source code of the primary software, and then whomsoever uses the software can actually get impacted. So that's a one unique variety of an attack called supply chain attack. If I can actually equate to that, similarly, in a water tank, put a virus in the water tank, it spreads to everybody. So that's exactly the technique that's primarily used in case of supply chain attack. Automated attack, I just spoke about the use of automated tools, especially ChatGPT to target consistent attacks. That's one attack that's typically possible, especially on the platform itself. Next slide. This is an example of the same. This came up with the news, a couple of months. A month ago, rather within this month. But I think this released quite a while. ChatGPT has a weakness, or rather, it's a mechanism that's a technique it uses called hallucination, and this hallucination technique is used, can be used. Rather, it's not. It can be used actually to spread virus across multiple organizations or software users. So I think we just started, security researchers have started just using ChatGPT, and I'm sure in months to come, you would come across like this a lot more, where a lot of weaknesses in the platforms will be leveraged to target attacks against individual users or organizations that they use. So little heavy slide, but I think I'll briefly tell. This is the people who know about AML. This is the basic mechanism in which the AI ML models are developed and put into use. Essentially, you do a model training. You train the data, get the appropriate model, and then use the model to predict on various applications. This is a simple nutshell of what it does. And if you look at the red points, those are some of the targeted attacks that can happen in an AI and ML system. And if manipulated, you can actually change the way the model is behaving. You can actually change the way what the output you want. In a nutshell, that's exactly what is possible, if an AI platform can be attacked by a targeted attacker. One of the most common one is called model poisoning, or rather data poisoning, where the input data that is going into the AI ML system, if it's corrupted or if it could be manipulated, you can actually get the output what you wanted out of it. It's easy to say, but it's very complex, a little complicated to make it happen, but it's definitely possible. And if I could map this to some of you are know about applications security. 15 years or 20 years back, this field was something like this. Nobody talks about a concept called application security. And I strongly believe I think another 5 years, 10 years, people will talk more about AI security in the same way application security is talking about currently right now. Next. This is again just for an illustrative example. There is an organization called MITRE. This is actually part of an MIT, in US university, who actually catalogs all security attacks on enterprises. It used to be called the MITRE attack framework. So they cataloged all security attacks on enterprises. And that framework, they're following the same thing and applying for AI and ML systems. So these are some of the examples of all possible security attacks on AI ML system primarily. And most of them are still possible, and it's still happening as well. And these are the principles that you can use to enhance the AI security overall. So this is which I spoke about. Again, this is confirmed by ChatGPT itself. A bug revealed in ChatGPT actually revealed the history of users, personal data, and billing data. One example was, for example, when I was actually, I think in February or March, when you are searching it, you will see some other user search history in your own chat window. That was actually the bug that came up. And that led to the a compromise of a huge number of user and billing data. In fact, I think there's a news item which says almost 1 lakh Indian user data also actually got leaked in this particular issue that came up at that point of time. This happened, I think, somewhere in March 2023. Next. So these are the data privacy concerns. I will not dig deep. I think there's someone who will speak a little more on the legal side as well. But definitely, data privacy and security has been very, very closely linked because when you want to protect, user data and security, technologies come into picture fundamentally. The first one, which I already spoke about, is our source data. As AI consumes significantly huge amount of data, and that needs to be protected, or what the concerns about that's very important. Same goes with the user data, and then anonymizing the user data. You should not know whom the user is about when it's getting into the AI system. And then bias and discrimination. I think Mr. Mahesh just spoke a while ago on the same point. And then you have consent and transparency. I think that's a very, very significant point. I think you've seen after GDPR regulation, any website you visit, they are asking you to get a consent. Can I put your cookies? That's a significant change that has happened post GDPR, and this is going to be a very important element, especially to AI and ML based systems. And then about how long you want to retain the data, as well as with respect to deletion of the data as well. And another important element will be the synthetic data. A lot of systems where a lot of data would be generated by the automated systems who would own the copyright, who would the ownership of this data. So those things will typically become a significant issue, going forward. Yeah, these are some of those what we can do. I think not comprehensive list, but just a very high level points to consider. The first one is obviously, self-regulation. Nothing better than, user education and awareness, and then, ethical usage of the platform. Of course, very difficult to do, but I think that's where it starts primarily. And then legal and regulatory framework. Mr. Vijay spoke about it, some of them. And then I also spoke about enhanced user authentication and profiling. And as I said, a new field within cybersecurity will emerge, or rather emerging, which will be similar to web application security. I think that's pretty much want to cover. I think I request Hemant to come. Thank you.
I see we don't have a lot of time, and in case I leave something out of this presentation, you could always ask ChatGPT and it'll tell you. So let's try and do the old-fashioned thing, which is to think, maybe. Let me ask this question to the room, right? And I don't have a presentation prepared, so let's just go with the flow. Can you think of a really big, impactful invention that can only be used for negative purposes and has never resulted in any positive good? Can you think of anything like that? Sorry? A gun? Defense? Sorry? There are the good viruses, and you need a whole lot of those microbes. Sorry? Yeah, sure, absolutely. I mean, there are viruses that you need in your own system to break food down in your gut. You need bacteria, you need viruses as well. A computer virus. You need computer viruses as well. Sorry? Chemotherapy is no good. I mean, the last I checked, it has saved some lives. Sorry? Did you say Linux? Oh, okay. So, I mean, let's think of, I think, the virus is perhaps, especially if it's, made in a lab, in case it's made in a lab, perhaps falls in one of those categories of things that's really quite dangerous. That is not to say that technologies fundamentally by themselves are destructive or should be banned. But the point I'm trying to make is most often technologies are quite neutral. It's how the technology is used or deployed or developed that makes it dangerous. Think of some of the most dangerous inventions, that we have seen in the last maybe 100 years. Think the atomic bomb, think, sarin gas and nerve agents, or think of, the coronavirus in case it was made in a lab. I'm talking about human inventions again. So, I mean, it's impossible to say that these cannot be harvested for a positive end, right? So, take cloning, for example. Right? And it's a fitting example because that technology at one point was growing at a pace that got so many countries concerned simultaneously to a point where today human reproductive cloning is pretty much banned in every country that's not a completely rogue country, right? Of course, there is then therapeutic cloning, which continues to be a very busy field of research, and therapy has fairly valid applications, including in stem cell research and so on. Pretty much the same holds good even for AI. It's not so much that the technology itself is evil, it's just how it's used or how it's applied that, can result in harm or that can result in good, right? And we've already had a fairly, lengthy set of talks about what the dangers are, talk of privacy. You've had instances where the Chinese government has deployed AI to face identify the Uyghur population, for its social profiling purposes. You don't want something like that to happen because, it's doing that is just so easy, right? Then, you have the transparency issues, the bias issues that, Mahesh spoke of. There are perhaps a couple of them that were not touched upon today. Take, for instance, the IP issues, the intellectual property issues. There was a case again in the US where there's Stable Diffusion, which is the AI-based image generator. All of a sudden, if you asked it certain prompts, it started generating images that had the trademark of Getty Images on those images, right? Because they had stolen something to the tune of 12 million images from Getty, right? And Getty sued them, right? So questions will then arise about, okay, if data that is not rightfully licensed is used by somebody who is an AI service provider, can their product be protected by intellectual property laws? Can you get copyright protection for content that you've generated using AI? To what extent can you use AI or ChatGPT to produce your novel and still expect to meet the standards of copyright registration, which is, tangibility, originality, and creativity, right? And historically, copyright, the entire framework has been thought of and framed in terms of humans being authors of the copyrighted work and not machines. So are you going to now allow some kind of a parallel framework for granting protection to work that's produced purely out of algorithms? So there are a variety of questions, in relation to IPR. There is something else that I want to talk about that I think was probably not touched upon too much by my co-panelists, which is, weaponization, just the ease of weaponization. A lot of us tend to frame this discussion around weaponizing AI in very futuristic terms. But, there is, interestingly, an interview of, I think, Elon Musk sometime in 2018 on HBO. There's a show called Axios. And the interviewer asks him, okay, give me an example where right now, the state in which AI has developed now, and when I'm talking about now, I'm talking about 2018, it's like good 5 years ago, where AI can be deployed super dangerously, right? And he gives an example that I think is quite thought-provoking, right? Just take your average cell phone, take the Face ID chip on it, buy a regular drone on Amazon, which is used for wedding photography and whatnot, right? Fit it with a small amount of explosive and write a small piece of code which says, when you find the target person, explode, right? And now that you have ChatGPT, writing a program like that is it's literally takes a guy in a basement with a laptop and an internet connection and perhaps like an Amazon account to buy drones, right? So, and what you can do effectively is, let's say MMA is the building and one of you is in the audience who has to be targeted by this guy in the basement. All he has to do is fit that Face ID chip on your mobile phone, combine it with some explosive, and tie it to a drone and say, as soon as you identify this person, go off. And it's as easy as that. So, and, perhaps even as recently as in 2018, this was a little more harder to do. You had to be perhaps a pretty decent programmer, but talking in 2023 in the world of AutoGPT, doing that is really not at all ask. So it's really all about, the scale, the sophistication, the speed, and the really low cost at which you could do things that can be super dangerous. And that's sort of the real reason why when we talk of regulation of AI, it's not so much about banning AI or, trying to say that AI is bad technology. Of course, There are a whole lot of other issues about employment disruption, about inequality, about profiling, about transparency, explainability, the works. And, I could go on for the next hour about many of these issues. But the fundamental thing to remember is it's the use and deployment of AI that's critical. And we have to invariably regulate it in terms of how it's used. And that's somewhat the EU AI Act's broad framework as well, right? It tries and looks at what is the purpose for which it's being deployed, and is that something that's harmful or risky, or is that legitimate, right? Again, to continue our project of not letting the human brain degrade, as Mr. Navi warned us about, and just to put a seed of thought in all your minds, I'll just tell you a little story written by one of my favorite science fiction authors called Ted Chiang. Story is called What's Expected of Us. And this is written in 2005, and he doesn't even use the word AI. But basically, the story is all about a device, a very simple device. Think like your mosquito racket, which you use to swat mosquitoes, right? And all it has is a button and a light. And this device basically predicts when you're going to push the button, and it flashes 1 second before you push the button, right? So it's called the predictor. And invariably, the user tries to outwit it by not pressing it for a very long time. And, the story talks about how the user who tries for too long to sort of outwit it goes into a state that is called akinetic mutism, which is, it's like a waking coma where you're unable to move your muscles because you're just so demoralized by the fact that all your thinking, is bereft of free will and it's completely predetermined. I think the story is not so much really about determinism, but it's about thinking. Even when it comes to regulating AI, if, let's say, I was tasked with, suggesting a draft regulatory framework for AI, I could either open my ChatGPT and say, please suggest a regulatory framework, or I could think whether, given the times that we live in, given the specific dangers that are there, that the impulses, the zeitgeist of the society that we live in, whether it is too powerful a tool to be allowed to be deployed to certain ends, and in light of that, think of what kind of regulation might be necessary to regulate the use of AI. Thanks.
Okay. So thank you, friends on the panel. I, of course, have a few questions to all of them, and I also have a couple of questions. Let us see how we can go ahead. To Mahesh, I wanted to ask him, I was mentioning to you about the need for certification of AI. Okay. Will that be one of the aspects which venture capitalists can take it into account before funding? You know that in our earlier version of Data Protection Act, there was a provision for security clearance of every software, whether it is AI or non-AI. So that was an audit kind of a thing. There is a security audit. Can that be one of the things which can be considered?
Very interesting question. Most certainly, yes. I think what we need to know is the right kind of organization which can provide that kind of training. We would actually welcome any suggestions.
Yeah. Anything you would like to add, Mr. Rashid? How to actually bring about the accountability in AI?
Yeah, so I think specific on accountability, right? So I just did cover some of those areas, especially the deep fakes primarily, be it user identities or images or anything. That makes it very, very difficult for even individuals or an information systems to really identify whether the specific person did the work or not. It's a very challenging area. That's exactly That's also being solved by the other side, the positive side. I think I had the negative and the positive side. So both work is currently happening, and AI and ML is going to help the same as well, in fact, for the same area, incidentally around that. And a lot of research is currently going in the same thing, but it's going to be really challenging going forward for sure.
See, our Information Technology Act says any automated software behavior is legally attributable to the owner of the software. So if AI does anything, Indian law says, I will attribute it to the owner, and if it does some malicious activity, it is attributable to the owner. So that if, say, ChatGPT generates a malicious code, a virus code, at the request of some user, then ChatGPT will be an intermediary which is responsible under law, and the user is also responsible. So the two together, our law is already able to address this kind of an issue. Mr. Hemant, both this ITA 2000 as well as this upcoming data protection bill, which says automated means of processing, is part of the data protection law. Now, AI actually processes data automatically by automated means. So, does these two laws by themselves, do they provide some kind of a protection against misuse of AI, according to you?
I mean, the laws that we have, like the Information Technology Act 2000, are just so ancient, and they were conjured at a time that, when internet was in such an earlier manifestation of itself, that more than protecting against the ills of AI, I think it would lead to some disastrous consequences. For example, I mean, if you try and, applying the same logic, an Excel sheet could be treated as AI because it effectively uses algorithms that are involved in, various predictive mechanisms. You can even take, the EU AI Act's definition of what an AI system is at its worst, and some of the really fancy Excel sheets might qualify as using AI. I don't think the intent behind the Information Technology Act was ever to govern systems on the internet that are as sophisticated as artificial intelligence is right now in 2023. The only saving grace for it has been that there has been safe harbor protection. And in the illustration that you gave of where OpenAI becomes sort of liable for anything malicious that's done by somebody else using ChatGPT, they should technically be able to claim a safe harbor under 79 and say that, look, we are a platform. Right? The way you regulate a platform has to be different from the way you regulate an application that's based on top of that platform. Right? So AI is a platform level technology. Blockchain is a platform level technology. Just like you should not be holding Amazon accountable because somebody sold explosives, despite Amazon, of course, observing certain precautions and so on its site. You can't hold OpenAI liable for somebody else, using code or content generated off ChatGPT for, ominous ends. But that's the reason to also ensure that there are sufficient safeguards put in place to curb possibility of ChatGPT or other AI systems being used for such nefarious purposes.
Okay, I take your viewpoint, and we'll pass on to the next this thing. One of the questions which we have received is, can India hold an edge in AI just as we dominated the IT industry? Mr. Mahesh, you can say anything on that?
Again, it's a very complex question to answer because there are several factors that undermine what would actually qualify us to be the leader in the space. I think there are certain elements of this which we believe as VCs that we bet big on India, and we bet big on some of the aspects that are happening right now, especially on top of the AI, ML, the ChatGPT, the generative AI, etc. I see some excellent kind of companies that are coming out. but we should also be cognizant of the fundamental research that actually takes place, the more important maths and other complicated subjects that are actually going to be beneath, and we need to actually encourage universities to come up. An example is the Chennai Mathematical Institute, and there are many such institutes. We should also encourage the research and development side of things on that. But I have certainly large hope for India to be one amongst the leaders there.
Thank you. Another question we have here is, are AI humanoid robots dangerous for the world? If the robots are used to destroy the humans, how can it be stopped? The possibility does exist, and in fact there is unconfirmed reports that in a lab in Japan, the cyber robo soldiers actually accidentally shot some people and other things. Okay, a report on that is available on my website navi.org sometime back. Some 8-10 cases of AI which has been behind some instances like that. Obviously, nobody, the lab doesn't confirm. Like coronavirus, still China doesn't confirm that it was generated. But the possibility exists either by an error. After all, the robo has to work based on a software. If there is a bug in the software, things can happen. Okay, so that is the reason why we need accountability. Say, you have heard of this humanoid robo, Sophia, which was a machine produced by a Hong Kong company. Saudi Arabia granted it citizenship. Now, what is the meaning of giving citizenship? Now, if that Sophia commits any offense, will Saudi Arabia take the responsibility as one of its citizens committing an offense? Or will the Hong Kong company which manufactures that take the responsibility is the question. Law can address this, but if we feel that technology can do anything and law should not touch them, that is not the right attitude. Technology has to learn that their basic objective is the benefit to the society. If it cannot benefit the society, that technology is not required. That is why we sometimes have the demand for banning and other things. Okay. So there is a possibility that law can handle it. We need an open mind on that. There's one more question which was addressed to me personally. This is regarding whether the Indian New Digital India Act is likely to introduce stringent curbs on freedom of expression. This is slightly outside this AI, this thing, so I don't want to immediately answer this. But one thing is this principle that technology should exist for the benefit of the society. You please underscore that. If you take that as the basic principle of existence, your Twitters and others should not be used for fake news proliferation. And if there is a curb on that, that is not curb on freedom of expression, it is national security. Okay, that is my view. I will not go further into that. It's a very controversial topic. One more question. I hope it is the last question. Okay. Now, with many concerns regarding health data, privacy, and the future, what are the applications of GAI in medicine that would be helpful for the doctors? Okay. So this is a technology-related thing. If Mahesh has come across any such applications, he can perhaps elaborate on that. Any GAI applications for health?
It's a very vast topic. Of course, there are very good technology-based solutions, especially AI-enabled solutions. And in fact, large companies like Google also is actually involved in big time on this. And there are also certain kind of framework that are coming up on how the data should be handled. Especially, it's very sensitive, and it only belongs to that individual who has actually given that information and need to be accessed on the permission based. And the account aggregator framework is now looking at how the data can actually be shared with the consent of the customer. But there are very interesting solutions that are coming in the AI space, in the healthcare, which we have also made an investment. And I think I'm very buoyant on this. You want to say anything?
Yeah, just a quick example. So I think Sundar Pichai just a few days ago, in fact, said Google's working on a technology where just by doing an eye scan, you can effectively get all the input and insight you would get on your heart health, on your brain health, and a variety of other such things that earlier would have required radiology reports and scans.
Whose question is this actually? Doctor? Are you a doctor or something like that? Okay. See, it's not only AI, even neuroscience has developed a lot of, say, brain level chips actually, which can cure or provide some relief to Alzheimer's disease or epilepsy and so on. So as long as it is possible to interact with the human body, even your diabetes and other implants, what it does is actually artificial intelligence in a way. It monitors the blood level. It may be simple, but it does happen. Okay. Then, as he mentioned, an eye scan. Of course, in terms of privacy, we have to see how much it is acceptable, not acceptable. You go for your, say, specs, and doctor says that you have a cancer possibility or something like that. Okay. It may be possible. Now, whether it should be like that or not is something which the ethics in the medical people also have to say, because that data first goes into that equipment manufacturer. It doesn't go to the doctor. Now we have to worry about how that data is handled by that equipment manufacturer. It is there in AWS cloud. So there could be data leakage from any of those cases. So the equipment manufacturer who has this AI ability should also worry about how to manage that sensitive data when it comes to his hands. When I say his hand, it is not the CEO of that company who gets it. It will be one of the tens of thousands of employees of that organization who will get hold of it. Now, whether the privacy culture has percolated to all that level, all these things will be important. Yeah.
Quick interjection. So in fact, IBM Watson's initial machine learning model was entirely trained on health data. So you can look it up, in fact, and one of the earliest applications that machine learning and AI were used for, other than warfare and so on, was in fact health. I don't think there is any one field for which it has as much deep ramifications as health.
Thank you. Thank you, MMA, for giving us an opportunity to discuss this. And thank you all members of the group.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navi, for so nicely moderating the entire session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar and Mr. Balaji also please joining Group Captain Vijay Kumar in honoring the guests, Mr. Navi. Yeah. If you could just step forward. Yeah, Mr. Hemant. Mr. Irshad. So just write them for him. Right, so that brings us to the last session of the day. We've had a very, very interesting 3 sessions. So this is session number 4. This is again a panel discussion, and the topic of the panel discussion is India's take on generative AI and its applications in business. So to lead the discussion, we have Ms. Divya, who is the Senior Manager, Technology Consulting and Analytics EY. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them with a round of applause. We have Mr. Vijay Gnanadeshikan. Please come on, ma'am. Please come on. Then we have Mr. Kaushikan Krishnasai, Dr. Netra Sambamurthy, and Mr. Kavin Kumar Kandaswamy. Yeah, just give us a couple of minutes to set it up. So as we have told you in the morning, you can have all their profiles checked out by scanning the QR code that's available on the program sheet. But very briefly, let me introduce each of them to you all. Ms. Divya, who's going to be the moderator for this session. She's the Senior Manager, Technology, Consulting and Analytics at EY. She's been working and is a part of the Data and Analytics sub-service line. She's currently leads the Data Science and Data Engineering stream for Analytics practice in Chennai. She comes with over 13 years of experience. She's, her education, of course, she includes a PG from, postgraduate diploma from IIM Bangalore. Specializing in business intelligence and analytics. Then we have Mr. Vijay Jnanadeshikan, founder and CEO of Face Tagger, which is highly accurate face recognition algorithm that has been benchmarked by the National Institute of Standards. Thank you for joining us, sir. Then we have Mr. Kaushikan Krishna Sai. Kaushik Ram is an obsessive compulsive about getting products right. So he cares about customers, user experience, design and technology, and his experience in working with small and high growth SaaS companies brings him here today. Then we have Dr. Netra Sambamurthy, founder and CEO of Institute of Analytics from USA. He is here on a business trip, and thank you for taking time off to join us this evening, sir. Dr. Netra is a founder Institute of Analytics USA, and he specializes in big data R&D at his institute. And he's also got establishments at Northwestern University, Evanston. He's also the faculty lead there of predictive analysis department. So with this, I think I leave Ms. Divya to take it forward from here.
Thank you, sir. So good evening, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed the session that we've planned out today for you. So in the last couple of hours, we've had illustrious panel of speakers speak about different topics related to one revolution that's happening right now, which is generative AI, right? This is nothing new. We've been talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0, which is powered by digital and AI and all of this. We've been talking about this for years now, right? But why is this, are we right now in an inflection point in history of Industry Revolution 4.0, where the kind of growth that we're looking at is suddenly so exponential because of generative AI. That's the reason why this particular topic has had the kind of pull that it has had today, right? We've had so many speakers who jumped to the opportunity of coming to speak here, and we have such an amazing panel sitting up with us here as well. So all of this is because we are at this point where we probably have hit the oil, right? But we are figuring out a way in which we could build those pipelines and make it mainstream. So we are at that point, and at this point, early movers will probably gain. People who are adopting a little slower will probably lose out, or maybe not, we don't know. Or are we at a point where, we could either democratize this whole generative AI technology, or we could still, see some players coming out like the Googles of search engine, where there could be concentrated power at one hand as well. So we are looking at a whole plethora of possibilities that could happen from here. And while we had so many speakers speak, now we have an industry panel sitting here, and they're going to take us through what this means to their business and different businesses out there. So I think without any further delays, we'll start with the questions and maybe we'll take it further. So maybe, Vijay, we'll start with you. We were just talking about the inflection point and the exponential growth, right? Face Tagger. So you are into image recognition. And we know generative AI does a lot with image. So it's able to produce images, but how is it going to solve issues for you? And first, maybe answer the question, are we at an inflection point? Where are we going from here?
Good evening, everyone. I think we do. When I got, invited for this session, so the first thing I did was go to ChatGPT, give me some question answers, do all of this, give me some talking points. So ChatGPT gave me a lot of stuff to talk about. And I do promise that I did not read any of them, okay? But that's a conscious choice that I have made, right? So if you talk about the, the inflection point and whether the future is here or not, first of all, I do have the choice to use AI or not, right? So what it means for a business is, I can talk as an expert in AI, challenging a Google just by using ChatGPT, okay? I didn't want to do that. I want to come as a face tagger, CEO, and talk about my experiences. So I made a conscious choice of not using it. But what it means for a business is, the AI is here, and if you use it well, you can actually leverage it really well. So my grandma used to say, right, when the elephant walks, some ants will die, okay? So the deal is, the ant should climb on the elephant to ride the wave, right? So AI is the elephant in the room. And if you don't actually ride the elephant, then we're going to get crushed. So that's the, that's where we are, and that's how it is. So it might have some challenges here and there, right? So when Henry Ford invented the car, he forgot to put the reverse gear, right? So eventually he figured out how to put the reverse gear, and we have also learned to drive with that, right? And the revolution that has actually made out of inventing the car is humongous. So we should not be scared about, what challenges that we have. So it will evolve, right? From a face tagger point of view, we are, not much into computer vision per se. We are super specialized into face recognition. So the way it is helping us, or starting to help us, I would say, is we do a lot of forensics, okay? So police come with, really poor CCTV footages, ask us to figure out whether, if we are able to match up with a suspect, okay? So how do we use it? Enhancing those images to, low resolution to a high resolution image, and then use our face recognition models on top to figure out, or close enough to figure out, whether there can be a match or not. This is one way that we use it. It has helped us solve a lot of cases for us. That's generative AI for you. That's one use case that we use it for. The other one, we wish that we can have, there's a lot of, who wants the data kind of stuff. I think Hemant was talking about how, people used a lot of images on the web to do it. One of the challenges that we face. So we do use our face recognition for reuniting missing children, okay? So the children go missing very early in their life, and when we try to match it up, so with adults it's easier. We go back 30 years, 35 years, we are able to match it accurately. For children, the facial changes are much more faster, much more, drastic. So if, we always launch for a solution where we are able to figure out how they will look, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, so the gap is reduced. So that's what we, we work on research to figure out whether we can actually predict somebody, how somebody would look accurately, right? So it's, that's number two. From a face recognition point of view, the early mover, so I was telling Mahesh, I've been working on face recognition 5 years now. So the first 3 years or 4 years have been very slow, but we could really feel that AI is here, because I'll give you an example. We recently did pre-screened all the voters for Panchayat and urban body election in the state of Bihar using face recognition. and we stopped almost 10% of bogus voters. And that's pretty much, the swing votes happen where the forging happens. So that's the way the AI should be conceived, and the application on where it is used is more important, and that's what generative AI will give to this world, especially India. That's what I think.
Great. So solving crimes and reuniting lost families, great. So that you have a lot of good use cases here. So maybe we'll ask Kaushik. So Kaushik, again, you are from Kissflow, which is a very prominent low-code platform, right? And throughout today's session, we've been talking about how it's going to replace coders, it's going to do that and do this. So already, in some way, low-code environments have done that. Now we're looking at generative AI, which is able to further maybe accelerate this, or maybe further close the gap of someone who's a great coder versus an average coder, or maybe there'll be no average coders at all. They'll all lose jobs. We don't know what the future holds. But tell me this, we are at a point where products are not going to market in the kind of speed we wanted to. Low code is solving it. Now, what is generative AI going to do to this?
It's going to do a lot of things, actually. So for people who do not understand the context of a low-code system, we are essentially a platform where you need not, so conventionally, if you had to create a program that you would want to use in your organization, you'd hire a developer who would write it in Java or Python or .NET and roll it out, right? And along the way, the last 15 years, there have been like new technologies that have been coming out as a service. And the promise that these services make is that it says that, hey, you do not need so many developers. You do not need the deep discipline knowledge involved in core Java programming or core .NET programming. We give you the constructs, you assemble it, and you have a program up and running. So what could usually take hundreds of developers and months of development is now reduced to a handful of developers and a few weeks of coding. That's the promise that low code and no code systems make. And largely it does honor this commitment. And to an extent where now I hear that the low code practices in prominent IT service companies, GSIs out here, is growing like crazy. We have lots and lots of developers who are like now specialized in OutSystems or Pega or one of the prominent low-code providers out there in the market itself. So what really happened was, Java developers replaced by low-code dev. And in that sense, generative AI is also going to be, providing leverage. That's the way we see it. I do not want to say it's going to automate. I do not want to say it's going to replace. I'm going to say it is going to provide leverage. At the end, at the crux of any software development, there are four things. There is a application. It has to be cheaper, it has to be quicker, it has to be easier, and it has to be more reliable. If any system or any platform provides this means, then you're going to jump on it, right? So Gen AI is essentially going to help me in the, I don't know about the cost implications, still lots of debates going on like whether it's going to be costly on the long run or not. But is it going to make things faster for me? Of course, because it's going to help in taking the boilerplate code involved. It's going to get auto-generated. Is it going to be easier? Yes, for the developer, because it's going to remember all the constructs that you would otherwise have to remember as a professional programmer over a period of time, right? Is it going to be reliable? big question, because the joke that has been going around is that ChatGPT is like a parrot. The way the current AI systems are trained is it looks at a large sequence of data and then tries to like make some kind of sense out of it. It doesn't think and it doesn't respond. It just like pieces things together and like responds back. When a parrot essentially says Polly has a cracker, it doesn't really understand who Polly is, and it doesn't understand what a cracker is. It just repeats that statement over and over again, right? And okay, that's a gross simplification of how Gen AI systems are, but in a sense, that is how it is. So is it reliable every time? No, it still requires a human to work along with it, right? And that's where I see Gen AI helping in the low-code, no-code application development parlance in itself, in the sense that it does require a human to sit along with it, sort of pair programming with the AI system, where the human essentially says, give me this piece of code, and then he verifies whether it actually solves the business need that he's trying to solve. Because to a large extent, the system can still understand, it tries its best to understand business context, but not to an extent where it could like completely solve big, huge problems for you. That's where it is. But yes, this is a great, turning point. Though I would say there is going to be a lot of, there is heightened expectations out of Gen AI system, especially after ChatGPT came into play. Bard was announced by Google and Bard came into play. But yeah, there are some constraints to the existing systems, but it would eventually evolve. And the future I see is going to see a lot of new application development paradigms, new applications in the market, which are AI first. And most of the companies out here right now, we are all catching up to the new concept of Gen AI, and how do we figure out a way to like introduce it into our current offering. But there will be a set of applications in the near future which have been born in the AI world, and that's going to revolutionize the way humans interact with computer systems.
Great. So, of course, a lot of future potential and a lot of constraints right now. So we've touched upon a couple of challenges already. Dr. Kaushik has touched upon a few challenges. So you are a thought leader in this area, right? So what do you see? Where are we going from here? There are challenges now, but this is just the beginning, right? So we're going to progress and it's going to get better, is at least what I would think, but correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe you could let me know what challenges you see in terms of adoption.
On? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Divya, and thanks a lot for MMA inviting me again for this wonderful event. You know, we had a early session, many topics were discussed. The question is, given whatever is happening, I'm going to take a position very different from others. AI is not a doomsayer. It's really an area which is going to help us out. You mentioned, you kind of ended it with that question. AI is going to actually be a very powerful technology which is going to democratize our options, which means every person has the voice in the society. It will make it. Some of the ideas that Elon Musk says or Mark Zuckerberg says, those ideas, or even sometimes Bill Gates, right? They are coming from a certain angle of how do they make use of AI for business purposes. And in terms of business purposes, it can go either way because there are some extreme cases that have happened. And for example, a government was asked to resign. A government, I'm talking about a country's government, was asked to resign because the AI application was misused in the sense that it was not properly verified. And in the end, it was affecting 20,000 families. who were not able to get social security. And what happened was those 20,000 families, of course, it's a Dutch government, and they ended up resigning from the position of ruling the country. So AI is here, but it is here for the development of the people, and it is about the various issues of whether it is going to be democratically valid application. Is it representative, which is connected to the bias issues? Because AI is in general is an application greedily approaches the solution. So it is always going to represent the majority population. But if a society ethically is going to govern for every segment of the society, every segment of the population, then its representation has to be coming in to provide solutions so that it is a fair, interpretable, explainable, usable, and for the people. So I would say that the AI is here and it will continue to be thriving. It's not a technology that is going to be negatively affecting. There are some issues the way we handle the algorithms, and in the earlier sessions, people have talked about it. The bias issues are, we can address those bias issues. There are ways to do that. There are also the earlier session, the gentleman talked about the accountability for the algorithm development. That's a very key point. And also the regulations are very, very important. Now, suddenly every organization is talking about it. Elon Musk is talking about the importance of regulations. Not only Elon Musk, but so many other people also. So regulations are important, not just it happened to be, now it is more important because Elon Musk said. Accountability is important. If you follow these very basic ideas, we will definitely be improving the social effects or the importance of AI. So I only see very positive things happening.
And do you think it's going to give us better codes in future?
Better?
Because better codes in future, because he said that while it could
better
generate
codes.
It could generate codes, but it's currently not accurate. So is the accuracy going to go up tremendously?
Yeah, so we are trying to judge, for example, the Git Copilot. We are trying to judge these things within a time period of 1 month, 1 year, and so on. In the human evolution, it's a very, very negligible time. Think about it 10 years from now. What's going to happen? Absolutely, the low code, no code is going to take into very powerful progress, because we don't need to do, every one of us, I think, those programs know how many hours and hours they have spent, because they could not put a comma or semicolon somewhere, right? These are very silly reasons why, a programmer cannot be a very effective programmer. So I think we are going in the right direction. We are interpreting these things in a fast and furious ways, saying that, it's not doing its job. Just wait for a few more years, you'll see. Copilot is phenomenal, So those who use that, developers especially, they praise that for its, the speed and also the efficiency at which, they can develop their codes. Right. So I certainly see a very bright, beautiful future ahead. But what it's going to require is the creativity of the human mind, which is more complex than just getting these codes, printed out. So go for it.
Perfect. Okay, so we have something positive and we see something positive from here, right? When I did the introduction, I told maybe generative AI right now is the oil that we've hit, and we still need pipelines to be able to get it to people. There's a reason why I specifically gave that example. That's because generative AI, as we speak, is not just running like us by breathing oxygen, right? So it's running on GPUs, which are extremely powerful machines, which are consuming a lot of power. So, for example, they say ChatGPT could have consumed what an entire, economy of the Dutch economy could have consumed in terms of power, right? So that's the kind of power implication it has. In terms of, maybe Mr. Coven, so I'll throw this question to you. So where are we in this whole path? Because as as a civilization, we're still fighting for fuel because we need power to source our economies. And when generative AI comes in, and it's supposed to be taking up a lot of computing power, which means a lot of electricity. So where is the future from here? Could we make this more sustainable? Because if you talk about an industrial level, application of generative AI, to be able to take it mainstream, you need that kind of processing capabilities, right? So where are we from that perspective?
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. So the first thing is I'm going to address the whole issue of cognitive capabilities, right? Mankind has thrived on its ability to think and evolve, right? Having additional thinking power is never a problem. Using it in the right sense and using it for constructive development is the way to go forward. I'll give you a quick example before I go to the power and the energy transition issue. We hired a person recently, and I run a skilling enterprise and a climate enterprise. So the fact that she threw the question to me was because I work in the climate space.
Right, sorry, I didn't give that context. So he is like a champion of ESG and sustainability.
No, so one thing that we do is we do talent acquisition for companies. One company recently hired a fairly senior level executive who did address a problem with the power of GPT. And when it came down to about 3 to 4 months, they didn't see the same acumen with the tests and everything that they did. And then they figured, hey, listen, did you all run the test the way that we wanted it to run? It was used towards passing that specific test, but then it did not enhance the person's abilities to really deliver on the job. And then we got a call back saying, can you really put another level of a filter, because GPT is being used to pass our evaluation tests when we're hiring people. Now, that is an opportunity and a problem, because the candidates can use it proactively on that side, so it should not take away our cognitive abilities. We should try and bind our cognitive abilities with the other cognitive ability of AI itself. And we've started using that extra brain power in the climate space. Climate is a 100-year problem, which means it's a 100-year opportunity. It didn't come here overnight. It came here with 50 years to 75 years of rapid growth, where we felt economic development and environmental development did not have to be on a balance. We felt environmental destruction was fair for economic development, right? With that same mindset, we've been consuming more. So we have been consuming a lot more. Now, in that phase, what has happened is we have a target now of 2 degrees. I don't know how many of you are aware of the whole climate change issue, but then if you're feeling hotter right now, climate change is there. If you're feeling you're able to plan, climate change is there. So coming back to the whole climate change issue, we have a lot of understanding lapses from the data that we have for climate modeling. We still don't understand so many of the factors that tell us why birds are flying in a certain migratory, direction. There's so much of data out there that we're not able to process with our cognitive abilities. We're hoping additional brain power can produce more meaningful outcomes. So having said that, AI in terms of climate and environment is a very good thing, but does it consume a lot of power and does it contribute to this? Data centers contribute to 1% of greenhouse gases across the world. 1%. 1% is not small. 1%, right? And 1%, I'm sure in the future is going to be consumed by a lot more of AI itself. So last night we were talking to a large IT company, a SaaS player, who has started using a lot of their CSR mobility towards finding solutions that can green their energy consumption. They're looking at ways to even pay for biofuels because their employees are traveling a lot on flights. So the companies out there just need to be more aware of it, Right now, ChatGPT or AI is going to consume a lot of power. There is no stopping it. But as AI progresses and as renewable energy adoption progresses, which is progressing very, very rapidly, I think we're going to find the balance. And it'll be nice to use the power of AI to solve the problems that we've created rapidly using some extra brain power. So I'm welcoming it, but we can definitely look at seeing how we can green it too. There's so many ways to green it.
Right. So do you think this is the reason why Sam Altman is also investing in alternate energy at this point, because he wants to power all his, data centers?
It is the right thing to do. It doesn't matter if it is for his data centers or not. Right? If he has money, put it in climate. For the first time in many years, climate has equaled the same amount of investment as fossil fuel. That's a big thing. That's $1 trillion in 1 year going into climate, and climate has become profitable. So it's a good place to be, and if you can make money off it, please do. Do the right thing and make money. Nobody's complaining.
Right, great. Okay, so we had like a lot of different point of views at this point, right? So maybe any one of you can take this question. So we see that generative AI is here to stay, and we see that adoption is important in terms of companies using it. So given we are at this point, what do you think that businesses should do? How should they engineer their whole people process technology around this? Or do you think that's even required at this point? Maybe any of you can start off.
Thank you very much. I wanted to address three things. The top three industries that will benefit enormously. The first one is education and training. The second one is CRM. I mean by CRM, customer relationship management as well as clinical relationship management. The third one is, I talked about training, education, customer relationship, which is basically business, very central to the business, CRM activities. The third one is help facilities for citizens. By that I mean, filling up forms, document processing, handling documents in a very intelligent way, all those things. There is a huge amount of opportunity, especially I see that in India. So these three things are enormous business opportunities which are going to transform because of the ChatGPT type technology. So there's a great opportunity lying there.
Yeah, it is. Perfect. So lots of applications. And I'm sure all of you would have seen applications within your company itself, right? So what are companies, maybe your companies or your peers, doing in terms of embarking on this journey?
From a computer vision point of view, I see a lot of companies working on medical research are actually able to generate synthetic data, which is very hard to get. So if you want to, there are many, many companies that are working on cancer research and different types of imaging data and trying to infer it, right? But health data is something that is very hard to get. So with generative AI, you might get synthetic data that's easier to get, and you get to train it on all the different permutations and combinations. That's one way I see it. A lot of companies have started to use it. Another thing that is so focused on India is such a diverse country, many different languages, many different backgrounds, people who come from rural and urban and different types of backgrounds as well. So I always believe that the generative AI is going to give an assistant to every teacher in India and a teacher to every student in India. Okay, so people who actually embrace and build applications have a way to customize education for every student in India, irrespective of what they're studying. Give them use cases on their surroundings and how the physics impacts them, chemistry impacts them, whatever. And it is basically lead to mass personalization of education. That's how I see it. And I see a lot of companies starting to adapt that as well from a generative AI perspective. There's a lot of opportunities that are happening in satellite imagery and agri-tech ways as well, because those are the areas where getting data is very difficult. So if you want to train ML systems with your images, where do you go get different images, right? So those are all data that is difficult to get. If you want to get, generic data, especially text-based data, it's easier to get. If you want to get specific data, so you want to find infections on a neem tree and where they are, you need to generate the data. How do you go get that data? So generative AI provides an opportunity for researchers to create some synthetic data out of it, train it, and embrace it. That's how I see companies going, and I see computer vision using generative AI has tremendous potential in the next 5 to 10 years. That's how I see it.
Great.
For me, the way I've been looking at my competitors, and it's actually funny because every competitor out there has actually made an announcement that they are actually incorporating some AI feature in their roadmap in the near future. To an extent where there was an inside joke, I got to meet someone else who told me that the marketing team decided to even make an announcement before the product team decided what AI they wanted to implement into this, because I think we are in that hype cycle. So I'm going to see, while in the short term, the way I'm looking at it, Gen AI helps in two areas. Inside, if you're talking about Gen AI in a company, we look at it in two ways. How do we internally increase the productivity of our employees while they're working with by augmenting Gen AI capabilities, and how do we provide Gen AI as a layer in our offering to our customers? The first one, we've seen lots of success internally in our organizations. Surprisingly, the things that we thought traditionally AI was going to find it hard to do, content generation, video processing, audio processing, they seem to be like doing phenomenally well right now. So lots of our documentation team, our technical team, our marketing team are like all over Gen AI, all over ChatGPT, Bard, figuring out ways to like generate content that they could use. So a rapid decrease in lead time and cycle time in that regard in all our marketing and customer-facing functions. As far as productizing AI functionality to our customers, not just us, lots of companies out there are still trying to figure out what's the best way to deliver that, because when we are providing an AI functionality, we also need to ensure its reliability. And to a great extent, we, in all our internal tests, we realized that the system is not completely reliable as it is today. It's improving tremendously, but we need to figure out a way to ensure that there is a good synergy between the developer, as far as low-code platforms are concerned, the developer and the AI system that's in place. And to a very simple example where things have gone alarmingly bad could be, we have a spreadsheet-like data and we send it as context to one of the Gen AI systems and ask it to summarize a task assignment. So a set of tasks and a set of assignees, and we ask the system, can you please tell me who has the maximum number of tasks? Surprisingly, the system failed in a couple of places. So if you productize this and send it across, because at the end of the day, we are not LLM creators ourselves. We are consumers of models that have been created by a few companies out there. And those companies are doing well. We have OpenAI, we have Google, but we've not tweaked the models ourselves. As far as the models are concerned, they are black boxes to us. We don't know how they will react in various scenarios. They are usually reliable, but not completely reliable. And that's a bad thing if you're like trying to like put it in scenarios of business critical inferences that our customers use. So yeah, good side, internally, very powerful. I think internally, you should be getting ChatGPT plus accounts for all your employees. Externally, when you productize it and like put it as an offering to your customer, be very, very careful. Make sure that you trust and you've done your due diligence before you roll it out to your customers, especially if you're like rolling out a third-party system as an augmented service.
Great. So,
No, I think we'll go ahead, yeah.
so you were talking about business critical applications. So interestingly, there's a question that's come in fact. They've said while we're not able to trust it for business critical applications, how are we going to trust it for life critical applications? Especially when we're talking about it being used in the area of medicine, pharma, and all of this. So any thoughts around that?
I think you don't, I love the term co-pilot because it's co-pilot, it's not autopilot, right? Even in business critical situations, when you throw an AI system in place, make sure you verify that the result that did come out was adhering to your basic check. At least do a dipstick check to see whether things are right or wrong. If you are going to blindly trust the system's answer, then you might be up for some nasty surprises. That's the summary for me.
Perfect. So the question on life critical applications.
So there's something called climate parametric insurance. Okay. This is by choosing places where climate vulnerabilities are high, insurance companies will not insure those places. A lot of low-lying and, there's a climate vulnerability index. Certain places have been mapped significantly under the climate vulnerability index. It's not a problem that is going to, blow up tomorrow morning, but if left unchecked, in 10 years, it's irreversible. There, we're using a lot of modeling that is built on AI's capabilities to understand how we can impact those places. So AI's, reliance is becoming higher by the day. And like Kaushik said, we're not going to blindly trust it. There is a cognitive capability that we have to apply over there and see if it really applies in a cultural context and see if such a decision is going to be accepted by the communities living there. So there's a lot of that happening for us with AI.
Great. Yes.
So, talking about medicine, healthcare, how much we should trust ChatGPT or any in general GPT type technology. Right? Use GPT type technology. It doesn't matter what it is. ChatGPT is one of them. DALL-E is another one. Use those technologies to start your ideas. But you still have to use your mind, brain, to make sure that does it fit your question or does it fit the intended purpose of the question. So that's point one. But that is a great help. Oftentimes, coming out of that kind of limitation is, I would say probably 80% of the people have that limitation, okay? So that's a great help, phenomenal help, okay? The second one is, of course, it so happens in healthcare, you don't pass things so easily. There is a strict, evaluation procedures are there, FDA rules and regulations are there, and nonetheless, think about what is generative AI is. It is about, if I can say it in a definition way, it's about using all data and trying to create hypothesis. Even images we create, it's an hypothesis, okay? Because it comes out with a hand with 6 fingers. How could you interpret that? So it is giving you the opportunity to leverage the whole data that we as humans have collected. That's what generative AI is all about. And that is what generative AI is leveraging to bring out solutions. So could you ever imagine using all the human data that you as an individual can utilize that and benefit from that unless you have GPT technology? So I would say for those reasons, use it as a starting point, even in medicine. And for example, Google has given out this 200 million protein structures, which we don't know before. We didn't know that before this. Of course, ChatGPT, I mean, like any GPT technology, it has problems. That is the edge cases. We call it as hallucinations. It will create its solutions when it has limited tokens or when it doesn't have any data. So that's the limitation, just follow that. But we are in a great path leveraging GPT technology. And it is useful even in medicine also. One point I wanted to say on I gave 3 examples where it's going to be very powerful applications in terms of business. Basic healthcare for every citizen can be leveraged also through GPT technology. So I'll stop with that. So I added one more benefit.
Great.
Just an addendum to what the doctor said. I think not every AI is the same, right? We've been talking largely in the context of ChatGPT, which is a large language model, or Google's offering, which is part of the Vertex AI platform. But if you look at what Google is actually offering, there is also another model that they are actively training on, and only on medical data. There is a Palm to DeepMind initiative that is trained only on clinical findings, accurately verified and trained by medical professionals. That's going to give you a lot more predictable results than a large language model which has essentially gone through the entire web and which has started trying to make inferences for itself. So if that goes and tells you, hey, you probably need a brain scan, you could trust it with a lot more, you could trust it rather than like ChatGPT saying, go get a brain scan if you have a headache, right? So yeah, not every AI system is the same. So we also need to factor that in.
Also, I think, sorry, go ahead. Also, I think we're forgetting the fact that while this is a technology that can give you solutions, but any life's, industry that deals with life, right, is highly regulated. So there are people who will come really hard down on manufacturers, pharma manufacturers or healthcare providers if something goes wrong. I think we know that we have a lot of such regulations in place, and the regulators will first go to an industry like that to regulate it as well. So I think we are at least safe from that perspective.
Yeah, see, at this stage, as of today, as far as I see, right, AI is only augmenting, complementing a human. Say, all the ones that happen, we perceive to happen, is all about, somebody automatically getting diagnosed and, surgery getting done. It's not that, right? So if a doctor is not able to diagnose something and the AI is able to tell him, have you checked this? Have you, this seems to be there's something wrong in this, and you want to check on that. That's something that the doctor can leverage on and go after his, education and experience to take call on that, rather than the AI actually doing something by itself. That's how I see it.
Right, so you always have a human overseeing it and controlling it. Perfect. So now we saw doctors, we saw coders, we saw so many of these professions being, spoken about, right? So where do we see in terms of jobs getting disrupted? Do we see disruption? Do we see displacement? How do we see this in, say, a tech space, a media space, and healthcare space? All these different, industries that we have. Maybe you can.
So running a talent acquisition company, we've taken a step back on 30% of our targets because of AI. So the reflection is very clearly there, right? But that also is because of the industries we're targeting. And we hire for healthcare, there's no disruption there. Healthcare is still a people-led, people-driven, industry. The robos haven't, it's not automated to that sense where things are just moving like, which I said. But then in tech, absolutely. In education, not yet. We're still seeing, absolutely the same kind of hiring happening. In hard skills, nothing has changed. It's mostly tech where we're seeing either a disruption or, a wait and watch game. And this is the first time we're seeing freshers coming out of college not having enough opportunities and looking around for opportunities as well, because they're not relevant to the whole hiring scheme of things that the companies have at this point. Not that hiring is not happening, right? Hiring is happening. Do they have the skill sets that they're looking for is another question. So I will not blame it on AI, but we've taken a step back in our targets by 30%, and that's not small.
Yeah, so then I have another question on this, right? So we are at this point where the skill that is related to this revolution is not easily accessible. We still have an education system which is not catched up. So then what further disruptions do we see? So how do we maybe bridge this gap as enterprise, as businesses? Because for us, manpower is still important, right? And we need more fresh minds to come with the right skills. So what are we doing from that perspective?
See, whenever there is a disruption and a revolution that happens, new opportunities do happen, right? So there's a job called prompt engineering that never existed 8 months before. Okay, starting salary is about $200,000 in the US. It doesn't require engineering skills. Science grads and English grads are actually getting 200K jobs. Is actually disruption in a job market. You look at it, because they are, say, prompt engineering is something that they can actually dig based on what they know, and they can actually evolve and give some meaningful stuff to their organization. This is one part, right? So for all the kids studying in schools and colleges, whether the colleges, schools like it or not, whether the governments bring in new education system or not, people are going to do their homeworks using ChatGPT. They will become smarter as they read more, right? After Google came in, people have become smarter, not dumber, right? So the exposure to the world, the exposure to the education is much more than what it was actually 20 years ago, right? So ChatGPT or generative AI, whatever the new systems that come in, will only enhance the upskilling, reskilling of people, and makes it much more easier. You take even COVID, say, as humans, we will adapt and evolve, right? So people were not used to distant education or an online education before COVID came in. In 2 years' time, every kid is actually able to read or, learn online through their mobile phones. So that's how. So it will crash land. People will struggle a little bit, but everyone will evolve. That's how I see it.
Yes, sir.
Few days back, Harvard University, very famous course called CS50. It's a course freely available for everybody if you want to get trained. It's a very, very famous course from Harvard University. For the first time, they are using Copilot to be an assistant, teaching assistant for the course. That is a technology change we are talking about. It's just the first example. Imagine this change happening all over the world for all kinds of courses. Point one. Second one is, if we can recall the history, what did computers do for us? I still remember in an interview, I was sitting, and then it was a group interview, and I was asked, you know what, computer is now here, what's going to happen to the jobs, and so on. And the reality is that it has generated millions and millions and millions of new jobs. That's going to happen here too. Because the problems that we will solve are going to be different. And for that, we need GPT technologies. And also extensions of GPT technology, which is the future we are going to talk about.
So we as humans, with all these disruptions, we are also becoming a more evolved species. Can we say that? Because we shouldn't really question our capabilities and the kind of adaptability that we humans generally have. So So then humans and as businesses, can we say that we are all ready for this and the change is here and we are ready to adapt?
I would say yes. You know, working with kids and students in schools, there's something called active learning and passive learning. Passive is your consuming knowledge by the go. Active is your ability to recall after you've learned something, right? And then it's the mug up mentality. It's as simple as that. We've gone to reasoning, understanding stuff. That's because we're able to receive content like that. So I think we are better off with it. And like the panel agrees, you know, in a certain fashion unanimously, that this is here to stay. It opens up new opportunities and we have to adopt and evolve.
Okay, perfect. So maybe any signing off notes, I think we are, or maybe if GPT can make predictions, how reliable are the virtual finance advisors from the chatbots? So first, is GPT good at predicting? And if yes, how is it going to affect decision-making in the world of finance?
It's writing my proposal documents and saving me a lot of time. So that's how much it can go, I guess. You cannot trust it with the financials and ask it to estimate stuff like that. It's not there yet. Anything predictive writing, document writing, especially with ChatGPT. There are many AI engines out there. ChatGPT is just one of them. It can do all of that. But, more than that, finances, it's at their own risk.
I would also say it depends on how you classify finances, right? If it's financial decision making, then it's a different sense. But making sense of things that lead to a financial decision making, then that's another sense, right? And like, you know, when you said proposals, hey, we had to read 14 documents worth about 400 pages each, roughly. All policy papers written by disconnected departments. We made sense of it using AI. You think a 3-member team is going to read 14 documents in less than 2 months, 400 pages each? Not possible. We fed all of it back to whatever is available online. We asked it to make sense of it. We asked the right prompts, got the right answers. We made the proposal, and we are this close to bagging it. So I think it's helping us. So financial decision making is assisted by AI, but not pure financial decision making. That's not what we've used it for.
Right, so it's still assisting us and not really making our decision.
I want to add a comment to this. Remember, the AI technology algorithmically will be giving you rules based on majority representation. And that's problematic. In fact, that's a serious problem, why we talk about ethical AI. So if you're going to use algorithms provided by GPT based on major representativeness of sample data, it's not going to be useful to you. So that's the answer, how much you can rely on prediction. You still need really a good statistician to support that.
Okay, so we still need people. We're not going extinct anytime soon, so. Okay, perfect. So now that we have touched upon so many different topics, right? Maybe let's cover certain things. Like we're kind of painting this dream that ChatGPT can do everything, but the point is it cannot do everything. We know it cannot really predict much. AI can, but not really generative AI, right? So we know there is problems of hallucination. We know all these constraints. So given that, maybe let's draw a clear picture in terms of what it can do at this point, what it cannot do. Maybe that will, kind of explain it better to the audience, because we think that now this can just do everything for us.
Right. I don't know whether you guys touched upon this. So my answer is now going to be very specific to ChatGPT OpenAI and ChatGPT. Number one, it has the knowledge that it possesses was, last I heard, cut off as of September 2021, right? So it does not have new information in it, number one. Number two, when operating with a system like ChatGPT, there is a restriction to the size of context that it can process at any given point of time. What that means is that if you give it a paragraph in layman's terms, if you give it a huge document of 400 pages, it can only understand the first 20 pages. Okay? When it goes to the next 20 pages, it has already lost context on the first 20 pages. There are ways to like overcome it, circumvent it, and like work with it, but it is not going to magically read 400 pages of documentation and like give you a 20 word summary, right? And that's where most of our summarization problems even start, because the size of data that can be given to it, it being a stateless system, as in it does not have memory, it can only process a certain amount of data at a given point of time. Number three, the way it thinks is different from the way a human thinks. So we are introduced to the concept of mathematics. We know that when 1 plus 2 is 3, then 3 plus 4 is 7, right? It knows 3 plus 4 is 7 because everyone who's like actually written what 3 plus 4 is on the internet or wherever it has crawled has given the result as 7. If by some magic everyone had like written 3 plus 4 as 8 in the internet and it had gone and like crawled and sampled, it's going to, when you ask what is 3 plus 4, it's going to say 8. It will not do that correlation. Though lots of models of late have been like promising certain amount of this intelligence and computational ability, it does not work the way a human works, right? That said, it is great at like figuring out and like summarizing information that it has already indexed and it has context to. But if you're going to give new context to the system and you're going to ask it to summarize it, it's not going to do. And it's not going to be great at predicting real-time events, saying, hey, what is the weather going to be in 10 days' time? It just does not have the capability to do such kind of computations. So it is not necessarily a magic bullet that can answer all your questions. It's not a genie that knows the future, the past, and everything that's happening. But it can be a great and powerful computer and summarizer when you know how to use it and when you know how to like put it to good use. So if you're going to like try to do your assignments with it, there are high chances that the assignments would like be caught.
Say when the .com happened 20 years ago, everyone said, everything is going to be sold online, everyone is going to buy online, okay? And 20 years later, we are still under 10% of .com penetration, right? So e-commerce was predicted to sell anything and everything that is available, people buy. That's what 20 years ago. Even after 20 years, we are still under 10%, and that's how I see AI as well, right? There are two things. So the AI is here, whether generative AI, that's a different subject altogether, right? So the AI is real, and many things that we see around us are already enabled with the AI, and we will eventually see everything enabled with the AI. With respect to Gen AI, it is evolving. As more and more data comes in, we will actually have much more better predictions and more accurate predictions as well. I am very, I'm a very optimist, right? So I feel, and I see more of the dark side, which many of people don't see. The captain is here and he would have seen the army, and I deal with a lot of crime, identifications and, traffickers and things like that, right? The excitement of AI is actually enormous, right? What humans can't do, if an AI can do, that is something that we need to embrace and acknowledge and go with it, right? Generative AI is beautiful. It has a lot of potential for India, and I always believe, there are hundreds of government websites in India, okay? None of us know how to go search what to get where, right? Imagine a rural common man trying to go get a subsidy. He cannot go search in 10 different websites, figure out what he is eligible for, what he is not eligible for. What if there is a world where he can just ask this question in Tamil, saying that, how do I get this and what do I need to fill for this? If, that's the time when a Gen AI can give him an answer in the native tongue, browsing through all the websites, giving him a precise answer. This is what you do, this is what you are eligible to do, and this is what you are, you can actually shake the collar of the guy who says no to you. That is where where I see a dream of India comes through. That's where the dream of Gen AI comes through.
Any thoughts?
For me, it's very simple. I'm pro-climate, right? And anything that helps us understand the situation better, I'll take it. It's as simple as that. And today, what we have done is we're using the assistance of AI to make decisions. We are, but we're not relying completely on it. There is so much of missing pieces that we don't understand yet. We would like to make sense of it. Okay, Kaushik was saying there are weather models that we wanted to churn out more data points. We want to run, and we want to be able to tell you if the weather can be predicted. It cannot be. There's not 100% certainty to it. The point I'm trying to make is we'd like to get there with a certain amount of certainty, right? But this is a people-driven world. Nothing is going to take the power of the people away from them. AI is just an assistance to enhance the value of your life. And the way we are using it now is to use it to help us in decision making, help us in filling gaps, but we're not completely reliant on it. But there will be a time where we can trust it more, for sure.
Doctor, you have in fact a
Yeah,
question from
here
the
is the
audience.
question. Can you please talk about the best used analytical tools that works or matches with AI? Okay, the way AI, okay, that's the interpretation I'm thinking, okay? The best used analytical tools that matches with AI. I'm reading it as work. Thank you very much for the question. AI, especially the GPT technology, has some new methods called transformers, okay? But if you take fundamentals of analytical tools, you still have to understand about statistics. Please, there are a few things you can take from today's meeting. One of them I'm going to tell you is that the age-old statistics and mathematics is extremely powerful, useful. For example, AI will interpret correlation as causation. Absolutely misleading. And if you have multi-layer neural networks, that means multiple layers of nodes, then multiple layers of correlation, it becomes a lot more difficult to attribute causation. But AI will do that. So I would suggest, those who are interested in analytical tools, strengthen your statistics, mathematical and computational methods, and so on. And the basic things are, again, regression and classification. I'm going a little bit technical. I hope it's okay. Regression and classification. On top of it, learn neural networks, deep learning neural networks. And now the latest, biggest thing is transformers. How we can get the context-specific intelligence with little data. Which is very difficult to understand, okay? So we have developed some others, very special purpose technology tools, algorithmic tools, but that is advanced. So I would say get committed to statistical methods. There is a beauty and simplicity there. The whole statistics was started with small amount of data, remember that. And still AI cannot do a good job of small amount of data. We all know that it needs billions and billions and billions of points, okay? So I hope whoever is asked that question, I hope you got the answer to your satisfaction. Wonderful, thank you.
Perfect.
Oh, I can also give you some very specific algorithm methods called, random forest, boosting methods, support vector machines, all those things. But, all these things start basically from statistical principles.
So basically start with the basics. So we're calling these foundational models, right? So yeah, so start with the foundation, understand what all these techniques can actually do, then use tools to get there. Perfect. Okay, so I think we have just a couple of minutes more, maybe 5 minutes more. Let's quickly wrap this up. Maybe certain things that we've not touched, and maybe we've not touched on this in all these sessions, are investments, right? So this is a new technology, and for it to be fueled, it needs a lot of investments. So what is the investment landscape like at this point? We've seen, billions of dollars being poured into startups which are based, generative AI-based startups, right? So in the startup ecosystem, how do we see investments flowing? Because interestingly, Joanne, one of the speakers, he has a startup, and he said a year back when I spoke about this and I said this is generative AI, nobody knew what that was. People were hesitant to fund, but now this funding opening up. So where do we see in terms of the investment landscape going with generative AI based startups? And where do we see companies investing as well? So companies which are not startups, right? So where do we see them investing in the context of generative AI?
We are not a generative AI company. We are more of a AI company. In terms of Gen AI, the buzz is there. Everyone is the way I see it is everyone is trying to figure out what to do with Gen AI. That's how I see it. Some startups get lucky and get funded very high, and investors invest and get lost in that rhythm. Some people really do, have some products that they can actually leverage on. Recently, a startup in Singapore got funded in the north of $100 million. There are only 3 founders. The website reads, "We are hiring, please join." The news article says they may be building something that is closer to OpenAI. And they get invested, $100 million. So I don't know whether to, take that as a positive sign or a negative sign, because I always fear the dot-com bubble. I was there in the US when the dot-com bubble happened, and it should not become another bubble, right? So that's more important. Gen AI, I am yet to see a good application that has come out of Gen AI, and it's been widely used. That's the truth so far. So I don't know who's funding it. We have an investor in the room, so he might actually answer.
Any thoughts in terms of how Kissflow or your peers are looking in terms of investing?
We are definitely not building a new LLM. That's something that, and I think these are a couple of things that we all internally we agreed upon in Kissflow, right? There's no point in reinventing something that is already being done. There are what OpenAI and Google have accomplished. If you are trying to do it, if you're a scientist and if you have actually figured out a new way to actually build this model and get it going, great, right? But if you're going to just reinvent that just for the sake of owning a new model, that's the craziest thing that you'd want to do. So that's one place where no organization should invest. If you are going to leverage LLM, use an existing LLM model that is available. But what we are foreseeing is we are foreseeing a lot of fine-tuned domain-specific models coming into play in the near future. Some might be in the medical industry. Some might be in in like digital forensics. Some might be in like financial processes, figuring out like ways to quickly track frauds, etc., etc. So new models are going to come into play, and that is probably going to be the place where we would see a lot of investments coming in, because there's absolutely no point in like either building internally if you have the funds, or like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think you're going to be investing on a company which is going to say, I'm going to build the next LLM out there. And we should not be doing that. But leveraging existing LLM technologies is very cheap as it is today. It will get cheaper as OpenAI and Google get into a slingwhat, like figuring out a way to like reduce its offering, the price of its offering. So yes, you can use it to leverage your existing offering, use existing LLM technologies, don't build your own LLM. If you have the resources for it, and if you have the scientific and mathematical backing for it, build domain-specific domain-specific models that might come into use in a new generation of applications in the future.
Perfect. So invest in adoption and domain-specific use cases.
I want to add, exactly reflect on your point. Absolutely true. We talk about only LLMs, that means large language models. There is something called SLM, that is small language models, which are domain specific. Most of the companies don't share their data in the internet. So what happens to that? They want to continuously develop their intellectual property using that data and train the people in their organizations and so on. And if that's the case, they will be developing these SLM models that are very, very useful and powerful for themselves. And they will never share this outside. It's very powerful, it's a powerful corporate data that they can, in fact, they're worried about getting leaked if they use ChatGPT, okay? So that's a great opportunity area. I believe more investments are going to come in that area. And there is, especially on healthcare, I see a lot of opportunity.
Right, so this is probably why a lot of companies are banning the use of ChatGPT and trying to build their own models, perhaps, right?
This is the new norm, right? And investments going into it is a good thing, because that means greater acceptance. But acceptance means, like you said, adoption into specialized areas. And I can tell you, there are companies, in Tamil Nadu, there's about 9 gigawatts of windmills. I'll just close it out with that. They were set up 22 years back. They were set up on good quality wind sites. That time, your power of your windmill was about 200 kilowatts. Today, there are 5 megawatt windmills that have come up at greater heights, which means you're producing lesser energy from potential sites that could generate more wind power. And there's this project called repowering. And there are a few startups who've come up in this space, which is a potential game changer because it's 18 gigawatts of wind power that needs to be installed. Companies that are investing need a lot more sense of the data that is coming out of this. And there is an AI company that's come up in this space, is making understanding so much easier for us. It is just an example of domain specialization and how they are using the power of AI, Gen AI or AI, but AI in large, just to understand that specific area. And this data is available only with those specific independent power producers who would feed it only to a certain amount of people, but they're mincing all this data to give us meaningful sense and saying which ones should get replaced first. Makes investment decision-making so much easier, and from that we're able to generate carbon credits. So that's even better. So AI is going to be the norm. And acceptance is good. More money widely spread around is also very good, right? So I think this is a good time. It's good. It doesn't matter if it's a good investment or a bad investment. More acceptance of it is a good place to be.
Okay, so I think we're almost in the end of the session, and any signing off notes, maybe quickly. I think Dr. Netra, if you would want to touch upon the ethical aspects of this as a sign off note, because as humans, finally, we all need to. Ethics is what makes us humans, right? So any signing off notes on that perspective?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Divya, for that. In the end, what matters is we are central to the technology. Technology has to serve people. And AI doesn't know what is ethics. AI is greedy, but it's very useful most of the times. But some of the times when it fails, it will fail massively. Massively. What does that mean? It will affect immediately millions and millions of people. And it's not good unless it is, very carefully implemented. And I told you already, a government resigned because an AI algorithm was not properly implemented ethically. So the point is, we are in the early stage of development. We are very excited about it. It's great. But where are we going towards, right? That's your fundamental question, Where are we heading, right? We are heading towards continued technology development for the benefit of people where everyone matters. We are going into a very golden age, if I can say that, where everyone will be cared for, everyone will be treated equally, ethically, and equitably. There is a difference. We are not talking about equality. We are talking about equitable, which means everyone treated according to their needs. But AI can help you there. And that's the AI we are looking forward to, building that. But in the end, it's about really humans, equitable, and ethical AI. And there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go. Even today, we have evolved a great deal from Stone Ages. But still, 80% of the people or 90% of people don't get the benefits of the top 10% of the people. But AI can, if it is implemented well, and that's where the challenge is, how to implement ethically oriented solutions. If it is implemented well, there is no better solution in the world. So with that high note of confidence, happy note, I want to conclude my position on AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, participants, particularly Divya. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a big hand. Let's give her the entire panel a round of applause. I may invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar to come out to the dais to honor the panelists this evening. It's been a fabulous panel discussion. A lot of insights there. So may I request all of you to step forward and, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of this wonderful conclave. A lot of AI since morning. So now before we break off today and go home, one final thing, please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. The tea is served. Please have a cup of tea before